And at left wing, from Stockholm, Sweden, number 92, Gabe Landeskog.
And the Stars will roll the puck back through the neutral zone. Landeskog with a giant hit on Mikko Rantanen. Friends no more. Now they are foes. Nichushkin still with it. He's got it. Nichushkin in alone. He scores! The 2-2 train pulls into the station. He wanted an avenue. He got 72 acres of ranch land. Lekkonen all the way around. The car with it. One last shot. Deflected. We, for the second straight game, are going to overtime. Marchment picks it up. Tries to go in on Taves. Throws him aside. Marchment out in front. And they score. Tyler Seguin wins it in overtime. And the Stars take a 2-1 series lead.
What? Smile?
Because I love
Colorado Avalanche hockey.
It's fun.
Sir.
Fun, sir. Yes. I think.
Now you're thinking. First you then you think. You think
Colorado Avalanche hockey.
it's still fun.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. No.
No?
Sir. Well, it was fun.
Not anymore though, is it? Is it?
No, not by
No, it's not fun anymore.
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Absolutely not?
Zero fun, sir.
Just ruined what could have been an amazing night. I mean, that place wanted to absolutely explode. And you got it with the Landeskog introduction. You got it with the hit on the first shift. You got it with the Val Nichushkin goal. Take this for what you will. Is this an indictment? Is this a sign that the Avs have been unlucky? Is this a sign that they just haven't been good enough? I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there and let you ponder this for a second because I can't get over it. In 3 games of this series, 3 games, gosh, it's wild to think about it this way. The Dallas Stars have led for 1 minute, and I think it's 6 seconds. They're up 2-1 in a series that they've led for about a minute. All the other scores have been the Avs have had the lead or the game's been tied. And the Avs lead is somewhere like pushing 90 minutes, something like that. Now, not good enough last night. You would have thought, with where you were at in the place rocking, you get the pretty amazing goal from Val Nichushkin, just works his way down the slot, throws one in, 1-0. That place just lit up. And all I could think to myself is, all right, it feels like you get one more on the board, this game's over, right? And you had six power play opportunities with nothing to show for it. I know that's the story. I know that's the thing that's going to be your larger takeaway for why the Avs lost. But it's very simple. You get that many opportunities and you do not capitalize on that, you deserve to lose. You deserve it. I mean, Dallas got 3. They capitalized on 1. That's all it took. You get to the end of the third period, tie game with, what was it, like 36 seconds left on the clock, 38 seconds left, whatever the number was, to close out the third. But then you get a full, I mean, you work the flopper into the double minor for catching Brock Nelson up high. You got about 3.5 minutes of a power play to start overtime. And a lot of it felt like you couldn't even, and this was all night, couldn't even get in the zone. Couldn't even get set up. No, there's obviously some guys that need to step their game up. No question about it. But I think if you just get your power play working, get that rolling better, it fixes a ton of different problems. You know, Ottinger's been good in this series. But I don't feel like Ottinger's made like a whole bunch of oh my God type of saves. You know? It's like you aren't making him work hard enough for this stuff. You get 6 power play opportunities and you only have 1 goal to, 0 goals to show for it on the power play, but 1 goal overall at the end of the night. There should be multiple times where you said, did you see that save by Ottinger? I don't even feel like that's happening. You know, Vic said this yesterday, and I kind of agree. It felt, if Landeskog was going to play, it felt like it was sort of a must-win. If this was the plan all along, and it doesn't mean the series is over, but if this was the plan all along, that your Gabe's working back to a healthy state in which he's able to play, but you're going to save that for Game 3 to get the exact pop that you did get, by the way. The exact same thing that you or the exact thing that you were hoping for leading up to that game was this explosion from the home crowd. But there's an after to that, which is, okay, crowd's into it. Now the responsibility shifts on the people on the ice. And it's, you need to provide the spark now to keep the crowd into it. You know, we say this all the time on this radio show, but it's not our job to make your team interesting, to make your sport interesting, to make your whatever interesting, right? We don't have to talk about anything which is force-fed. And in the same vein, the crowd can't just manufacture the excitement for you. They gave it to you beginning of the game. They gave it to you after Val's goal. After that, it just felt like it was a little bit of a slog. Couldn't get really good opportunities. Couldn't find a way to finish on the power play. I mean, there's a still shot, by the way, of Lecky right in front of the net on that power play in overtime, and it's like you got to finish. No, I'm really disappointed. And I don't even know, like, if I throw this question out, who has been better in the series? Would you say the Avs or the Stars? Again, the Stars have stepped up when it's mattered, which is, you know, ultimately could mean everything. But I give you that stat again that they've had a lead for, I think it's a minute and a little over a minute of the entire series they've played with a lead. It's almost incalculable that they're coming away 2-1. Like, you did your job in Dallas, right? You went and you won a game. It was game 1. Well, they won game 1 on your home ice. So now that shifts directly back over to them, and you got to win this game 4 to basically keep you in it. I still think the Avs can win. Obviously put themselves at a big disadvantage here. But it feels like just a couple of absolutely massive, giant missed opportunities. The frustration that I felt in power play not even being able to get set up. You know, a lot of people mentioning Drouin had a miserable night last night, and he did. And maybe this is, you know, you're going into game 4. I don't know if he can be on that first power play unit again. I think that's got to be done. You got to find some other way to shift somebody else on there. If that's Landy, and they did go to Landy later in the game. You know, part of you says, don't want to put too much on this guy's plate. The other part is it's the playoffs and we need to get dubs, however possible. But just a few moments in that game where it felt like you could have taken control. You know, third period starts, Lehkonen takes a penalty, the Avs kill it off, and immediately after you kill it off, McKinnon gets called for an interference call, which again looked so ticky-tack, and that's what leads to the game being tied. Like, that is... We can complain all we want to, and I did want to talk about this as well. We can complain all we want to about maybe the more floppy nature of how the Dallas Stars carry themselves in order to draw penalties. They can fall down, they can embellish, they can do all this different stuff. You know, I heard John Michael Lyles last night talking about how that penalty on McKinnon could have been a 4-on-4 for embellishment, because they do embellish some of these. Bottom line is this, though, guys. I am not worried at all about the flopping and all of that. You were given 6 power plays. 6. You're given a double minor at the end of the third period of a tie game with 3.5 minutes going into overtime. You couldn't do what the Stars did on half the opportunities, which was score just once. You know, just sucks. It felt like it could have been a really special night. And it's hard to even talk about how cool the Landeskog story is, because it is amazing, right? He goes out there, first shift, throws a hit on Rantanen. Looked like a normal hockey player. After 3 years, makes this comeback in, which nobody's done in the NHL with that kind of injury. But moreover, in sports, you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who's done what Gabe Landeskog just did last night. And I feel like that's overshadowed because I want to punch everything. And that was, it wasn't even a thought in my mind that after that ovation, the way that crowd was rocking at the time the puck dropped, that it would be a remote possibility they drop that. But again, when you don't take advantage of the situations that you're presented, and you kind of leave it up to, hey, could be some greasy oopsie-daisy at the end of a game, this is what happens. Like, I have no problem in saying this, especially with 2 of the best players on the Stars roster out of the lineup. You are more talented than the Stars right now. But the 2-1 series lead for Dallas is all left up to you not putting and driving the stake through them. Putting the final nail in the coffin of these games. No, a lot of guys have been unnoticeable, is how I'd put it. Even some of your top guys. McCarr, McKinnon, they've had moments where you're just like, where have they been? Unnoticeable for a while. And when you have that, you're already kind of struggling to put goals up on the board. You know, the Avs are too talented for this. I know that they've made all these changes. You got to get more out of your Nelsons, your Natchuses, your guys that you picked up at the deadline to be impact players. Need more of it. But goodness, it just felt like a night that could have been really cool and really special and stick out in the heads of Avs fans for years. All kind of gets swallowed up by this overtime oops. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Keep them in, or keep them coming in. Obviously recapping that game last night. We have the Nuggets, who are in action tonight as they try and take the series lead back against the Clippers. We have the NFL draft tonight, where the Broncos are one of the teams that could do like really anything, could draft any position, could move up, could move down. Don't know. I think all of that is fodder because I think I know what the Broncos want to do. So we get to all of that throughout the course of the show today. Stick around.
What needs to be better on the power play?
Everything.
Yeah, couldn't get set up, couldn't get a clean look. When you did get a clean look, couldn't finish. It's an execution thing. I don't think that Bednar is immune from criticism in this either. I think that the continuing to stick with Druin, I kind of take the Adelman approach towards things. Best players play. I know you don't want to shift things around too much. You want to build chemistry between some guys and some power play units and some lines and all of that. But when somebody's struggling, I'm not going to keep doing this. Like, you tell them, get after them in game 4, and we'll put you back up there. But I can't do that tonight if you're going to play this way. It sucks. Like, power play it was the killer. I don't want to boil things down to just like one little detail or whatever, but that's not a little detail. That was 6 different opportunities that if you just execute once, game's over. That's it. And let's be honest, if the Avs get 6 power play opportunities, that needs to be at least 2 goals, right? They're too talented. They got too good of players not to do that. But they've had some trouble figuring that out for the first 3 games of the series. So whatever adjustments they got to make, they got to do it in a hurry. Because if they don't, then you're staring down the barrel of being down 3-1, and then, it's essentially series over. Got to. By the way, Bednar on his message to the team right now.
Well, the message is simple. I mean, we knew it wasn't going to be easy. We're playing one of the top teams in the league, right? So you have to keep studying the game, trying to pick up any little tidbits that can help us moving forward, things that we got to do better, things that we like that we're doing. We relay the tactical part of it. Like, it is what it is. It's a slugfest. So we went in there, won game 1. They won game 2. Now they came in here and won game 1. Now it's up to us to go win game 2. It's a 7-game series for a reason. Sure, you'd love to get out of it and make it easy and get out of it in 4 or 5 or 6, but the reality of it is it's the first team to 4, and we're still in the series.
Yeah, I don't think that this series is remotely over. Again, if a team through 3 games has only had a lead for a little over a minute, it's not as if they're just going to take that and run with it. Now, it does say something about your inability in the first 3 games just to close it out. It does say that. All of these things last night that you look at, only 28 shots on goal for a game that went into overtime. For a good portion of that, you were being outshot by the Stars. It was very un-Avs-like, because the whole MO to this team is you're dangerous. You get an opportunity to make somebody feel like an onslaught is coming. The Avs do that. They make you very uncomfortable by sheer volume and speed. And that certainly wasn't felt last night. And it should have been. I mean, I'm sure there would be games that if you give the Avs 6 power play opportunities, that they'd have 28 shots on goal just from the power play opportunities. If there's one really good thing, is that Mackenzie Blackwood has been consistently awesome throughout the series. Consistently. Landeskog postgame, by the way. Talking about line chemistry clicking in game 1?
Yeah, I think so. I thought our line created some decent looks. I don't think we were, as a team, as dangerous offensively as we would like to be. So there's definitely adjustments that we're going to have to make there. I think as a line, Chucky and Kivy are great hockey players, and they play the right way, and they play hard and kind of check for our chances. And we had some decent looks, but I think as a whole, there's some adjustments for sure for us to make, and that's what this game's all about. Especially in a 7-game series, it's about adjustments, and we got some to make, no doubt about it. But I thought the chemistry and the connection of the locker room felt really good.
Again, the return of Landeskog last night just had you thinking that this game was going to be all Avs, and they just couldn't finish. So we'll get back to this in a bit. The NFL draft.
Quickly, though, Brett, you know what you can do?
What's
Next time, when we have Bednar on, you can actually put it to the test. You can tell him that his phone is just as bad as the power play right now and see if he punches you in the face.
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
Would really not want to risk that. NFL draft, round 1 tonight. The Broncos in a very interesting place. They've been rumored to be a team that could move up. Maybe they'd move back. Maybe they stay at 20. Maybe they take a running back. Maybe a wide receiver. Maybe a tight end. Whole bunch of different options. I don't know who to believe. Many people think that they would trade up for some sort of playmaker, which I think is possible. If you listen to Diana Rossini, she said that she thinks it's virtually, she doesn't think there's a chance in hell that the Broncos are going to move up. She thinks they'll stay at 20, which is the likely thing, or possibly move back. I tell you this. I don't know what they're going to do tonight. If they trade up, cool. If they stay at 20, whatever. You know, I said this yesterday. I trust the people in charge right now of the Broncos to get things done and do it in a way that has my full confidence. I just want to see another weapon or two when this draft is all said and done. Doesn't have to be at 20 tonight. Maybe that's in the second round, third round, fourth, fifth, whatever. I just want to see sort of stacking up some weapons for where they're at. The Broncos are not in a place where they need much of anything. Depth is what they need. They need depth and they need a running back. It's the two things. So if you want to if you get to number 20 tonight on the board, and they said, you know what, we'd love to have a wide receiver or a running back or something, but there's this defensive tackle that we feel like is going to be an all-pro one day, then go ahead and take that guy. Because you got plenty of other picks to do it. Every pick before felt like it was a must-hit on guys. Every single one. And it's because when you have limited capital, there is only so many opportunities you're going to get to be able to fill out a roster that is viable. You know, Jeff Legwald talks about this all the time. Teams that don't build through the draft have a very difficult time staying successful. I laugh all the time when you get to free agency and there's a team that spends $1 bajillion. And you're like, when has this ever worked for anybody? Look at the teams that have made Super Bowls, that have been super successful, and tell me what they look like. Because they don't look like teams that go out and spend, $200 million on starters in the offseason. They look like teams who have built their core through the draft and then filled out the pieces wherever they saw fit. Buying things only gets you so far. This isn't baseball. Baseball, you can do that. There's no salary cap. Spend whatever money you want. Go out, grab Ohtani, grab Mookie Betts, grab everybody, and put them on the Dodgers. It's going to work. What will not work is doing that in football. It's too difficult. You need to build through the draft, and that's why, the idea of trading up for somebody, I think, is really interesting, probably not wise. You finally got the ability to work with a full deck again. And you want to potentially toss that away. It just seems like the team is in a healthy organizational place where they have talent, and I would find that to be unnecessary. How about? Now, If you missed this yesterday, Ian Rappaport thinks the Broncos could trade up for this reason.
The Broncos will trade up, just my thoughts, not a source report, for a receiver. If McMillan goes early, Matthew Golden is the one. That makes sense. And I know that Sean Payton loves big guys, but he doesn't always. For instance, Brandon Cooks was a receiver he took in the first round, a speed guy, really stretch the defense. That's a comp here. And the Broncos have been making noise about trading up. We'll see if it actually happens, but trading up for Golden is at least something that I could see Sean Payton and the Broncos doing. They're always aggressive.
You can be aggressive. You know, I've said this too. If you feel like somebody, if there's a running back on the board, I brought up Genty, but even if it's not Genty, if it's somebody else that you think is going to get snatched up early, and you want to trade up because you feel like this guy, you're convinced he is going to be, you know, a 5-year All-Pro, then I think you would have to trade up. You'd be foolish not to. It would help your team too much. But it's very hard to get those things absolutely right. Like where I think the Broncos could go today, I think it could be Ted McMillan out of Arizona if he's there. I think that Matthew Golden is another very good option. I think some of those running backs, maybe you don't want to spend it, you know, number 20 on that with how deep this class is. But I think people just kind of have this idea that running backs are just kind of all the same. I think Sean Payton wants a very specific type of running back. And if that guy is available at 20, do you really want to risk him not being there later in the draft? Or have to move your way back up to ensure that you get him? You know, whether that's Omarion Hampton or Travion Henderson or whatever. I don't think you risk missing. You know, this was the big argument last year with Bo Nix. It's why did you spend that pick on Bo Nix when you could have got this guy and then retraded back into the first round to grab him later? And it's like, if you feel like the dude's a franchise quarterback, why the hell would you risk losing him? Why would you do that? Like, ultimately, again, it looks like they made the right decision. Because now you don't care where Bo Nix was drafted. He could have been drafted first overall for all you care. They got it right. And that's just playing with fire if you're willing to like, hey, I'm going to skip on this for now because I hope he's going to be there later. It's like, if you really like the guy, don't even risk it. But if I had to put my money down, I would say Broncos are taking some sort of skill position guy. And you take your pick for what that is. If that's running back, wide receiver, tight end. You know, I saw a mock the other day. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network had the Broncos trading up to 13 to grab Colston Loveland. And I would actually be really curious at how the Broncos would, and Sean Payton specifically, would employ a 2 tight end kind of lineup. If you have 2 guys that are super talented and you believe in, then yeah, it's... I mean, the Patriots did that for a long time and were super successful with it. The Baltimore Ravens have had that for the last few years with Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews. I'd be intrigued. Plus, it gives you a little bit more bulk. You want to line both those guys up on the offensive line. Maybe that helps out your run game. Sounds cool. Just the idea of trading up for it is tough for me. But ultimately, I think they leave this first round with somebody that Bo Nix is going to text tonight saying, hey, I think we're going to score a lot of touchdowns. You know what I mean? So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. The other things to keep an eye on as they're talking about on ESPN right now is what happens with Shedeur Sanders. If you haven't seen what's been going on, a week ago, Shedeur Sanders and his over-under, according to, I saw it on ESPN, so I'm assuming the ESPN Sportsbook, his over-under for where he was drafted was 11.5. It's now at 21.5. Like a pretty seismic shift. You know, he was being discussed, if you remember just a couple of months ago, as who would you rather take, him or Cam Ward for number 1 overall? And then it felt like, well, no matter what, he's probably not getting past like 5 or 6. because 6 is the Raiders. And I know they just signed Geno Smith, but maybe they want somebody else. Well, now I guess nobody's picking him to go to the Raiders. Then it became, who's at number 9 again? Number 9 in the draft tonight? The Saints. All right, then he'll just drop down to the Saints. They'll pick him at 9. And then the mocks have become, no, it's actually going to be 21 at Pittsburgh. And then it's just, who knows? Now it's like falling out of the first round entirely. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens with him. I think a lot of the stuff that we've heard from these anonymous executives and scouts and whoever, I think that's all bluster. Like, first of all, I don't get why they feel the need to cut somebody down 2 days before or 3 days before the biggest day of their life. But I also don't think that this is true. There could be some games being played here. I'd have a very difficult time seeing Shedeur Sanders still on the board when the Broncos are picking at 20. I think I'd be shocked by that. Somebody is going to be desperate enough to go up and do it. Now, the only thing that I could see as maybe an exception is if people just somebody really likes Jackson Dart. Which that one makes little sense to me. I don't really get it. Dart was okay, but nothing incredibly impressive. Shedeur Sanders was the most accurate quarterback in college history last year for a single season by volume. And I think accuracy matters more than most things in that sport, or at least at that position. So, we can get more into this as we go along, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We can talk a little bit more about the Avs. I do want to get a little bit of a preview, Game 3 of the Nuggets, that we can get to in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. All right, so a number of things that we got going on tonight. The Nuggets and Clippers Game 3. That game will start at 8 o'clock. We'll have pregame at 7:30. But leading you up on 92.5 up until that Nuggets pregame is going to be draft coverage. DMac, Coach Sanford, whole bunch of folks be giving their live thoughts during the NFL draft tonight. That starts at 6, and then that will move to AM 950, making way for the Nuggets pregame show at 7:30. So they're going to be out at number 38 tonight. I will be out at number 38 tonight hosting a Nuggets viewing party. So go out, come say hi, check it out. We're giving away some cool prizes. Should be a great time, especially with the Nuggets on the road. And that's sort of the thing. Like, the Nuggets could follow the pattern of what the Dallas Stars did in this series, which is road team wins game 1, home team wins game 2, road team wins game 3. Nuggets are trying to follow that sort of pattern to get home court advantage back in their favor. How do they do that? Well, a big way that they can do it is by not turning the ball over. Again, here's Joker after game 2.
They had 20 last game, so it was, I had a lot, especially at late. I had to throw it to Kawhi, basically, and then throw it to Peyton like a lob, which was bad. They were definitely aggressive. They were attacking us. They were attacking the ball. They even pre-rotate. They attacked the ball. So they were definitely aggressive in those moments when they kind of rotate and scramble around.
Turning the ball over has been huge. The team that has had the most turnovers in each of the games so far this series has been the loser of that game. There's a massive, massive thought process with the Nuggets where it comes down to a couple of different details. First of all, can you hang on to the basketball and turn it over from the Clippers, get in transition? That's one way that you can get Bruce, goodness gracious, Christian Brown more involved in the offense. He had 7 points in game 2, and a part of it's like they didn't get in transition all that often. That's where he eats. It also would help getting points in the paint because the way that they're defending Joker throwing double and triple teams at him has made it very difficult for him to find space to operate. He took 16 shots. 8 of those were three-pointers, half of them in game 2. The other massive story is Michael Porter Jr., if he's playing or not. And even if he does play, how effective can he be? There is a huge drop-off between what the Nuggets have with really anybody missing in their starting lineup compared to not. There's some teams that can get away with it. Like, even the Clippers, if they lost their third, fourth best starter, whatever you want to call it, and they had to replace them, could they get away with it? They might. They might be able to. But the Nuggets already suffer a big-time depth problem. And if you now compound that with an injury to Michael Porter Jr., then you're forcing what? Peyton Watson to step up in the starting lineup, Russell Westbrook to step up in there. Somebody's going to, and it's going to take a lot away from your bench, which, by the way, in this series has not been all that bad. Pretty amazing how even this series has been. 2 games that come down to the wire, and in the final seconds, the game is decided. And I feel like it's going to happen about 5 more times, including tonight. They just feel, even though they play very different styles, they feel just from a skill level as a overall team, very, very neck and neck. Really, both of these series, for different reasons. The Avs and Stars might be the 2 best teams in the Western Conference. The Nuggets and the Clippers are not. But the way they match up, it's really difficult for one side or the other to really get going. Now, One thing I'm really curious about, I think that the defense is probably here to stay, at least for the short term, for the Nuggets, because it's like that across the league. You got guys that have ramped up their intensity level on the defensive side, which has made those scores start to dip. I mean, when you look at NBA playoff scores as opposed to what you see in the regular season, it's pretty remarkable, isn't it? That you're getting 109 to 94, 109 to 100, 94 to 85. You would never see a score like that in the regular season. But you amp that up, and I think the Nuggets have done the same thing. I'm actually not all that concerned about their defense. They need to find a way to score. And I think a lot of that stems from they are, for the moment, a little flustered. Being able to run their traditional offense of get the ball to Joker in the paint. He either beats his guy one-on-one or finds the open guy somewhere else. When you get double-teamed, you can find the open guy standing somewhere on the outside, for a wide open look for a three. If you're relying on you to be a good jump shooting team, it's not who you are. It's not what you do. And to this point, it hasn't mattered all that much because you've been able to knock down shots. But you get one of those games where the Nuggets start, 3 of 13 from three-point range, you're going to need to find a way to get in the paint, and hopefully they figure that out tonight.
By the way, Brett, fair warning, you better strap in. I've been reading some of the feedback on YouTube, Twitch, the text line. Everybody is so spicy today, man.
Oh,
Moj is going to be on one. Vic is going to be insufferable. The texters are already getting on your bacon. I mean, you better put yourself in a straitjacket, brother.
Here's the thing, dude.
It's coming.
Hey,
it's coming.
I went to sleep at around 12:30 last night, and I woke up at 4:15 this morning. Okay, I'm on that Moj diet of about 4 hours of sleep, and I got to do this watch party tonight. There's nothing you guys are going to say it's going to bother me. Okay, nothing. Trust me, I've seen them. I'm just like, whatever. People are upset. They should be. Like, that was a golden opportunity yesterday that was lost. Like, you had... I'm going to repeat this, I think, 500 more times today because it's just unbelievable. The Avs... I'm sorry, let me say it another way. The Dallas Stars, through 3 games, have led for 1 minute and 2 seconds, and they're 2-1. And you have this game last night in which you get exactly what you were looking for at the beginning of the game, which is Gabe Landeskog comes out, and it's just an electric factory there. And they are begging, the entire crowd is begging for just a moment where they can just let it all unleash. And you heard some of that with Val. When Val scored, you heard that. And it honestly felt like one more goal, game's over. Like, that's how it felt. And he couldn't find it. No matter how many golden opportunities were given to you. 4 minutes of a power play at the end of the third heading into overtime. There's a still shot of Lehkonen right in front of like a wide open net in OT that he missed. Just simple little execution details. If they were, a third of the power play that they've been consistently last night, I mean, the Avs, if you give them 6 power play opportunities, they're getting 2 goals minimum. And last night, they were 0 for 6. And I know that's a really easy detail to point to, but it's kind of the truth. When you have a series that's this even and you are given an advantage 6 different times, you can't take advantage of it. That's how you get the result that you got last night. You leave it up to some puck luck, some bounces, some greasy stuff, and then you find yourself in a 2-1 deficit. So we can break more of that down in just a few minutes. Everything that went into last night, the Landeskog return, the overtime loss, where they go from here, how do they get back in it. But you can watch on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on that YouTube simulcast. Go to YouTube, search Altitude Sports Radio, subscribe to the channel, and don't miss the live broadcast, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every weekday, along with that Altitude Sports Daily. So subscribe to the channel today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
And at left wing, from Stockholm, Sweden, number 92, Gabe Landeskog.
And the Stars will roll the puck back through the neutral zone. Landeskog with a giant hit on Mikko Rantanen. Friends no more. Now they are foes. Nichushkin still with it. He's got it. Nichushkin in all alone. He scores! The 2-2 train pulls into the station. He wanted an avenue. He got 72 acres of ranch land. Lekkonen all the way around. The car with it. One last shot. Deflected. We, for the second straight game, are going to overtime. Marchment picks it up. Tries to go in on Taves. Throws him aside. Marchment out in front. And they score. Tyler Seguin wins it in overtime. And the Stars take a 2-1 series lead.
Because I love
Colorado Avalanche hockey.
It's fun. Fun, sir. Think.
Now you're thinking. First, then think. You think
Colorado Avalanche hockey.
it's still fun.
Yes.
Sir.
Yes. No.
No?
Sir. Well, it was fun.
Anymore, though, is it? Is it?
No, not about
No, it's not fun anymore. Not even a little bit.
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Absolutely not?
Zero fun, sir.
The fact that you got exactly what you wanted beginning of that game, which was a crowd that was ready to blow the roof off of that arena, that was as excited and anticipated as we imagined it would be. You get the 1-0 lead with the Val goal, and the place explodes. They were waiting and waiting. And to have it end like that is just infuriating. Infuriating. Given what it felt like at puck drop.
I don't know if infuriating is the word here. I think it's wrong
to
end like that. It's not the way movies are supposed to end.
Little bit of a sleepless night. I've got a lot of thoughts today. And I'm not in one of those moods. I'm okay.
You actually are.
It's
I'm
just
surprised actually by your mood.
Yeah, it's a very, very bitter pill to swallow because, as you said, Vic, the fairy tale did not. Snow White did not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't want to get into that.
It's not supposed to go that way. Moser, the beginning of that game.
Can I talk about Cinderella's slipper or not? Or am I?
It's whatever.
Is that even legal?
The electricity. What doesn't compute for me is this, and I need help understanding something. The electricity in that arena was literally through the roof. I couldn't believe how invested the fans were in the storyline, as we all were. We all were. And then the Avs do it perfectly. They trot him out there on the face-off, and he's honored, and he hits Rantanen, makes an impact. Everybody's into it. But what I don't understand is, with all of that fuel, that rocket fuel that energized the place, how did the Stars outplay the Avs from the get-go early in that period? How were you on your heels to start the game?
It's an excellent point. The Stars inflicted their will in the early going.
Why?
Now,
how?
They had 14 shots on goal in the first period.
Yeah.
Vic. Only a couple that I think were dangerous, but that is the MO of the Stars in Game 2 and beyond. So what they're doing, we'll talk all about it today, and I'll tell you exactly what the difference has been in this series. But what they're doing is they're playing a very simple brand of hockey. They are not trying to fancy it up. They are working, they are working, they are working. And they're just throwing stuff at the net and trying to create chaos, and they'll do it from anywhere. And I guess you could say it's working because they've got a 2-1 series lead.
They've led for 1
Yeah, they're not
minute.
exactly. That's why I say I guess you could say it's working, but at the same time, you're doing more to yourselves than they are doing to you.
Exactly.
They've led for 1 minute of game time over 3 games.
No, Vic, come on. It's 1 minute and 2 seconds. A minute and 2 seconds in 3 games, and they're up 2-1.
I will not be doing any excuse making today. I will not be doing any passe discussion on what they, the Stars got lucky with this. About
Oh, no, the Avs power play needs to change. You can't go over 6. You can't go 4 minutes with, just feeble shot attempts. You can't do that.
They had 6 power plays last night. You had 7 total shots on goal.
That's crazy.
That is an issue. Now, the Stars, I'm going to give them credit because what they've done is they've become incredibly aggressive and they sell out all the time. And you think to yourself, there's no way that they can keep that up beyond 40 minutes, beyond 60 minutes, yet they find a way to do it. And they've learned to frustrate the Avalanche on the power play. That has to change. Has to change.
That number.
How does it change?
Vic, because you have one team that's brought their lunch pail and is just getting ugly. They don't care how ugly or pretty they look. And the other team realizing that they've got a great deal of ability and skill on the team. Vic, you just need to throw it down to the front of the net and get ugly. Mm-hmm. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, this is playoff hockey, and Marty Necas does not look the same.
Jonathan Drouin's having some real
Drouin
issues.
does not look the same all of a sudden. There's some issues on that top power play that just you got to make changes.
Well, he tried it late. He threw Landy on there, didn't he? Late in that game. So I'm sure there's going to be more coming. But, I mean, that number is mystifying to me. In a game that you lose 2-1, the Avs had 6 power play opportunities and not a single one was converted, including a double minor at the end of the third period where you took, wasn't it 3.5 minutes into OT to start it?
3:21, correct.
But not a single time did it ever feel like you were really close.
No,
like,
there was. Who had the wide open net in overtime?
Well, there were 2 opportunities before the end of regulation. Ottinger was down and out. And Lindahl swept the puck out of the crease and away when Marty Necas was right there to put it in.
That was just a good play.
Now, it was a very good play by Lindahl, and this guy is an absolute minutes horse. He just plays minutes and plays effectively and does the right thing seemingly every shift. But he was in the right place. Marty's on the side of the net. You've got to put yourself in the ugliness.
Most.
If you don't want to be in the washing machine, then don't be on that unit, I guess, or don't be on any. It's easy for me to say because the puck bounced right into the crease, but Lindahl was at the top of the crease, had basically the better position to sweep it away. Arturi Lehkonen had it on his stick. He fired it, Vic, and it went off Lindahl's glove and just kicked wide of the post. But you had two wildly good opportunities, and you didn't really bear down. You just kind of tried to – you hoped that it happened.
Mm-hmm. Playing Dallas, the history of playing the Dallas Stars, the pain of playing the Dallas Stars, it hurts. They are truly that cockroach. They are a cockroach. They're a pimple. They're that sleeve of celery stuck in your back molar. They just don't go away. They just don't go away. They find a way. They bother you. They pester you.
I'm not going to bring
you.
Yeah, they do. I'm not going to bring you fairy tales and rainbows today, but I'm also not going to be on the freak out side because I know a lot of fans are on the freak out side right now.
Yeah.
If you look at it, Brett, here's what's happened. You want a game in their building. They want a game in your building. Mm-hmm. Who took game 1?
The Avalanche won game 1 of this playoff series.
Stars won game number 2 on their ice. You know what you do Saturday? You win a game on your damn home ice.
And it doesn't matter how either.
It
doesn't matter how.
Right, exactly right. Even this thing up and make it a best of 3, end of story.
Yeah, in fact, it's almost as if It's funny how the Avs, Nuggets, Clippers, all the same. These games are decided by such a razor's edge. It's so close.
You know what it is, Vic? The Stars make mistakes. Let's not pretend they haven't made any mistakes in this series, because they have. But what they're doing to you on the last, when you go back to game number 2, the turnover at the offensive blue line, right? Mm-hmm. What happens? It comes back the other way, chaos, goal.
Well, it's capitalizing on a mistake.
You turned the puck over last night on the offensive blue line. You got out-muscled. And I'll credit Rantanen. I mean, he was much more noticeable last night than he has been in the 2 previous games. He's the one that out-muscled and got the puck out of the zone.
Yeah.
He just stuck with it and used his legs and used his big body to punish you and got the puck out. Fired ahead for Marchment. And Devon Taves played it right, and he bodied him up. Marchment's 6'5", and he's strong. He almost went down, but he didn't. He recovered enough to find a cutting-in Sagan. You're trailing on the play. You're back-checking. You're just a tad bit slow. And that's the difference. That one play is the difference in a playoff game, in a playoff series. I say it all the time. One play can decide series.
Sure it can.
And that's what happened last night. You've coughed the puck up, and they made you pay. And that's it.
Well, I think that's the difference in the series overall, Moj, is that it's not a lot of moments, but they've had a couple where you've made the mistake, they've capitalized on the mistake. I counted 6 mistakes where you had power play opportunities last night that the Dallas Stars made, including the worst one you could make. Tie game at the end of the 3rd period, and it's a double minor. You got 4 minutes of a power play to close the game out on your own home ice on a night like that, and you couldn't do it. To me, that's almost inexcusable.
Well, it's soul-crushing is what it is. I don't know how – I mean, this team has been through a lot inside that room, and they have great leadership, and they're going to discuss things. They're going to rationalize and say, this is where we are. All right, let's just go play our – I mean, this is not an undoable situation. But that being said, you had it on your tape. A prime golden opportunity to make them pay.
Yeah.
And you simply didn't do it.
Yep. And we got audio that we'll get to in a little bit, too. By the way, if you want Bednar's thoughts on what needs to be better with the power play.
What needs to be better on the power play?
Everything.
The zone entries are becoming predictable.
Yes.
And again, it's easy to see what the Stars are doing. They're pushing to the side that McKinnon carries the puck in on, forcing the issue, smothering the man he gives it to.
Unless and then the cross-ice passes, my God, right. Would you just advance it and move toward the net?
I can't remember the last time the Dallas Stars, I mean, this sounds, I'm being facetious here, but them D-to-D in the offensive zone doesn't really happen. If a defenseman gets the puck on his stick, you know where that puck is going deep.
Yeah.
It's either going on net or it's going behind the net. Go fetch.
Right.
And let's get our cycle going. You're going D-to-D. You're going seam passes. You're doing this kind of thing. You need to pound that at the front of the cage.
Well, there's something to that, Moj, that I
mean, you've got Bichel out there. You've got Petrovic out there. Now, do they go D-to-D? Of course they do. But they don't go back and forth. If they do go D-to-D, that puck is being sent deep, end of story.
Right.
And again, it's because they don't have the talent to dance around and fire it down the slot or look for an opening. They don't have that talent. But you know what they're doing? That they're just playing lunch pail hockey, and it's working.
So we got this game to discuss today. We have the NFL draft tonight, first round. Schefter just had something this morning, by the way, regarding the Broncos and what they could be doing at number 20 tonight. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. The Nuggets have game 3 against the Clippers and a chance to take the series lead back from them. So
can I get some good news?
I don't got it for you yet. Do you have good news? Can you help me? I'm hurting this morning. Hurting a lot. I'm with you, Vic. You said this yesterday that it felt like, hey, if Gabe is going in and
You
that
gotta
crowd,
win.
you go, yes.
And I stand by it.
Yep.
You
I'm
got to
with
win
you.
that game.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Moj, we were hanging out. We were watching the game with the Bear, and she was into it. She was wearing a Nichushkin shirt, her sweater, and Nichushkin scores first, and we're partying up there. That move by Val, by the way, holy moly, was that a move?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I'm thinking, I'm looking over, and I'm saying, this game, I'm going to win this game 6-0.
It was a great move.
Leap there afterwards.
Look, Ottinger can be beaten, but I think you've made it too. You started to do a really good job in the net front presence later on in the game. We'll get to more of this as we go along, but you need that from the drop of the puck.
So we'll get back to this in a bit. And again, there's some news from Adam Schefter this morning regarding the Broncos, what they could be doing at number 20. We'll get to it next.
And then we kind of found our game and got it going a little bit better as the game went on. And you got a few chances to win it on the power play, and you come up empty. So that's the difference tonight, So we'll look at it and improve upon it. But I think there's some good things that we did tonight that we can take moving forward.
It's Bednar after the game. The one thing that you were getting at, Moj, at the end of last segment, we're 3 games in. I'm going to probably say 6 power plays about 100 times today. I'm probably going to say Dallas has only led for 1 minute and 2 seconds in this series 100 times today. But what I was wondering is you have a game in which 6 power plays, no goals. But I can't remember, maybe on one hand so far this series, Moj. You tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, you're seeing everything up close. How many times has, Ottinger had to make an oh my God kind of save?
Very few.
That's what I'm saying.
Although he's made some really difficult saves look easy.
Fair.
Last night he made a save with his goal stick that was off the shaft of his stick. Pretty good save. Might have been going a little bit wide. But he's not wasting a lot of energy. He looks very calm in his crease.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're making it that difficult on him.
That is correct. There needs to be more urgency at the front of the net. And again, it's not like he hasn't gotten out of position, because he has. Got bailed out twice last night late in that game. Bailed out. I mean, the Avs could have ended it.
Yep.
And that's the kind of thing where you go home and you probably replay that in your head going, oh, my God.
Right.
You're a foot away from glory. And it's that 1 foot where the defenseman's stick gets there ahead of yours, and it's out of the top of the crease.
Hey, each team had 28 shots on goal.
Yeah, but you had 6 power plays.
I know, but what I'm getting at is this. You can't tie on a night like that in shots. On an emotional night where you have a trampoline effect to start the game, you can't tie in shots on goal.
Totally
you
right.
should have a 2-1 shots on goal advantage. It defies logic to me. My biggest takeaway, again, this morning, is not necessarily how the game ended, but how the game started. How the game started to me is just, it leaves a question that I cannot answer. How in God's name, with all of that hype, that excitement, all of that energy that was produced at the beginning of the night, which you could feel, man, you felt it. How do you get outplayed in the opening period? How?
It's a great question, Vic, and you still had a 1-0 lead, and you could not build on it. If there's one thing I can say that's a very big positive, in my opinion, I thought they defended pretty damn well last night.
Sure.
I mean, the Stars had, quote, 14 shots on goal in that first period of play, and it went substantially down from that point on. You defended pretty damn well. And again, of those 14 shots, maybe only 2 where I thought oh, God, one of those kind of things. The rest were just kind of thrown to the front of the net, trying to fetch rebounds, and that
I wish the Avs would do more of that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I completely agree. There's just a lot of little moments during the course of the game in my head where I'm like, that could have been that could have been it right there.
Well, think about it. The biggest moments in at least the last 2 games, the game-winning moments for the Dallas Stars. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't some sort of snipe from the dot that was like, hey, man, what a shot. What are you going to do? No, it's just them getting gritty in front of the net and making something happen.
Can I remove something from the equation right now?
Just last thing real quick, Vic, because you were talking about this. 6 power play opportunities with only 28 shots on goal at the end of the night is pretty gross.
No,
and I think that says the story. It's like,
you had
stop looking.
7 total shots on 6 power plays.
Stop looking for the perfect shot and just get something in front and make life miserable for Ottinger. Just make him uncomfortable. Get bodies around him.
Can I offer some commentary on the pregame, the Landeskog storyline, everything that went with it that, I thought was handled with grace? Was it drawn out a little bit? Yeah, it was. It was drawn out a little bit. But I thought it was beautiful. I mean, I was there for it. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I thought the crowd responded appropriately. I think everybody did. It was a beautiful night. Does the Landeskog return? Does that have anything to do with the outcome of the game? Does it take away from? No. If anything, again, this is human. If anything, it should have energized the game and the team and the play. It should have. He played great, I thought, for a guy who hasn't touched the ice in 3 years. He was fine.
I do too. I thought he was fine.
I don't think that had anything to do with it. A does not equal B here. And some of the people saying, well, so focused on Gabe that, no, don't make that comp. That had nothing to do with it. What had everything to do with it, 6 power plays. Nothing. That's the game. It's like the argument the other night I had with people. Well, you call a timeout. No, you turned the ball over in the Nuggets-Clippers game. That's what understand why they lost. Quit trying to find reasons. Gabe's return was handled with grace. I thought it was awesome. It's not why they lost. They lost because they came out flat and they couldn't take advantage on the power play. And whatever they need to do schematically to change that, change it.
Well, and we've seen this over the last couple of games, and I've people texting in about it. The way that Dallas scored, if you remember, there was a penalty, I think, on Lehkonen that they kill off, and then immediately it's that interference call on McKinnon, which I heard John Michael Lyle saying this with you guys, and I agree. Like, could that be a 4-on-4? Like, was it another sort of floppy technique that they used? Yeah, probably.
Blackwell went over Tea Kettle, but again, that's one of those situations. If Nate's stick is just over a foot and a half here to the right, it's a different story.
But let's just say that's the case, and you hate that call, and you've hated some calls that Dallas has gotten because they flopped their way into them. You had 6 chances last night. Dallas had 3. They scored one. They scored the goal on one of 3 opportunities, yes.
If I told you had the opening 3.5 minutes of overtime with a power play.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It should be game over.
Yes,
we shouldn't be having this conversation.
I'm telling the people who are talking about the penalty, don't even start with that.
No.
Like, you had plenty of chances.
You had the opening 3.5 minutes of overtime. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Now, again, just to keep, I guess, perspective on this, Moj, because you were talking about this earlier. All in all, look, it's not like you're out of the series or the series is done.
No, not by any means.
I'll repeat. Dallas has, for a grand total of 1 minute and 2 seconds in 3 games. And they happen to have a 2-1 series lead. So, by the way, Bednar talked about this afterwards. Message to the team after the game.
Well, the message is simple. I mean, we knew it wasn't going to be easy. We're playing one of the top teams in the league, right? So you have to keep studying the game, trying to pick up any little tidbits that can help us moving forward, things that we got to do better, things that we like that we're doing. We relay the tactical part of it. Like, it is what it is. It's a slugfest. So we went in there, won game 1. They won game 2. Now they came in here and won game 1. Now it's up to us to go win game 2. It's a 7-game series for a reason. Sure, you'd love to get out of it and make it easy and get out of it in 4 or 5 or 6, but the reality of it is it's the first team to 4, and we're still in the series.
You know what? I wouldn't be shocked and stunned and mouth agape if the Avs won 3 in a row and wrapped up this series at home in game 6. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be stunned whatsoever.
It wouldn't blow my doors off either. No,
that's but what angers me is that it shouldn't have to be that hard, I guess. I mean, last night's a game you should have won.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't script an NHL series. You can't script the Stanley Cups. We all have this script in our heads, like, you know, the year they won it when they made it look so damn easy. They just waltzed through. They didn't have – I mean, they have tough series, but the opening series that year was easy. This series is not, and we just have to come to terms with that.
Yeah. I want to jump back to this in a little bit, obviously. We got game 3 of Nuggets and Clippers tonight. We have the first round of the NFL draft. So Adam Schefter this morning, about an hour ago. It's funny. Every time I see some bit of news about the Broncos, it's like they're just a total wild card. I hear they're trying to move up for a skill position player. Oh, they might stay at 20 and take this guy. Well, here's Schefter. Broncos have fielded calls in recent days from teams interested in potentially moving up to Denver's number 20 selection. The Broncos currently hold the draft slot in front of Pittsburgh's number 21, saying that they're fielding calls now about trading back.
Yeah, so could they slide backward?
Yeah.
Listen.
So they could go forward, they could go back, they could stay the same. Like, nobody knows.
And we don't know what their main target is. What is their main target? Obviously, it's help for Bo Nix. What is their main target of running back? Because you can trade back and get a good one.
Mm-hmm.
is their main target a wideout? Because you could trade up and get a really good one.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, sure.
Do you hang tough at 20 and have one of the bad mamma jamma tackles be right there in your midst? Then that's help for Bo Nix in a different kind of way in the future.
It's pretty crazy that we're 12 hours out? 10 and a half hours out from the draft starting. And I have no idea what their plan is. Like, I wouldn't be shocked, obviously, if they took a running back, if they took a wideout, if I saw Daniel Jeremiah, his last mock draft had them trading up to 13 to take Colston Loveland. Like, whatever they do, trade back. If they took a defensive tackle at 20, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, nothing, I think, would shock me tonight. Because I think that they have literally everything on the board.
You'd be shocked if they moved way up. I mean, some of these rumors circulating.
Yeah, if they moved up to 6 and took Shedeur Sanders, I'd be shocked.
Okay, fine. Yes. They move up to 5, I would be shocked. But you move up a couple spots, like Rappaport was talking about yesterday, to take a Matthew Golden or something like that. I don't know. Everything is on the table for them, though, which you don't get every single year. And I think it's a byproduct of the Broncos being in a good place organizationally. Like, where, Vic, you were talking about needs yesterday for the Broncos. They need a running back. They've admitted as much. They've told you, we're getting one. Don't know when, but we're getting one in the draft. The other thing they need is depth. That's it, right? Is there any place that really sticks out? They need a running back and they need depth.
Yeah. Well, that's why I agree with you. I think all bets are off. I think everything's on the table. If you find a position that, like, oh my God, we had this guy at 12 and he ended up at 20, we got to take him.
Right.
I think you do. The reason why I would not be surprised if they pass on a receiver or a running back at 20 is because there are plenty more available later. That's a position that's deep.
There are. The reason that the overall depth did not become that big of an issue, not that big of an issue, is because you were remarkably healthy last year.
Really healthy.
And you didn't really have to go deep into the well to get that next bucket of water, right? It's right there on the surface. You just scoop. Your guys are healthy. You're doing pretty damn good. You lost your leading tackler, but you were able to mitigate that pretty dang well on the defensive side of the ball. So, yeah, depth is also important. But, again, I trust this Broncos team to do that.
Mm-hmm.
They've done a really good job of drafting in recent years. Guys that can help, guys that add the depth.
One thing I think is probably, maybe it's not on their board for 20, or maybe it is. I don't know. But I think it's going to be somewhere between today and Saturday. If they lost one of their tackles last year, it would have been a rough go, I think. Like, that's the thing that's blown me away the most over the last couple of years. Their offensive line has, not missed games. Any of them. Like, McGlinchey's missed a couple, but they've had guys in for 2 straight years. It was essentially the same starting 5 every single week, and that's incredibly rare. So I wouldn't be surprised at all, especially just because of the ages, if one of these first 3-4 picks is spent on some sort of offensive tackle for depth. Because who was it last year that they lost in camp right before the season started? That Legwald kept saying.
The big, tall, blonde kid.
Yeah.
They lost Drew Sanders.
No. The offensive lineman.
Tackle. Help me out, guys.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I know who you're talking about.
The big, tall, blonde kid, the depth tackle.
From now on, he will be known as the blonde kid.
Yeah. That Legwald was talking about, if they get an offensive tackle injury, not having him is really going to be noticeable.
It was
Bailey, right?
Quinn Bailey.
Quinn Bailey.
Jesus, God almighty.
Finally got to me. But yeah, I think that they're looking for depth there, at corner, at a bunch of different places. I mean, we saw what happened when Riley Moss missed a few weeks. It's as good as that secondary was, took a massive hit immediately. It's get yourself a starting running back and then just sprinkle the infield with some different sort of depth players that you feel comfortable with. But that's what I think you're looking for as far as the draft in its entirety. Specifically tonight, no idea.
We're doing a bunch of stuff tonight, right?
Oh, God, man. Yeah.
We're all over the yard. I know you are.
Yep.
Kaner. You're going to feel Moshe, Brett's going to know what it's like now to go late night, working another job, and then getting very, very little sleep, waking up the next morning to do this job. He doesn't know what that's like. He will tonight.
No, he anticipates. He is anticipating what it's going to be like. Brett, look at me. Do you know how I get in a mood sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
I land from Vancouver.
Yeah.
Throw a couple hours of pillow time and then trudge my way in here, right?
Right.
Vic gets home from, I don't know, L.A. at 2:30 in the morning, trudges his way.
Yeah.
And he walks down the hallway and jumps on his little Mikey Mike. You're going to be pissy tomorrow.
I'm pissy today. Went to bed at 12:30, woke up at 4 o'clock this morning.
You got to host a little watch party, and it's going to hurt.
Well, I went to bed at 12:30 last night. I woke up at 4. I had a watch party.
I don't know what time I went to bed, but I tell you this, I was up and down all night.
Right, you got to work a little bit tonight?
Look at my eyeballs. Look at my eyes, please.
Mm-hmm.
Brett, you don't think I'll be in the studio
Bloodshot.
until midnight tonight? You don't think?
Cross-eyed.
No, you will be. Yeah, you will be.
You'll work at the bar
You got
and talk to people, and then you have to come in tomorrow and talk about it again. Is that going to hurt?
get up an extra hour earlier than you, but whatever.
Time's the game tip off tonight.
8,
Because
which means about 8:20.
Vic wakes up 6:55, takes 2 steps over, and then he's
damn
all of a sudden
right
he's
I
on
do.
the air.
You're damn right. You know why?
I have to
'Cause
drive.
I've earned
I have to
every
drive from
extra
Western
second.
Nebraska to get to the
You're
studio
damn
every
right.
morning.
You're young. You're energetic. Hey, what time do you think the Broncos will pick at 20? What time do you think
It's going to be a couple hours
Yeah,
in.
at least a couple hours in.
Like, give me a time.
Like these teams, they always take
8:15.
I don't know if they take all the time on purpose or if the NFL just does that to string along. You know,
No, they absolutely do that. I know for a
the
fact.
the picks are there, and then they just sit and jaw about it for 8 minutes.
Well, the Titans know who they're taking. We all know who
Yeah.
they're taking. It's Cam Ward, but they won't announce that until there's like 3 minutes on the clock for their selection.
Well,
Right.
a lot of
drag
times-
out the TV product.
Yeah, a lot of times people, teams will do that. Just milk the clock in case some crazy lunatic comes in with a trade that they can't resist.
Well, the NFL this has happened multiple times, where they have threatened teams with either fines or docked draft picks. This is real.
Because they picked too soon?
Because, let's say that you're picking at 5, and you know who you want to pick, so the team picks at 4, and you're like, yes, they didn't pick our guy. We're going to take him. And they call it in immediately. The NFL goes, do not do that. They say, we will fine or dock a draft pick if you continue to do this.
Because they want to stretch it out, get all the sponsors in.
Oh, let Kuiper talk about the highlight package of the guy just drafted. Let's speculate on who's coming up for this next draft pick. Like it's mandated that teams wait at least a few minutes before they make their pick in the first round. I don't think it applies like, you get to noon on Saturday and you're in the middle of the 6th round. I don't think they care, but at least for this first one, yeah, they do.
Can somebody tell me approximately what time I need to turn on my alternate
I just
feed?
said like 8:15. That's my guess. 8:15. Okay. I think the Nuggets will be playing by the time the Broncos pick. That's what I'm telling you. Probably early in the game, but I think they will be. So speaking of, I'll be at number 38 tonight, hosting the Nuggets Nuggets viewing party, but also at number 38, we are having draft coverage. It is hosted by DMac, Coach Sanford, Polumbus, and Andy Lindahl. They will also be at number 38, and they're broadcasting on 92.5 until Nuggets pregame
If
at 7:30.
they're all there, why are you there?
You know what? The more the merrier. They'll be broadcasting on 92.5 until 7:30, and then they will switch over to AM 950 for the rest of the draft coverage.
What is your role?
I'm told to go places, and then I go there.
Can I say this?
This is what I do.
To anybody. By the way, I really like number 38.
It's a cool place.
In Rhino. It's a very cool place.
Yeah, but what do you do?
Well, hang on, Vic. Let's make this easy on our partner. Let's embrace our boy this morning.
Okay.
If you're going to number 38 tonight, please seek out Brett Kane and give him some love. And I mean love.
Mm-hmm.
Give him a huggy hug, squeezy squeeze, that sort of thing.
I don't need a squeeze.
Yeah, you do. Of all the people who need to be squeezed, you need to be squeezed. Yeah, with the yeah. So just squeeze Brett. Tell him that you appreciate him. He's there. He's not going to get any sleep. He's still going to be mad from last night like I am and everybody
I'm like
else.
still. I'm seething right now. Seething.
Because you had it all there. You had when Landeskog came out for warm-ups and came down the tunnel, and that crowd saw him exit the room and head down the tunnel,
It feels
they
like I
went
was
crazy.
cheated of a moment. You know what? That's what it feels like. Like I was supposed to have it.
Yeah, well, you know what?
And then I was
Life,
cheated.
You know what I tell my kid? Life is hard.
Oh, thanks.
You'll be telling baby Jamal Kale, look,
Yeah.
sorry, kid.
Yeah,
Life
I
is
understand.
hard. You don't always get what Mick Jagger famously said, you can't always get what you want.
Well, I should have gotten it last night. I don't always need it, but I wanted it last night. Back after this. See, now you're becoming angry, Moj. Now you're becoming angry, Moser. You were doing good this morning so far. And then I ask one question. I just go, hey, I saw a picture of Joker walking to the airplane, like the Nuggets tweeted it out. And I go, so where do you guys go when you jump on these flights? And then that set Moser off because he had to explain something to me.
I answered in a simple manner, then you wanted specifics.
I didn't. I just said, what side of the airport's it on? Just
how
said that.
How do you get there? What do you do? Who do you talk to?
I can't have a follow-up question?
You had 17 follow-up questions.
Well, I'm just curious.
If I was your professor, in college, here's what I'd either do. I'd either give you an A and tell you to get the hell out of the class, or I'd fail you and say never come back.
You can't fail me for asking questions. I'd sue the school.
Okay.
So just give me the A, and then I'll be out of your hair.
Fine.
Can you give me an A?
You got it, baby.
All right, thanks, man.
Brett, have you seen the first Jurassic World movie, the reboot with Chris Pratt?
I have not.
So there's a scene where he's in the enclosure with, I think, 3 raptors, and they're all walking towards him, and he just stands up, and he just holds his hands out in front of him.
It's kind of like that. That's me.
Yeah, and so whenever I
raptor.
see you doing that to Moser, whenever you just hold your hand up and go like, whoa, easy there, boy.
Well, it's because intro music's been playing for 20 seconds, and I want to turn my mic on to start doing my job, and I can hear him still dropping F-bombs towards me. And so I'm doing, hey, Raptor, shh, 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 shh. I don't want to get in trouble.
Copy.
Anyway, I want to get to the Nuggets in a second, back to the Avs. If you want some post-game, here is Landeskog post-game.
Well, I'd like to play better. I don't know. Percentage-wise, it's hard. But I felt pretty good. Speed-wise, legs, physically, I felt good. You know, it's still in my 3rd game, so I got a lot of things to improve on, and just timing and seeing things, seeing the right plays, executing them. So that's one of the positives, is there's a lot of areas of improvement. So looking forward to it, and I think every game is going to continue to get better, and same thing goes for our team.
Does he want to win? Yes, he wants to win. How's his demeanor?
You know, I watched his entire postgame last night, and I was as shocked as anybody after that loss. You're mad, you're shocked, you're angry, you want to throw stuff, you want to slap Brett. You just want to do things.
Always me.
I don't know. But I watched his postgame, and there's a calming presence about Gabriel Landeskog, and a professional presence, and it's something that locker room desperately needs right now, down 2-1. This series is not over. Clearly,
they're going to play a lot of hockey. In this series.
There's a lot left in the series,
yes.
And I know that we're sitting here and we're jumping off the ship and all that. I get it. Last night I felt it was a must win. I really did, and they didn't do it. So now it makes Game 4 very much a must win, very much. But listening to him speak last night calmed me down, to be honest with you. And it's that calming presence they need. And if it means more of him. He played, 13:06 last night? 13
Something like
minutes?
that, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what you do differently. I don't know if you give it to a guy who's hasn't played in 3 years more ice time.
13-16.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what you do with him, where you put him. I thought he was fine where he was. But his approach, he's not sitting there going, oh, my God, it's over. Oh, my God. You can't think that way. You can't think like
these guys have been through an awful lot. Yeah. They know how series ebb and flow. Right now for the Stars, it's flowing in their favor because of 2 plays. They've led for a minute 2 out of 180 at about 200 minutes. They've led for more.
It's about 200.
About 200 minutes.
Yeah.
They've led for a minute and 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. But you know that feeling of dread that you get when the Avs and Stars go to overtime in the playoffs? Because the Stars have won the majority of these overtime games. I don't know what the overall record is when they go to overtime. But every time OT is displayed, even with a freaking man advantage for 3.5 minutes, there's still that feeling of dread in your gut.
Well, I'll tell you why, Vic. It's tough when you have a team, and we've thrown out those numbers and who's leading for how much time. But it comes down to closing, right? Can you close the game out? In Game 1, they did. The Avs closed out Game 1.
Mm-hmm.
But these last 2, you've had opportunities to bury them.
Not only have you had third-period leads that you gave up.
Yeah.
But they presented you at the end of regulation in Game 2 with a power play opportunity, and they presented you with a double minor at the end of Game number 3. and you could not convert on them. So you can argue that you're doing it to yourselves, or you're not executing when you should be, would be, could be. The Dallas Stars are entirely beatable. They really are. You got to execute better. Yeah. You've got to be more deliberate with your game.
Mark, help me out here.
But real quick, Vic, by deliberate I mean don't try to fancy drop passing through the zone. Look, get it on your tape, find your guy, strike. Boom. Just be deliberate and work, and you're going to win.
Game 1, who scored first? Avs or Stars?
The Avalanche did.
Game 2, who scored first?
The Avalanche did.
Game 3, who scored first?
The Avalanche did.
So remember back in the day when scoring first meant everything?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
What series was it that they didn't? Was it Seattle a couple years ago, where Seattle scored first in every game, right?
Yes. Now, when you look at the Avs, they gotta fix something here on the home ice. When you look at the playoff games in recent years, home ice has not been kind to the Colorado Avalanche. They've now lost 4 in a row to Dallas, actually.
Same with the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Look at home court advantage of late with the Nuggets.
Yeah.
But you know what? Just like the Dallas Stars losing 7 in a row coming into the postseason, then lost 8 in a row. They were going to turn it around and win a hockey game. The Avs are going to turn it around and win a home hockey game, and I think it's going to be Saturday. I think Saturday you're going to even this series up, and then you're going to head back to Dallas, where you've already won, so there shouldn't be any issues there.
Last night was different, though. Like, out of all the nights to have home ice, that was the one. I mean, that was given to you on a silver platter. Like,
hey, you can't lose that game. The energy in the place for everybody who went to the game. I don't need to tell you. I just wonder what happens from the player's perspective, right? So I was energized. You were energized. Everybody's energized. The Bear was energized. My wife was energized. Energy. Everybody, energy.
How do you know my wife was? How do you know my wife was energized?
I was standing right next to her. It was like a volcano erupting last night. When his name was put up on the big board and he came out for the puck drop, and it was insanity. It
was pretty awesome. But how about this idea, Vic? The captain is back, and it's flipping awesome, and I got chills last night. That's behind you. Time to play hockey.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. What happened between the place is about to erupt? Why did the team then, for the next 10 minutes, look so flat?
Vic, I can't tell you. I'm going to credit the Dallas Stars. They did all they could in that first period of play to counteract any sort of hype, emotional lift, anything that the captain's return gave to the Colorado Avalanche. They came out with a distinct game plan to do that, and they worked their bags off. Mm-hmm. I mean, they played really, really hard. I'll give them credit. They did.
I thought the opposite would happen. In fact, I warned of that yesterday. Remember, I said, don't let it all go after the first 10 minutes. It's going to be crazy. They're going to the storm, and it was the opposite. It was like, what? Let's go.
They here's what's weird, Moj. I don't think the Avs have played well for 3 games.
I thought game 1 they were pretty good.
Game 1 they were good, but at least the last couple they haven't played. Certainly not their A game. I mean,
can I say this? They're not playing poor hockey. They're not playing bad.
But
they're just not always effective. Does that make sense?
Yes. But the thing
they're
about that
playing
is
desperate hockey.
Let's just.
Well, I think Vic. I think sometimes they are. They're just. They're not.
There's an execution problem.
That's exactly what it is. They're not playing bad. They're just not playing as effective as they could.
But without executing the way that they normally do. And missed opportunities galore. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're this close to being up 3-0 in the series.
Yes.
This close.
I know. That's what's crazy.
And they're down 2-1.
Yes.
But we could easily today be talking about, hey, sweep's coming on Saturday.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That could easily be the discussion.
But I don't know how to reiterate this enough.
And so I say that for the people that are freaking out. And I think it's understandable. Like, if you want to freak out this morning, by all means, go ahead, because it's the playoffs and you're down, okay? I get that. But I'm just trying to keep some perspective here. You haven't been getting your ass kicked by these guys.
No. But I will say this. I've seen so much playoff hockey in my lifetime with this team and with a lot of teams, but specifically this team for almost 30 years, man. A lot of playoff hockey. I can't reiterate enough that this is how it goes. And it's hard. When I say it's hard to win even a playoff game.
Sure.
And I employed Connor yesterday to back me up, and he did. It's hard to win a playoff game. Vic, you said it earlier. The margin of victory versus defeat is razor thin. Mm-hmm. On most nights. Most nights, it's razor thin, and the Avs have come out on the wrong end of the razor the last 2 games. But that being said, there's still an opportunity presented in front of you. Just execute better, and you're going to be fine.
Get back to this in a bit. I do want to talk about the Nuggets. Game 3, huge, obviously, for a number of different reasons. First playoff game ever at the Intuit Dome in L.A. I want to get Vic's thoughts on that, along with something else, Vic. A very major question I have for you. Next.
I got a big question for you, too. Don't go anywhere.
I have a question for myself.
Shut him off. Me.
Hey, guys, are you suffering with any form of erectile dysfunction? Well, it's not my business. It's your business. But I'm here to tell you that you can do something about it. Be done with the frustration. Be done with the embarrassment. Get it taken care of at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There are few things more wonderful in life than intimacy, but erectile dysfunction can harm that intimacy. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got treatment success rates well over 90%. You're going to be happy. They're going to fix you. If you had a problem with your body anywhere else, toe, elbow, whatever, you do something about it. We'll do something about this. Don't be embarrassed by it, because Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult. Initial visit, only $99. Includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose there in the office. Now, if it doesn't work, your appointment is absolutely free, but it's going to work. They've got an expert staff and 5 locations in Colorado to take care of you, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or remember the website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, Vic, I got a question for you before the Nuggets game tonight.
Yeah.
Before we get to that. Did you have some drinks at the arena last night?
I did.
I'd like to read a tweet. So this is in response to a picture of Gabe Landeskog's children holding up a sign that says, "So proud of you, Daddy."
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Vic says, "Baby boy had never seen his day play. Come to think of it, my beautiful baby body has never seen me play in the NHL either."
Makes total sense. My beautiful baby body.
I think someone took notice of that particular tweet.
I know who.
Marty, yes, corrected some of your stuff, and he graded it like he was your teacher and said, "His poor tweet, see me after class."
To which I responded, go ahead and read my response to Marty.
"Tell your mother I said hello."
End of story.
It's a nice little back and forth between two old friends. Yeah.
A beautiful baby boy.
Anyway.
Wait. Beautiful day? What did he say? No.
Here's the problem. Let me tell you the problem. When you're at these games.
Listen, Vic.
No,
I fat finger a lot, so I commiserate with
Has
you.
nothing to do with fat finger. Has to do with you're at the game and you're surrounded by all these people and everybody's like into it, and you're sitting there. You don't have time to edit everything, man. You're talking. You're watching. It's a different atmosphere.
Yeah,
it just is. So beautiful baby boy turns into beautiful baby body.
Baby Billy Bubble Bop.
I got a question tonight about this.
No,
series.
shut him off.
Shut me off. This question is. I've been plagued with this question for a long time, and I don't know how to answer it. Vic, who or what is Clipper fan?
It is a rare breed of
human.
human.
You talk about this wall that Steve Ballmer has built in this new joint.
Pretty damn cool.
Who's on the wall?
Yeah, who is? I know Billy Crystal was a Clipper fan.
Yeah.
I see. By the way, now I'm seeing Jack Black. He must be making billions off this Minecraft thing because all of a sudden that SOB is courtside at every Lakers game.
Yeah.
I think Jack Black's funny.
I think Jack Black's funny.
I think typical Clippers fan is the rebellious nature fan who can't afford to go to Lakers games and needs an alternate opportunity to watch the NBA.
So this is Mets fan. This is Jets fan.
Yeah.
This is White Sox fan.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
That's what this is.
Clippers fan is somebody who wishes they would shop at Whole Foods, but needs to get great value stuff, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And that's just, it is what it is.
They are the do not drive across town for 45 minutes to eat rabbit food.
Yeah. Instead of going to Nordstrom's, they go to Nordstrom's Rack.
Fine with me. That's what I do.
Which is a great store, by the way.
Yeah, it's great.
I have no idea the difference between the two.
One's expensive, one's cheaper.
Why?
Yeah. Because the cheaper one takes all the products that did not sell,
gotcha.
And then they discount them heavily.
It's like a Ross, essentially.
It'd be great.
No,
it's great
not.
for no.
Hey. Ross is
I'm a
a
Ross
different
guy.
level.
Don't do that to me. I'm a Ross guy.
So am I.
Wrong with Ross.
But one of these days I'll sit you down and I'll talk to you about the pyramid of stores. All right, we'll get through that. But right now we're talking about the Clippers, and I want you guys to understand something tonight. Before we engage and discuss strategy and what the Nuggets are going to do, in my estimation, I need to let you know how I feel because it's been asked of me yesterday at the Avs night. Everybody's well, how about the Nuggets? How about the Nuggets? I'm at that point right now where the Nuggets, and I'm ashamed to say it, but they're going to have to prove me wrong because I don't feel good about this series at this juncture. I don't feel good.
Well,
and they're going to have to. It's that Nuggets team again where they're going to have to shake me out of it and say, "I told you so," because right now I do not feel confident about their chances in this series. I just don't.
Okay, to be fair to the way that you're feeling. The Nuggets didn't feel good about the Nuggets either. It's why they fired their coach with 3 games left in the season.
Yeah, but, it's just how do you look at a series? Like the Avs are down. I'll give you an example. The Avs are down 2-1, and I still feel better about the Avs being down 2-1 than I do the Nuggets at 1-1. I really do.
Very interesting. I think I agree with you. Yeah. Well,
really
especially,
do.
Vic, unless you – here's a major factor. Porter. Sup?
I don't know how effective he'll be tonight with the shoulder if he plays.
He's
if he does
very
play.
sore, right?
He's
very,
listed as
very
questionable.
sore.
He may not play.
Well, that's what
he
I was
may not be able
so
to
you
go.
Don't know. You don't know yet.
Well,
okay.
They went through a pseudo practice yesterday. It wasn't anything physical. Coach Adelman said, he's a tough guy. It's good to see him out there. He's going to try to play if he can. Doesn't mean he will. I don't know.
Nuggets are a dog going into tonight's game.
They should be.
And they should be.
What's the number tonight?
5.5.
Yeah, see, that number's
what
increased.
I've seen. Hey, Vic, I look, again, we talk about razor thin winning and losing in the postseason. Would you look at maybe one turnover late in that game the other night to say that's the difference in a...
There's a lot, missed dunks, turnovers.
I know, but every little play matters, right? Everything adds up. Every missed free throw.
Yeah.
When you've got a team that beats another team 112-110 and then loses 105-102, I mean, these are not even a handful of plays during the course of the game that can change everything.
They've played 2 games. 1 point separates them, right?
Yes.
Now. 1
yes.
point. The worry for me is when you go back home, if you're the LA Clippers, that's when your role players are always more comfortable, and the role players have been terrible. Outside of Batum, right, who's sprinkled in a couple big shots, Bogdo, your boy, Bogdan, he hasn't done anything in this series. He's been terrible. Norman Powell has been quiet.
Yeah.
Very quiet.
See, this is why this is why I feel the same nerves you do, Vic. So just to go through the first couple games of this series, Norman Powell has been very quiet, which is rare for him because he's good. The Nuggets aren't doing the thing that they're good at, which is getting in the paint and getting buckets.
They won't allow them to.
They're relying on outside shooting, which has worked, but I feel like that will not work every single night for 7 games if it goes that far.
Tonight,
the one thing that they did very poorly all year was play poor defense, which they've done a good job of in the first couple of games. So it's like your negatives going into the postseason, the things we were most concerned about have actually been okay, and the things that you were super confident in haven't been there.
Yeah, the only thing that keeps me afloat here is that, again, here I am, I'm doubting the Nuggets again, but that's when they play their best. I take myself back to 1 year ago. They're down 0-2 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And where were we mentally? Where were we? Oh, my God. I mean, why even bother going to Minneapolis? What do? They win 3 straight. Whenever you doubt them, whenever you feel like, just don't have it, they seem to find another gear.
That's
what I'm hoping for.
Vic, I don't want to be
good.
a wet blanket. I don't want to be a wet blanket.
Yeah.
But you say when you doubt the Nuggets the most, they play their best. That's how it used to be. That's how they used to could. Just like you said, to open up this segment. Now they really kind of have to prove us wrong.
Yeah.
In a real way, because you're always going, I doubt the Nuggets. I think they'll play well. Now you're like, good God, they may get run out of the gym. I mean,
hey, I'm not going to be that guy who changes my if I were a betting man, if someone said, do you like the Clippers or Nuggets in this series right now? I'm going to say Clippers. Right now.
Sure.
I don't know what you guys are going to say. What are you going to say?
Clippers.
I feel like I'm hanging by a thread with the Denver Nuggets at this moment. Hanging by a thread. I don't feel that way about the Avs at all. I think they're going to win Game 4, force this thing back to Dallas, all squared up, and then
I still think the Avs are going to win this series. I do. Yeah. I do. I really do. But the Nuggets, for some reason, until I see them tonight, and it's going to be a situation that is foreign because they've never played a playoff game at Intuit Dome. The Clippers don't have that playoff legacy like some teams do. This place, I'm going to explain something to you right now. When you watch the game from home, they, at the Intuit Dome, pump in their sound. And when I say pump in...
Why are they allowed to do that?
Well, let me tell you why.
Okay.
Let me finish the story.
Sorry.
So they've designed the arena to be very loud. It's very vertical with that wall. Very vertical. It's very loud. It's a basketball arena. They don't play hockey there. They don't care. It's just basketball. So they designed it to be loud. Number 2, the music is extremely loud. Number 3, the NBA places a policy, a rule on how loud you can play your music and your pumped-in fake crowd noise.
As does the NHL.
Okay. You know what Steve Ballmer does? He laughs at that. If you exceed the decibel point, you get fined. You know what he does with that fine? He says, here, take my money. I don't care. So they purposely max out the volume without any care in the world for what happens. It's so insanely loud there that when I'm in the team huddle and the coach is like literally 4 feet away, I can't hear a word they're saying. Not a word. You need subtitles. It's insanity. And it's not because the fans are crazy. It's because they pump it in. That's all they got.
Well, can't you take other steps than just fining somebody if he doesn't care about the fine? Can't you say, well, we're going to do something to your basketball team that's going to make it more difficult?
What, take away draft picks or something?
Yeah, I mean, you could. Couldn't you?
You start. I have the answer.
If somebody is purposely looking at your fine and saying, don't care.
Moser, that happens in the NHL too. People exceed the sound level.
Well, Vegas is
Vegas
loud.
does it. Vegas does it.
Vegas is very loud. I would just say this. You start with a 20-point deficit.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
You're down 20 when we tip off.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
But you know what? It's loud for both teams. Deal with it. My thing is, prove it to me now. This is going to be a first. I want to see how the Nuggets react. The Nuggets' road playoff record of late has been better than the Nuggets' home playoff record. Mm-hmm. They've won 8 of their last 10 road playoff games.
Pretty
I repeat.
awesome.
Can you name the 2 losses? Of the last 10 road playoff games, can you name the 2 losses?
One in L.A.
Yep. And one in Minnesota where they got beat by 100.
Yeah.
And that's it. They've won every other road playoff game. This team plays better in the playoffs, it seems, of late on the road. Let's see what they do tonight.
Again, a lot more to get to with that game. The Avs NFL Draft tonight, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. So something interesting that I saw this morning in regards to the draft at Shedeur Sanders. So it's been, as far as odds, they have over-unders for players on where they're drafted. So like Cam Ward is like over-under 1.5, right? Is this guy going to be the first pick or not? Travis Hunter's like, I think 2.5. The number of Shedeur for the over-under in just the past week has dropped significantly. I'll tell you just how significantly next.
Vic Lombardi here for AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. I got a chance to sit with the boys last night who run this company, and they run it wonderfully. We're watching the Avs game, and I told them, I said, when I go on these commercial spots and say I don't know what I'm doing at home, I mean it. And they said, you know what? Well, we'll fix it. And right now, if you need fixing on your AC, which is always an issue, especially when the summer months come around, AAA has a deal going, $49 AC tune-up special. Make sure the AC is tuned and ready to go. You don't want that breaking down on you at the wrong time. Schedule an appointment when you can. Just go online and schedule it. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com. All right, I have some important news to announce. And again, this is news that I want you to be ready for in case you get angry come game time. Tonight, the Nuggets and Clippers game is not going to be featured on TNT. Why? I don't know. That's their policy. That's their decision. They're going with Memphis and OKC. They're not taking the best series in this Western Conference. Yeah. So it's not on TNT. It's going to NBA TV. And the NBA policy, this is not a Denver policy. It's not an altitude policy. It's none of that. When a game goes to NBA TV, in the local market, it is not shown if it's already being broadcast on a local RSN. We are the local RSN. So if your only way to get the game tonight is NBA TV, you could be out of luck. It's on altitude. But I have a solution for you. Right now, Altitude Plus, our app, is running a promotion. You get it for free, a 3-day trial. That trial ends today. So if you want to watch the game and you don't have access currently to Altitude, go to Altitude Plus, sign up for the free trial. There's a code you have to put in. The code is ALT, 3, free. Alt 3, free. Put that in. You get free reign tonight. You get 3 days of it for free. Don't want to put you in a situation where tip-off hits and you can't watch the game tonight. We don't make the rule. That's an NBA rule. Same thing happened for the Cleveland Cavaliers fans.
And then just also, so you guys are aware, just like Mass N, after that 3-day free trial, we'll charge you $8.9 million a month.
Exactly. We got to pay Moser's salary somehow.
All right.
But I wanted to get that out there right now. NBA TV. You may have NBA TV on your current package, but you're not going to get the game on NBA TV tonight. It's only going to be on Altitude. So get Altitude however you can.
I'll be on Altitude no matter what anyway.
To the draft tonight, that is going to be going as well.
And this is only if you live in Denver, the Metro Denver region, viewing region. If you live in Michigan, NBA TV will carry the game.
Gotcha. The draft tonight, something interesting, and I don't know what's going on here. Maybe this is all mind games, but have you guys seen, so they have these over-unders for players, and I was just talking about it, like Cam Ward is over under 1.5 for the position of his overall draft pick.
So, and that's solidified because the Titans have been hot and bothered by him, and then they finally said, look, we're not trading the number 1.
Right.
We've made our decision.
So there's, just to bring up another name here, Jalen Milroe is over under 38.5. So it's like, do you think he's going to be drafted 38th or better or 39th or worse?
What's Ashton Genty?
Ashton Genty is at 6.5.
Woo, baby.
So they're basically saying, do you think like the Raiders are going to take him?
The Raiders will not. The Raiders probably will not pass on him.
So here's the funny thing about Shedeur. A week ago, his number was 11.5, which felt about right. Like, is he going to be a top 10 pick or not? You know what it is today? Day of the draft? 21.5.
Wow. So what they're saying is that he's not going to get past the Steelers at 21.
Well, that's the decision that you're making.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's very interesting. That's a pretty big drop in the span of a week.
And I'm just trying to figure out what the hell happened. Like, what could have changed? You know, as far as I'm aware, there's no Laramie Tunsil gas mask bong a video that's emerged of Shedeur Sanders anywhere. Like,
by the way, did he turn out to be a pretty dang good tackle?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that happened today. If the same thing happens, does he slide in the draft?
Somebody posted that video again yesterday. What was that movie with Seth Rogen and
Pineapple Express?
No, actually, it was.
Yeah, if you want a Seth Rogen weed movie, we're going to have to get really specific.
No, it's the one where, what's her face from the, she's having a baby, and Seth Rogen's the dad.
Knocked Up.
Yes, that's it. But all of his Canadian buddies are all stoners, and they're all gas masking it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Laramie thing reminded me of.
But it's a pretty huge drop in where he was expected to go. Remember, like a couple of months ago, Moj, is it Shedeur or Cam Ward for the number 1 pick?
Well, if you ask Coach Sanford, he thinks all of this is silly. I mean, he really likes the long-term prospects of one Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, and if you guys missed it from earlier, Adam Schefter this morning said the Broncos have fielded calls in recent days from teams interested in potentially moving to Denver's number 20 selection. The Broncos currently hold the draft slot in front of Pittsburgh's number 21. Now, that
so let's think about
ties
this
directly to this.
Yes.
Because if Shedeur drops in the first round, I think Pittsburgh would take him at 21.
Absolutely.
So maybe there's teams like, I don't know, the Giants, the Browns, somebody that are calling Denver about, hey, if Shedeur's still on the board by your pick, I want to jump up and take that, would be my assumption, right?
I mean, you could see even perhaps the Raiders giving a call to their division rivals.
Maybe.
And if you're your division rival, Vic, here's what you say. Oh, you want to move up to 20, huh? You want to take the quarterback out of Colorado? It's going to cost you dearly.
If they, just hypothetically, what is your guys' feeling on that?
The price for any AFC team.
I'm still sickened by some of the stuff said about Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, me too. It bothers me too. But the price for any AFC team that would want to get there is going to be more than it is for an NFC team.
But hang on. Just hypothetically, because I've heard this before. You don't do trades within division because you don't want to give one of your division rivals what they want, what they think would make them better. And I go, well, what about if you feel like what they're giving you would make you better? If the Raiders called you, I make you George Payton. Who's the GM of the Raiders now? I forget. Let's just say it's Pete Carroll's making the call.
It's the GM is John Spytek.
That's right.
Former front office guy here in Denver.
So John Spytek, Vic, you're George Payton. Spytek gives you the call. Hey, I want to jump up. I want to go to 20. And you can kind of connect the dots. He wants to get to 20 to draft Shedeur before he drops to Pittsburgh. And he gives you a deal that's a fair market deal that you think is all on paper. It's all good. This makes sense for us, but it's the Raiders. Do you pull the trigger and give them what they feel like could be the quarterback of the future? Or do you not do that because you don't want to give the Raiders somebody that they feel like is a long-term solution at that position?
Well, if I'm the Raiders, I'm calling Tampa Bay at 19 and saying, hey, what's it going to take? Because it may be even or even less. Look, I would not. The price,
but just if you're Peyton, do you take the price?
I would do it, but the price is going to be heavy.
Okay.
So if I can name my own price to trade inside the division,
so you're going to tariff the Raiders if they make that call.
Friggin' I am absolutely. Yeah. But I can see now, Vic. It's all unfolding. That's why the Broncos are fielding these calls, because they know that Mike Tomlin is not going to let Shedeur Sanders slide past 21.
Yeah.
And if a team like the Giants, they use their first pick, which is 3 overall, right? They use that on who knows who. Abdul Carter or somebody. They get a really awesome piece. Then they say, oh, by the way, we could get the quarterback we want to.
Yeah.
I would call Tampa. I would call Seattle. I would call those NFC teams who are probably more amenable to doing a deal than a team inside your division that you're going to be facing twice a year.
Can I ask you guys a question? How do you pronounce the last name? Joe Shane, the GM?
Shane,
yeah.
How does he still have his gig? Did you hear this? Did you hear about his son accidentally posting on his Insta feed video footage of Jackson Dart, like highlight footage just out of the blue, and then he turned his Insta feed to private after he was caught doing it?
God.
Basically, red flag. Are they taking Jackson Dart?
Isn't there like a theme now of kids that are corrupting like owners and GMs' brains? Do you remember the Woody Johnson story?
My kid corrupted the show. Eliminate kids from all media.
But what was Woody Johnson?
His kids
said the Madden rating on so-and-so wasn't high enough to sign or draft somebody, right?
No more kids.
That I got to be honest with you. I was playing Madden the other day. This guy's ass.
He's
terrible. The Shane thing is just. Well, if you remember famously, that kid last year on Hard Knocks, Vic, you remember the video where he's like,
oh, yeah,
Dad, you should take Jaden Daniels. You don't want to mess this up. So maybe the kid's onto something here. Maybe he knows.
Maybe he's running the shop.
Hey, That was a miss.
So, you were right last year. Do you like any quarterbacks in this year's draft, son? My beautiful baby boy.
It's just very interesting how it all works out, right? Where you're looking, all of a sudden the Broncos sitting right ahead of the Steelers, and people know that the Steelers are not going to pass. They need a future quarterback.
You know what's funny? I know the answer to this, but if you go back to, was it like a month and a half into the season last year, do you remember what question you posed, Vic, that I think we all said the same answer, that I think we all would now flip? You asked the question, if you had the choice right now to take Shedeur Sanders or keep Bo Nix, what would you do? Remember that about a month and a half into the season?
Yeah.
And I think we all said we'd take Shedeur.
Yeah.
No chance you do that now, right?
No.
Maybe
I'm
not.
Team
But
Bo.
Shedor's going to be a good player.
That's why.
But Bo Nix is a good player.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with what I think of Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. It's that Bo Nix, I think, has won everybody over. I think he's a franchise quarterback, and he's exactly what this team needs. And he got better, and he showed me plenty. You know, the first few games of the season, we were still wondering, can he do the essentials? Yeah, he can. He showed it. Can he throw the ball downfield? Yep. Can he fit it into small, tight spaces? Yep.
Well, that's the big key, is his toolbox opened up and more tools came out as the year went along, and it turned a lot of people to the okay, we can work with this for a long time.
It's now about giving him more tools, right?
How would you feel if the Raiders sitting there at 6 get Genty? And then trade back in, and they got Shedeur as well. How would that make you feel?
Not great. It'd be smart on their part, though. I'm not convinced, in the same way that the Giants with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and all these, I'm not convinced that they see them as long-term options. I know the Raiders traded, what did they trade, like a third or fourth for Geno? And they gave him an extension. I don't think that extension is going to matter all that much. I bet he starts this year, but if they drafted somebody, if they got Shedeur, could he start next year and then you just have an expensive backup? I'm sure they would have no problem with that.
Maybe. Although his passing numbers were pretty good this past year.
Like 20 touchdowns and 15
Yeah, but he was
picks,
top
so
10 in yards.
Yeah.
I mean, you put him back with Pete Carroll.
Geno's fine.
Put him back with Pete.
Fine.
I guess, to me, that's a big wild card inside the division. The division's a pain in the butt. I just saw where Patrick Mahomes has come out. Did you see what he said? This offense is going to be pass-happy, high-flying. Watch out. Okay. But Rashee Rice was hurt. Hollywood Brown was hurt a lot of last year.
Yeah.
Xavier Worthy, the rookie, was basically his only, quote, steady Eddie to throw the football to. I don't know. The division's so tough, man. I hope the Broncos, they hit another home run because they've been doing a good job.
Do you think that there's going to be any movement within the top 5? Do you think that somebody is going to trade out? Or is it all going to stay the same? I don't know if this is going to be a super tradey sort of first round like we've seen in the past. It feels like people want to stockpile their picks because they think this is a deep draft.
If you believe Jeff Legwald, and I do, Vic, I know you don't believe Jeff, but I do. It's not necessarily a first-round draft. It's an overall draft.
Yeah.
So are you really losing that much? I mean, listen, top 5 is pretty damn good. But beyond the top 10, if you trade back, are you really losing that much value compared to a guy you can get in the second or early second or whatever?
Right.
I think Legwald would tell you that you're not losing that much value, if any.
But if you're set on somebody, that's what's funny is that, yes, it's a deep running back draft, but Peyton has a very specific type of running back that he wants. He wants a well-rounded, catch the ball out of the backfield, pass, protect, and run type of guy. I don't think just because it's a deep running back draft that you have, 10 of those out there that you're like, yeah, whatever guy is there at the time, I'll take him. I bet they have specific dudes in mind. And that's why I wouldn't be surprised, like at number 20, if they take Hampton or Travion Henderson or somebody like that. Wouldn't shock me at all if they feel like that's the all-around back that they want. But get back to the Avs. Again, Moj, the start last night was everything that you thought it would be. Landeskog skates on the ice. He's the last guy announced in the starting lineup. Place is going crazy. First shift, he lays a hit on Rantanen and puts him on I guess not his butt, on his belly.
The crowd went crazy.
as they should have, and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then it just felt like you leaked air for the rest of the game.
When Val scored, though, and they
when
didn't
Val
play
scored,
well.
it was pop.
When Val scored, the way he scored, I turned to my wife. I said, all right, Avs are going to win this game 5-0. Let's go.
That's how I felt. Like, honestly, if they put another goal on Dallas after that, I think it's done. I think the game's over.
You've got to be hungry like the Wolf. You've got to go hard to the front of the net. Ottinger at times has looked so comfortable, so at ease in his crease. And even when you are pounding the front of the net and getting down and dirty, he still looks pretty damn good.
Yeah.
He, to me, doesn't look herky-jerky. That's not to say he doesn't get out of position, but there's zero flailings going on right now with Jake Ottinger. You had a real opportunity. And guys, again, you're down 2-1. You haven't played bad hockey. You've not been poor. You just haven't executed as well as you can. And that's it.
So we'll get back to this in just a second. Against some audio from the postgame, Avs dropped the game yesterday in overtime, down 2-1 in this series lead. We'll get back to the Avs in just a couple of minutes. Reminder to you guys, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So between getting back to the Avs next, we have obviously Game 3 of Nuggets-Clippers tonight. A whole bunch of stuff happening, though, on the radio. So at 6 o'clock, it's going to be NFL draft coverage. It's going to be DMac, Coach Sanford, Andy Lindahl, Tyler Polumbus. They'll be at number 38 live for draft coverage. I'll be at number 38 tonight as well for the Nuggets viewing party. So get your butt down there, I guess is what I'm saying. It's going to be a huge party. Multiple things going on. So we'll be there all night tonight at number 38 in Rhino. So come check us out, say hi. But back to the Avs. And that theme, Moj. You're down 2-1. This feels miserable. But let's take a broader context to this. Where do the Avs go from here? We'll get to it next.
You can feel the days getting warmer. Spring is here. That means you're going to get a new ride at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. You want to have the sun coming through the new sunroof. Maybe the top comes off. Who knows? And right now you can get employee pricing. You heard me right. Right now, employee pricing, unbelievable deals are to be had on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in captivity. Selection of top brands is absolutely gigantic. The value is now unsurpassed because of the employee pricing. So do yourself a favor. Go to sthmotors.com and shop online. That's sthmotors.com. Then get to Silterhar. It's right there at Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield. You will see exactly what I'm talking about. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Can I give you two different things that I've noticed scrolling through Twitter this morning surrounding the Avs? First of all, Mackenzie Blackwood is the number one goalie in the postseason, and goals saved. I think if there's any incredible positive to what these 3 games have been so far, is that guy has been phenomenal in each game.
I think they defended well last night. Outside that first period, and some of those shots were not super high danger shots. He had 14 on net that you saw from the Dallas Stars, but only a couple, in my opinion, were dangerous, but he made all the saves.
Yep.
The Jamie Benn goal was a really good goal.
That was. There was no way any goalie stopping that. The deflection was perfect.
Not when the shot pass is that hard down the slot and the redirect is that too much the other side. A really good play. Now, should he have had the Sagan goal? I don't know. It's a broken play, man. He walked in and flipped it short side, and he was really close. I mean, the reaction time is almost inhuman.
Was when I go back and look at the game-winning goal, and I've seen it 3 or 4 times. All right, so Makar's chasing. He's trying to hold off Sagan, right?
Sagan, yeah.
He's trying to hold him off. Who's between the goalie and, was that Drouin?
Yes.
Where should he be positioned in that situation?
Well, he was trying to catch up to the play, Vic.
Okay.
I mean, he's the one that basically got his pocket picked inside the blue line.
By Marchment?
No, by Rantanen.
And then he got it to Marchment.
He jumped Rantanen to try to keep the puck in, but Rantanen was not only able to push his way out of the zone, he was able to get it ahead to Marchment.
Just out of curiosity, let's see if you guys can do this. So, Moser, you're aware of the NHL game score impact cards for each game, right? Where they take the analytics that takes into account your offense, your defense, your power play, your penalty kill, what you contributed that night. You're aware of these?
I've heard of them.
It's like a Pro Football Focus for hockey. According to them, can you give me the top 3 players for the Avs last night and the bottom 3 players for the Avs last night?
That's a great question. Top 3 players. I'll say Val, Taser, and, am I right?
Val's number 2.
Who's number 1?
Sammy G.
Okay.
Sammy G 1, Val 2, Brock Nelson's 3.
Okay.
Those are your top 3 according to these guys.
So this is analytics in all the phases of the game.
All phases of the game.
How productive were they?
Yes.
What did they do? Blah, 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 blah.
3 worst.
Well, Jonathan Drouin's one of them.
It's 4th worst.
Okay.
So just outside it.
He had a rough night.
Yes, he did.
Was it Nate?
No.
Okay.
Nate didn't have a
You're
great night.
making me feel like I'm guessing here because it's somebody I don't expect.
I'll tell you this. It's by far, according to this, Cale Makar.
Well, yeah.
Was the worst.
Okay. He doesn't. Cale right now, I mean, honestly, on any given possession, he can be like, oh my goodness, what's he going to do? Oh, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't been that way. He had 3 shots on goal last night. Did anything feel really scary?
No.
From Cale Makar? No, it didn't.
Cale hasn't felt scary for a minute. At least in this series. That's a problem. And last night, Moj, you had the double. You know, it's like a Nuggets game when you're just like, hey, well, Joker's going to play well. It's a matter of is this guy or this guy. And you got a night where Joker didn't play well and neither did Jamal. Like McKinnon and Makar were not good last night.
You know what revelation I had last night, Moj? I look at the Avs roster and it's just stockpiled. So much damn talent, so many weapons. I almost forget Dallas has a lot of freaking weaponry as well.
And they're top.
It's sort of lost in the shuffle.
And they're arguably top 2 guys are out right now.
I know it, and I heard about that now. When does
Heiskanen?
When's he back?
Robertson's
a little long-term,
he's not
right?
going to return for this series.
Okay. Heiskanen, according to their coach, is ramping up and almost there.
He is. He needs to take contact He's skating with the main group, doing a little power play walkthrough stuff and whatever. He's not taking contact yet. Again, Vic, this is a guy who had surgery at the end of January on his knee. And so it's a lot more than just, hey, is the surgery healed? It's, do the muscles fire? Is everything correct in that regard? So it is a ramping up process. Then you have to take the contact. Every guy does before they come back in. Would he be ready for game 5 in Dallas? Maybe. I'd be very surprised if he played Saturday. So that's where you are. You better get while the getting's good.
Yeah.
While Hastings out of the lineup, you better convert.
Exactly.
So here we go. I have a good feeling about Saturday night, though. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you guys a question?
Now you're back to normal hockey and go and play deliberate, even predictable hockey, lunch pail type of hockey. I know that it's not always fun. I know you have a lot of skill on your team, but the more you play deliberate, I'd say effective, predictable hockey and work your tail off, the better you're going to be.
I think you said it best there, Moj. Last night, I'm not in panic mode whatsoever. I'm not. I still think the Avs will win this series. I do. I was just very disappointed that they couldn't take advantage of a trampoline effect.
Yeah.
If you can't get energized by what we saw last night, I'm a little confused. I really am. I'm stumbling to find the words for it because the normal human being watching that last night was ready to run through a wall, and instead the Avs responded with a very flat first period. Although they had the lead, we all know the Stars pretty much dominated possession. The puck was on their side of the ice most of the time in that first period.
Yeah, in that second period, though, Vic, it was an ugly playing hockey in a shoebox type of period. It was gross. Not any space for anybody. The Avs outshot the Stars 8-4 in period number 2.
I was going to say,
you only allowed 4 dang shots on goal in the second frame.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's. I mean, let's not act like Dallas is rolling you, because they're not by any means. But they're just playing simple. You've heard Coach Bednar talk about it on this show a billion times. Got to simplify the game.
Yep.
Chuck it in. Go retrieve it. Work hard. Get your cycle going. Shoot. The Avs started doing much more of that. I mean, Riker made a great point. So did Johnny Lyles. But later on in the game, it was one pass, shoot. One pass, shoot. One pass, shoot. Not pass, seam, pass, turnover, out of the zone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's what I see. I mean, if I'm going to judge this series for 3 games, I think the teams are pretty evenly stacked, right? I think the goalies both have played well. I can't knock Blackwood. He's made some ridiculous saves, as has their goalie. I think it's even. The only disparity between the two teams right now is the power play. The Dallas power play's been better than the Avs.
It certainly was last night. Yeah, it
you
certainly
think?
was. Yeah, it certainly was. The Avs have tried to force some things. I guarantee that Jared Bednar today and tomorrow, I mean, how much tape does he watch, Brett? How much film does he watch?
Ton.
A lot. He goes back over everything. All the coaches do. They go through it with a fine-tooth comb. I would imagine there would be changes on the top power play unit for game number 4.
I think
so,
too.
Now, if that's go big, heavy, and ugly, so be it. But, again, you've got skill mixed with brawn, and Cale Makar is one of the best in the league at finding schemes to get it through. But you watch Dallas. They're taking away all time and space. They're pushing the Avs all the way to the blue line and beyond. They are, I mean, it's heavy pressure, but if that's the case, somebody is open.
Yeah, like find someone that can get a rush going, right?
Yeah, and Dallas does a good job of going home. They crash down deep. Let me look at the event summary here real quick. The Avs had 23 shots blocked last night. And Dallas is not a big shot blocking team.
Yeah.
It just shows that they have adjusted their game to try to win the way that they feel they have to win. And they've done just enough to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just enough. Hey, the Avs get a couple of bounces their way in Game 2 and Game 3. You're saying, well, Dallas has adjusted, but you know what? It hasn't resulted in jack squat.
Right.
It's playoff hockey right there.
Again, there's a lot more to get to with this. We got Jeff Legwald coming up as Leggy's going to give us his final breakdown before the draft. If you haven't checked it out, his top 100 is on ESPN right now. I love using that as sort of a guide throughout the first round, especially to see where guys were slotted for him as best players in the draft and where guys are taken in the draft. So we can talk a little bit about that as well. But what will the Broncos do? Trade up, trade down, stay at 20, take a receiver, running back, whatever. Talk about it with Jeff Legwald next. Game tonight, Game 3, Nuggets and Clippers. You jump on the Circus Sportsbook. Nuggets 5-point dogs tonight in Game 3 against the Clippers. You can find that. You can find the series price. If you still think the Avs are going to come back and win that series against the Dallas Stars, well, you will now gain some cash on that. They're plus 120 on the Circus Sportsbook. Circus Sportsbook is the best. It's sports betting the way it should be. Tight money line splits, excellent odds everywhere that you look. No better odds in the game than Circus Sports. So if you can't get out there to Vegas and enjoy that beautiful stadium swim that they have there at the casino, the next best thing, download the app or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It is Jeff Legwald who joins us every Thursday. Leggy, we've made it. We finally made it. And I don't need to ask you about your top 100 because I have it on my laptop already. The tab is going to be permanently open until the end of this draft. But some news this morning from Adam Schefter, and I've heard everything. With the Broncos seem to be the one team like, we might move up, we might move down, we might stay here, who knows? But Schefter said they've been receiving calls from teams about their spot at number 20. My assumption is because teams want to jump ahead of the Steelers in case Shedeur Sanders is still on the table. Is that the right read?
I would think so. I think you talk about people thinking the Broncos might do anything. I've talked to an awful lot of folks who have they're guessing what the Steelers might do. Now, there are plenty of people in the league who think, they'll go another direction from a quarterback. But if you need a quarterback and you're at the top of the second round, that is the sweet spot for everybody who isn't named Cam Ward. So, I think the Broncos will be very popular if only one quarterback's off the board and we're down to pick and we're past the Saints.
Yeah.
You get past the Raiders, you get past the Saints, and if Ward's the only quarterback off the board, I think the Broncos could almost name a price at that point and be in position because they're like the last hope if you're going to get in front of the Steelers. So obviously anybody can make the deal at there, but in this draft, if I could get another 2 and I'm the Broncos and I can make a deal that gets me another second rounder, and I'm looking at my board and I only have 1 or 2 guys left with first round grades as my pick is approaching, I'd make a deal in a heartbeat.
Jeff, we talked about this, though. If the Raiders stay they're going to stay at 6. Let's say they get Ashton Genty, and then they're looking at the Broncos at 20. I said to Brett, if I'm the Raiders, I call Tampa at 19 and say, what's it going to take? Because the price of doing business inside the division to get to that 20 spot is what?
Well, just sometimes people are just uncomfortable doing business in their own division just because there's history there and all of that. I will say the Raiders' new GM was with the Broncos for some time. So, Spytek is, that's probably another story for another day, but there are so many ex-Broncos scouts and personnel guys who are GMs now. But anyway, he is a former Bronco personnel guy. So I think that his ability to make a deal would be easier than somebody else. But yeah, a lot of people don't like doing business in the division because you have to live with it, every week of every season.
Ask the Giants what living with it is like.
Hello.
Right?
That kind of soured everybody on the old do the business in the division thing for a little bit.
We all got your top 100, Jeff. Always fun to watch how it works out. What kind of feedback have you gotten when you issue your top 100? Do you hear from GMs and other personnel in the league? Do they disagree with you? Do they offer any feedback?
Everybody disagrees with everybody in the draft. That's the beauty of it. It's what kind of flavor of ice cream do you like? Basically. I've always said the funniest feedback I get is, "Who the hell are you?" And why
are the quarterbacks so low?
Yeah, how can you rank the quarterback so? Because people refuse to accept that the boards in the league look a lot different than how the quarterbacks go on draft day, and it's always been a fact. And the late Floyd Reese was the GM of the Titans for a long time, and we would talk about the draft a great deal, and he actually let me see them construct their board a few times. And that's when I learned some important lessons in 1990, whatever, about how boards are really constructed and how it really looks.
Leggy, I can say this now, it's not top secret. Your number one player is Travis Hunter. Who?
Well, yeah.
That's obvious. I mean, he's amazing. We
to
all
me
know
it
that.
Was.
Yeah. How far back would you have to go? Like if you did maybe an all-decade top 100 list, How far back would you have to go, or what player would you have to go to put somebody ahead of him?
At one, I don't, like a guy like Burrow or somebody, a quarterback, a franchise quarterback in the one spot is that's the highest grade of highest grades probably anywhere. But as a corner, he's the most gifted player I've seen since Champ came out of Georgia.
Wow.
I covered 4 of Champ's games this last year at Georgia, and I hadn't seen anything like Champ in his last year of college until I saw Travis.
How the hell are they going to squeeze 250,000 draft Nick NFL people who want to enjoy tonight into a city of 105,000? There will be more than double the amount of people visiting Green Bay tonight. Where's everybody sleeping?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that 250 for the weekend or 250 for tonight?
Either way, they need a place to sleep.
Yeah. Oh, no. And, having driven from Appleton, because that's the only hotel I could find, or even Milwaukee a few times, I do find it intriguing. But there is no place like it in the NFL, and they've done so much work to make the stadium and everything just be, that's as good a NFL franchise as there is anywhere, and it's in Green Bay, Wisconsin. But it doesn't happen if they don't share the money in the NFL. So I think it is one of the cool byproducts of shared revenue, even though owners don't always like it.
I think I read, Jeff.
What a scene that'll be.
It's going to be nuts.
I think I read that it's a $100 million boost to the economy in Green Bay, which is absolutely amazing. So people are going to be spending their cash. Hey, back to the Broncos real quick. I have a hard time deciphering exactly when all this talk about they could go back, they could move up, blah, blah, blah. I have a hard time deciphering exactly what it is they want with that first pick, or if they have their eyes set on a guy. Because if you want to trade up, boy, you can get a dang good wideout. If you want to trade back, you're still going to get a good running back. If you want to hang tough at 20, one of those killer tackles is going to drop to you that could be a franchise tackle. So it just seems, I don't know that it's been more unpredictable for me in a long time.
Well, Moser, it's because this is an odd year in the draft. I'm here to tell you, I'm not sure I've ever seen a first round like this. This is a very thin first round. And the Broncos at 20 are right on the edge of that. I mean, there's a very real chance if the board falls a certain way that pick 18 is up on the board and the Broncos aren't even on the clock yet, and they don't have any players with first round grades left on their board. That is a scenario that could happen for them. I believe they have between 18 and 20 first round grades, somewhere in there. But there is a scenario where their pick rolls around, and yeah, you can take a player and get a good high second round grade and a guy who starts a long time and nobody cares where he was graded, obviously. But it's just the dynamic of this first round. This draft is really, really good, rounds 2 through 5. But the first round is really thin this year, and that's probably NIL, and we're at the end of the extra COVID season. So this is kind of a funky year in the first round, and that's why the 20th pick feels sort of like, on a seesaw. What are they going to do? Because, they might have to move up to go get a first round graded player. I personally think they would move up for one of the tight ends if it was close enough to make the move, or if, in the 1 in a billion scenario that Genty somehow gets past 10, then I'm suddenly interested if I'm the Broncos.
So based on your work, you're telling us that the number 20 overall pick is essentially a second round draft choice. If that's the case, then move back, get some more draft choices.
It may not, Vic. I'm just saying that, not every team has the same 20 players ranked as first round graded players, or the same 15. I'm just saying there is a scenario where if the board falls how they had players graded, they may have a very short list. And then in that case, you do try to move back, or you take the absolute highest graded player you have on your board at that moment, because it's probably pretty close to the 20th pick.
Where did you in your top 100? Where's your cutoff for first round grades?
18. Cam Ward was my last first round grade this year.
So the top second round grade is McMillan out of Arizona. Gotcha.
Yeah. And those grades are roughly the same, 19 through 26, 29.
Yep.
19 through 40 really is really close.
If you had to handicap this, let's say they stay at 20. I give you offensive skill position talent, wide receiver, running back, tight end, or the field. Which do you take?
And I'm just going strictly by what I think the strength of the board will be at that point. Like, I think both tight ends will probably be gone. So strength of the board will be wide receiver, defensive tackle, or defensive front seven, or field. That's going to be the strength of your board at that point.
Gotcha.
It's very interesting. I mean, like you said, Jeff, because the first round is so thin, do you anticipate more movement than typically we'd see in the first round of an NFL draft?
I always want to say that, Moj, but it's always easier for us to talk about it this morning than it is for them to really move tonight.
Yeah, but like you say, this guy may be a second round grade for most teams, but one team and that one GM and coach go, I love that guy. They've got him way ahead of everybody else. I mean, let's take the prime example. Patrick Mahomes at number 10, Kansas City's like, we love this guy. And they say, we're going to go get him. When other teams like, we don't grade him that high out of Texas Tech. I don't know about that. Well, I mean, that could happen, right?
Always. It only takes one. You only need one person in love to make that happen. Again, this is a weird board because it's a thin first round and there's no real consensus QB2 for people in the league. And that you put those two things together, that's why it feels so quirky and uncertain. I mean, last year was like, people couldn't wait to take all the quarterbacks on the board. This year, it's like everybody's trying to avoid it on purpose. It's just a funky thing. But I firmly believe, I have a hard time believing it's a one quarterback first round. I've seen too many years when it isn't.
Well, that's the last thing I want to ask, and we'll let you go, and I always appreciate your time, is one thing I know about Vegas is they don't like losing money. And I saw a shift over the course of a week.
Does anybody?
Well, Vegas especially.
I think Steve Ballmer does.
Yeah, Steve Ballmer doesn't care. You told us that earlier. The odds. So they have this thing where
apparently the Phoenix Suns don't care either, but that's another story.
There's a thing that they do, which is they take a specific player, they give them an over-under of overall draft selection, right? A week ago, Shedeur Sanders' over-under was 11.5. Now it's 21.5. What happened?
Well, they're digging for information just like everybody else is, and they've obviously heard some things, or their actuarial people have heard some things that adjust the number. Some of it, and we all don't talk about this enough. Sometimes they don't care about information. They're just looking to split the money down the middle. Gotcha. So if the bettors have responded that way, they're going to move the number, whether they believe it or not. It's not, I tell people all the time, they're not saying who they think is going to win every week. They're saying, what's the number that splits the money? And that's always what they're going for.
And how many teams are playing coy on Shedeur? Maybe you have 5 teams that really like him, and somebody may jump to 11, right? I mean,
on that subject,
a lot of coyness going on.
You can't listen to the, I tell people all the time, you got to be careful with the one anonymous scout quote, because I can find a scout to say they don't like puppies and rainbows. I mean, you can find a scout who doesn't like a player, no matter who the player is. I mean, I can go back in my binder. I can pull down my 1999 binder and read you criticisms of Peyton Manning.
Mm-hmm.
And, you can find a personnel person to criticize any player. So I don't run a lot of those because I don't believe in that. I think that's a disservice to the kid.
Just going to ask you that. Yeah.
Journalistically, that's a disservice in my opinion, to the kid. But
the Athletic doesn't care about that.
I think it's crap. I think it's an
Athletic
absolute
doesn't
joke.
care about that.
I think you're delving. You're sitting when you change the credibility of the character of a player, and you do it 3 days before the draft. What are we doing?
And my feeling is you're kind of outing yourself as a draft coverage of the draft person, that you're saying I don't talk to enough people to know that I can find one or two to criticize any player that's been on any board in the history of the draft.
Right.
I mean, this is my 40th, and I've heard criticisms of every single player who has a gold jacket right now over that course of that time. So anyway, and I know you didn't need all that, but that's just
I appreciate it. It's very Real Housewivey, like that sort of like gossipy tabloid feel to do that right before the draft.
And look, if you're going to pay people in the business for clicks, you're going to get that kind of stuff, and that's and some outlets pay for clicks.
Yeah,
mine does not, but some people base their payment on how much action the story got. So anyway, I guess I would tell folks, if you consume draft content, just know that I could find a scout or a personnel guy to criticize any player of any draft in the history of
when you need criticism of a fellow media member, especially on the show, can you call me and let me provide those anonymous quotes, please?
You want to be the anonymous guy? You would be an effective. You would be a popular source in the media draft buildup.
Please let me be that guy.
Brett.
I would look forward to my scouting report then. For me.
Brett.
Yes.
Did he say 40th season?
40th. Yeah.
Good Lord Almighty, that's crazy.
Actually, it's a little more. I stacked my first draft in 1984, so
I love it. Like
put that in your.
We this is why we love to have you on, because you're so good at what you do, and we appreciate your time. I'm looking forward to this, man. I'm going to be one eye on the draft, one eye on the Nuggets. Complete Bass scenario going on tonight. But look at you. You finally get a day off at some point. When's that?
No, that OTA's rookie mini camps, like the week after the draft. So
good Lord.
Welcome to the 2025 season.
You said, as we let you go, Leggy, you said one thing that I'm going to use as a euphemism for pants now. You said, I will pull down my 1999 binder. I'm going to start calling my pants 1999 binders.
No, I'm probably wearing pants from 1999.
Leggy, you're the best. Always appreciate the insight, buddy. Thank you.
See you.
That is Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Go check out his top 100. Use it like I do. I go through the draft, and I look at a name that's drafted, and I see where it's at on the top 100. It's my draft Bible, as I use every single year.
My prediction,
I
had
by
a
the way,
different prediction a month
sorry,
ago.
just quickly. All conversations with Legwald brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with the job, end with a career. Go ahead, Vic.
I believe the Broncos will be tempted to move up. They will be tempted, and that temptation will be lost tonight. They will move back in the draft. I believe that's what they'll do. I think 20 will be given to another team, and they'll pick up some more resources.
So you think Shedeur will be on the table?
Not necessarily. I just think number 20, if given the opportunity to move back, they will.
Should have saved that for about 30 minutes from now.
Why? I'll say it again.
It would have been much more impactful then.
When I do it 30 minutes from now, I'll do it with a more impactful tone.
Right. Preview the Nuggets. Get keys to the game next. All right, a lot going on tonight. I'll be out at number 38 in Rhino hosting a Nuggets watch party. Also, DMac, Coach Sanford, Polumbus, Lindahl, they'll all be there giving you live coverage of the NFL Draft, which starts at 6, leads all the way until Nuggets pregame at 7:30, and then they will go to AM 950 to close out the first round of the draft. So all that's happening at number 38 in Rhino.
If all those other guys are going to be there, why do you need to be there?
I don't make the rules. I just, do as I'm told. A docile human being.
So we've got other people representing the station there, but they feel the need to send you there as well, just to put it over the top.
Vic, you're asking questions I don't have answers to. You're yelling at the lady behind the desk as opposed to the person that's actually in charge of the policy.
Maybe you have the answer to this question. If half of the station is going to be down there tonight, why the need to send Brett Kane?
Well, because he's the pretty boy.
Ah, that's what I was looking for.
Hey, I suggested earlier in the program that just give Brett some love. I mean, if you see him down there and he's hustling his bustle and he's not going to get any sleep.
You guys don't have to do anything.
Just give him some. Well, some guy texted in.
You don't have to do anything.
He said, look, I'm 6'6" and I'm 260 and I give really good hugs. Brett, I'll see you tonight.
I don't want people
Well, you
touching
probably
me.
do.
I don't want people touching me.
And by all means, make sure you touch his face. Because Brett really likes him.
If a stranger touches my face, there is going to be a reaction that I have that is involuntary, by the way.
Oh, I can't wait.
Is it like Warren from Something About Mary? You start swinging, just start hooking?
Dude, I'm not
just
kidding.
Start hooking.
I'm not kidding. It's like an elbow comes up really quick. I'm like, what are you doing? Get away from here. Anyway, so all that's going on at number 38. Be my guest. Stop by. Say hi. In the meantime, keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
8 o'clock tonight. Tip-off for Nuggets Clippers. Round 1, Game 3. Trying to grab that series lead again. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Vic, keys to the game?
I could say the key is just not to miss free throws. You miss 8 of them in the last game, and you lose by 3. I could use a key and say, don't turn it over. 20 turnovers, 7 by Joker. That's always a key. That was the key to this series when I started this whole thing a week ago. But that's too easy. Instead of a key, I'm going to tell you what the Nuggets should do tonight, if it were me. I would put Peyton Watson exclusively on Kawhi Leonard. I thought Peyton Watson's defensive Kawhi in the first 2 games, although Kawhi still got what he wanted, it was a lot tougher when Peyton Watson was guarding him. His length gave him some issues. I would go out of my way to find opportunities to put Peyton Watson on Kawhi Leonard one-on-one. At least that would give you a shot there. That's my key.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used, all in one place. Speaking of,
wait, that's your key, P-Watt on Kawhi? That's your key?
Well, I mean, I could go the generic route like Moser does with the Avs. Get more pucks on net. Time and space. What else do you want me to get? What other generic key do you want?
You know what's funny? When we first started doing
check
this,
hard.
Yeah. What else? What else does Moser usually say? Play with grit. Playoff hockey. Play hard, everybody. That's the key.
Don't give up more than 2 goals and you'll win.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll go the Moser route.
That is not what I said.
I knew when we started this would turn into you guys would make it a competition on whose stupid keys are cooler than the other person's stupid keys.
I said the key to the series would be turnovers, and so far what I said goes.
I could say a lot of things, but I'll settle on P-Watt on Kawhi.
Well, I got a question.
Actually, Vic, part of you is incredibly correct. Kawhi was really good in Game 2.
What's the question?
You cannot allow him to be that efficient.
Well, it's easier said than done. That dude
understood. He finally looked like himself.
Yeah.
Let's say Porter can't go tonight because there's a good chance he won't. He's questionable.
Yeah.
Let's say he doesn't.
Start P-Watt.
Who do you start?
Start P-Watt.
I would agree with that. I think it's Watson.
And Russell stays and comes off the bench.
Yep.
That's the move I would make. I mean, what they do, different story. What I would do. You're asking me what I would do. I would put Peyton Watson on on Kawhi and say good luck. Now, Kawhi's going to have some counter moves. Just because I say that doesn't mean it's going to work. I mean, he's obviously about 30 pounds heavier than Peyton Watson, so he'll try to move him inside. Listen, tonight is going to be a difficult game, man. The energy in that arena for the Clippers, it's their first playoff game ever in that arena. And it's going to be loud, and their role players are going to play better. So I hope the Nuggets prove me wrong. I really do. I am hoping they do what they always do.
I agree.
When we get to this point.
I agree. When you think it's all over, they say, nah, we got you. We got you. And that's what they did last year against Minnesota.
Yeah. I want to be able to walk away from that game tonight in our postgame show and say, God, they did it again, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
How resilient a group is this?
Oops.
Every time you doubt them, here
they
they
did
are.
it again. They won a game.
Seriously. Every time we doubt them, and we've doubted them many, many times. What's funny about it, the games where I'm confident is the games where, like, I was confident in Game 7 last year in the playoffs. I was confident. I mean, hell, they took a 20-point lead. I felt great.
Yeah.
It's the games where I lack. Like, I don't have much confidence tonight. I don't feel this one. But this is the game where they say, I'll take your feelings. Stuff them right down your throat.
But they're excellent as underdogs. And so maybe it's a good thing that we don't feel good tonight. Maybe. Anyway, you can catch it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Just quickly, did you guys see that Barton officially retired yesterday? Will Barton?
Yeah.
On social media?
Well, yeah, he was playing in Thailand or something. Where was he?
It was something like that.
Costa Rica? Where was he?
You know, I know that Will Barton was the punching bag for a lot of folks here for a lot of years, but my run-ins with I love Will.
Well, Vic, I don't think
Will's going to be one of my favorite dudes.
I don't think he's a bad person.
He's a great dude, man.
Yeah, he was playing for the Guangdong Southern Tigers.
Can I give you a quick
Guangdong, Bagdon,
story?
Big Dong?
Bagdon.
Can I give you a quick Will Barton story? I don't know what year it was. I think it was like 7 years ago. Do you remember when Will Barton was invited to the NBA dunk contest? That was the dunk contest that featured Aaron Gordon versus Zach LaVine. It was in Toronto. Do you remember that? Vaguely? Anybody?
It's a long time ago, Vic.
So he was the only member of the organization to be invited to the All-Star Weekend at that time. That was pre-Joker doing his thing. So it had to be 9 years ago. Hell, 8 years ago, whatever. So we go out to Toronto with Will, and Will has his group of friends that are with him the entire weekend. And he's the most generous dude I've met. We go to a mall, and he says, I'm going to get all my friends and myself fur coats. So we do this story. We go to this mall. Your boy Paul Ladd was with me. We shoot this story. He buys like 4 fur coats for his friends and himself. And these are not the cheap ones. I'm there alone for the ride, just documenting the story. So we go to the register. He goes, I got you one too, Vic. I go, no, Will, I don't want a fur. I'm good. I don't want a fur coat. I'm not wearing a fur coat. But that's the kind of guy he is. He wanted to get fur coats for all of us.
See, I could use some slacks, though.
I did go back down and says I could use 3 or 4 pair of those shoes.
Right.
I totally would have gotten a fur coat. Are you kidding me?
No.
Oh, my God.
I would walk out of there. Look, you guys seen the movie American Gangster? I would have been like Denzel going to that whoever was fighting the boxing match between those two dudes. I would have been that. Just full fur coat,
I think
fur
it
hat.
Was the Madison Square Garden fight, right?
Yeah, it was.
It was Ollie and Frazier.
Yeah, I would look exactly like that. I would have taken one. You know what's funny about Will Barton? I don't think Will Barton's left.
Huh?
Oh yeah. See, that's what I would look like for sure. I don't think Will Barton's left. I think he just changed his name to Russell Westbrook because I feel like they're the exact same guy and they get the exact same love and hate. Mm-hmm. I mean, tell me I'm wrong.
Well,
Will Barton
there's
did
always
some
that guy.
really great stuff that you loved. You're like,
No.
yeah, Will. And then you're like, Will, stop shooting the ball.
Every year there's that guy. During the championship season, Jeff Green was that guy.
Yes.
Will Barton is a guy. He was the most disliked, or he caught the most flack from fans probably in the last 20 years in this town.
Also had diehard defenders.
Absolutely. But at the same time, he also saved the Nuggets bacon on many a night.
Okay, now take everything you just said and put Russell Westbrook in there, and it's the exact same situation.
Yeah, it does feel like that is the case, yes.
It's like You tell him, no. Oh, never mind. He's hot. Let him cook. But then he wants to cook when he's not cooking.
No. If a man wants to buy you a fur coat, let the man buy you
let him buy you a fur coat. What are you
Dude,
doing?
there's a lot of things on the list I would have allowed him to buy me. I'm not beneath that, trust me. But I stop at fur coats.
I would totally have one. I would wear it every day. Could you imagine me in my sweatpants, scuffed up sneakers, bacon neck t-shirt, and then a fur coat, fancy, expensive fur coat over the top?
Did you ever see the photo of me, Joe Namath, before Super Bowl 48? Remember, he's the one that did the coin flip? And I caught him outside the arena in his mink coat.
He's had a mink coat for like 50 years, hasn't he?
Yeah, he pulls it off.
Yeah, I don't do mink.
Hey, can I just say one thing?
You don't even know what a mink is.
I don't.
I don't either, actually.
What is it?
It's a type of, it looks like a ferret.
I mean, yeah, this looks great. What do you mean? It's amazing. I would totally do that. Just quickly here. We'll get back to the Avs to close out the show in a second, Moj. But this is what drives me nuts. Maybe I'm especially sensitive to it because I come from a town sort of like this, way bigger than Green Bay. But you know how annoyed we get when people who live on the coast, whether it's New York, LA, the way they talk about Denver like it's some podunk nothing town, right? And that annoys us. When Stephen A goes, I don't want to go to Denver. I want to go to LA.
Yeah, we're like, get bent.
Feinbaum. Boulder. Here's a tweet from...
Boy, he was...
Hang on.
He was so condescending when he said
it. That's the thing.
He was so condescending.
I hate the way that people talk about towns like this. Like they're better. They're above these little towns, right? Here's Mike Greenberg. He's got a selfie with him and Booger. They're at a diner in Green Bay. He said, breakfast in Green Bay, I asked if they could make an almond milk latte. Booger hasn't stopped laughing. What do they think towns like Green Bay are? Like they're in some sort of time machine where they're churning butter in the back?
I don't know,
like,
dude.
That's incredibly insulting to think that they wouldn't make you a latte.
Don't get me going on Greenberg.
You know what I'm talking about,
Don't get me going on Greenberg.
Not him specifically, but a whole bunch of people. They're like, Green Bay, do you guys got Wi-Fi at the hotel?
Let me tell you something. I went back to Green Bay. I went back to Lambeau for a game, and going to Appleton. It is like walking into 1950 at times, but I found it pleasant. I thought it was awesome. It's just they run things differently, man.
So every once in a while, I like to remind people that if you like to eat, these people make your food, and they work harder than anybody that you probably know. These guys who live in these little towns that you think are nothing. They work hard.
You're right. I mean, if you go to Brett's hometown and you order a latte, Brett will go down and milk that damn cow for the latte.
This is what I'm
right
talking
there in front of you.
See? Now I'm talking to Mike Greenberg. This is what I mean.
Yeah, of all the people, Vic.
Because you had a goat hanging up in your garage. What do you mean?
Yeah, he went from having.
I value that.
He went from having his.
I just realized that. You make fun of me for milking cows, which I've never done before, and
Brett,
you had a goat hanging in your garage when you were a kid.
And we skinned it for Easter.
Yeah, consider this guy. He went from having a pet murdered for dinner to coming home from Italy with that friggin' scarf around his. Remember the scarf?
He went from that to Augusta National.
I know, for God's sake. Never in the history of mankind has a guy had his pet eaten and gotten on Augusta National.
I think
You're
that's
probably right.
True. Nobody that's ever played at Augusta has eaten their own pet before. Ever.
That's a great point. Nobody, I'll say this. North Denver, and they call it by another name right now, which is sinful. Never in the history of North Denver has a family raised goats and rabbits in a one-car garage like we did.
I think that's probably true.
And then eaten them.
All right.
How many people can a goat, the average goat, feed?
The goats are big. They could probably
Dude, I won't eat lamb. I won't eat any of that crap anymore. That scarred me for life. I don't do it. Won't do it. I won't eat anything foreign.
Do you like cherish them, or do you just ignore them now?
I just think of Jake.
He named it and everything. Oh my God!
I just think of Jake and hand feeding him after school every day. And loving on him.
And Easty's like, that's it, boy. Get that goat nice and fat.
All right. Would you have preferred him hanging in the garage the way that you came across him? Or would you have, or would it be better if you didn't see that and you just got dinner that night and they just said, by the way, this was Jake?
The latter.
You would have taken the latter than seeing your pet.
I would have never even blinked, yeah. It was almost like a mafia scene.
I actually get that. I know what you're talking about.
I mean, you're raising this beautiful baby goat. And you go to your garage every day, you and your brother, and you bond and you feed this goat for months. And then Easter week arrives, and you open the garage ready to feed your baby goat, Jake. And it's hanging upside down, bleeding into a bucket.
Jesus Almighty. I mean, Moj, it's like that would be a nightmare. As a child, it's a nightmare. All right. Speaking of nightmares, the way the game ended last night.
In 2025, I'll play Augusta National. It was. Well, it was for. Yeah.
We'll get to it in a second.
Okay.
Stick around.
We're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Is that for Jake?
Pour one out for the goodest boy that ever was, Jake.
Jake the GOAT.
It's also a reason why I've never been a pet guy.
Yeah, that would scar you. Definitely would.
Dude,
what if you walk downstairs and Roxy is... Terry's like...
I was going to say, dude, look.
Save us some money. Save us a lot of money. She doesn't even tell me how much she spends on these damn things.
Didn't your youngest have hamsters at one point?
You know that story. I don't need to tell you that story again. Did I tell you this story?
I don't know if I've heard the
Yeah,
hamster story.
I remember seeing the hamster cage.
So my daughter, my youngest had a hamster, and one day it bloated and it was dead, or it was dying. It was dying, and so they decided, well, let's go to the vet and get it fixed. So they go to the vet, and the vet said we can't fix it, and it's going to cost $275 to put it down.
Yeah, dude, 50 cents.
$275 to put a hamster down. All right, here's the story. Doesn't end here. 2 days later, my wife paid $500 to exterminate some mice in our garage. $500 to exterminate mice. To which I said, why didn't you just throw that damn hamster in the garage and we would have got it all done for $500?
Yeah.
She couldn't fathom that equation.
I guarantee you that vet looked at the hamster, and they probably could have done something. They're like, no. I'm not fixing your rodent.
Dude, if I was a vet, now look, I love animals. I love them.
Hamsters have a death wish, by the way. Do they actually exist in life outside of little
Do you know how many
cages inside of a
snakes
pet
live
store?
in my little yard area? Just throw it in the yard.
Yeah.
Let somebody eat.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that if I was a vet, and I love all creatures, but somebody brought me a hamster, first of all, I'd be laughing hysterically.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, just one of those popped-up garbage cans, flip the lid open with my foot, bang!
Hey.
That'll be $2.
Or you do this move. Oh, yeah, we got some real problems here. I think it needs a blood transfusion. It's got to stay overnight. It's going to run you about $2,000. Anyway. Again,
I hate to be, I know it sounds cruel, but a hamster is not a dog, man.
I think we can all differentiate the two.
And by the way, nobody's taking a guinea pig and stringing it up.
Okay. Avs last night.
Yeah.
I'm still miserable. Like, miserable.
Because of everything involved with that game.
It just shouldn't be a game that you lose.
Yeah.
Given what all went into it, the amount the crowd was just, and that's what I think I'm kind of bummed for. So Val gets the goal. When did he score that goal? How far into the game was it?
I'm not really going to look back at it.
So Val scores.
It was in the early going.
8 minutes into the game.
It had to be 8 minutes in, yep.
And you hear just this place, explode. And then you get nothing the rest of the way. And then it's just like the crowd is begging for another moment like that. And what's happened now 2 games in a row in this series, you got a lead, you don't do anything about it, like you did in game 1. In game 1 you did. Don't do anything about your lead. You leave things up to kind of chance and bad bounces and whatever at the end of games. And Dallas comes back, ties it up, and then takes it in OT. But the especially, spread your legs, kick in the nuts moment is you get a 4-minute power play at the end of the third, and 3.5 of that is going into OT. And you get almost, 1 or 2 dangerous chances, but really it just looked meh.
Right. It looked fairly pedestrian. In the first 4 power plays, I would say, looked fairly pedestrian. By the way, I don't forget that Duchesne also took that tripping penalty more than halfway through period number 3.
Yeah.
So there's a prime opportunity on your 4th power play of the game to make them pay. And you get gifted a double minor at the end of regulation with 39 seconds left, and you can't convert.
The game. That's the game.
You can't convert.
That's
now,
the
again,
game.
if there's 4 minutes left in regulation, it's a different story. But the fact that they were able to go into the room talking about the Stars, regroup, what do we need to do? Yeah. Their pressure, their killing was excellent. They were able to survive it, man. It's survival of the fittest in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That being said, the Avs have a lot of things they can do better. They can make better decisions. They can be more deliberate. They can simplify their game. Unfancy what you're doing. Unfancy it.
Is there anything worse than the suddenness of sudden death playoff hockey?
No.
When you called it last night, Moj, it's so sudden. It's like a slap across, slap Brett right now. Just a big slap. And you receive that slap, and you're in shock for a second. Like, what just happened? No, there was no goal there. Moser didn't. No, I didn't see it. Nope.
For a split second, yeah. For a split second, you can't believe it happened.
That can't be over.
That is correct.
It's just so weird to stomach that.
Well, you know what else about it, too? And I caught this because about half a second later, my TV was off. As I did my patented move that I didn't know I had in my arsenal again, which is I was so mad that I immediately turned it off. There could have been a challenge, Moj. I would have no idea until I got here at 6 or 5:58 in the morning.
Wait, you didn't watch Postgame? No. See, Postgame was a must-watch last night. I needed to hear what happened. I needed to hear from Gabe Landeskog. I watched the entire Postgame show last night.
Turn it off immediately.
I needed to hear from Johnny and Kyle on what happened, how it broke down. I thought their analysis of it was great.
Texter? I'm sure it was. I didn't have the stomach for it. Texter says, Moser saying goal was the last thing that aired on my TV last night.
See, I can't do that. How do you go to bed then?
I didn't go to bed. I just couldn't watch that.
So what did you do in the time being? See, I
turned on Hulu or something like that. I switched rooms and turned on Hulu.
So that's how you
slept on the couch.
I think the Avalanche are going to be very, very good on Saturday.
No, I want to say one thing.
I've seen this all before, yeah.
Just one last thing on that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what sound killed me the most. You got a crowd of how many? 18,000 what last night? 18,000 something?
18,109.
Dallas scores.
Yeah.
And all I hear is about 5 voices saying, yeah.
Yeah.
And the rest of that place is silent. It's the 5 stars on the ice are the only ones making noise. That killed me. Killed me.
Killed. And it's Dallas. And there's a history there. There's a history with the Avs in Dallas. And it hasn't been a good history. Let's be honest. I mean, for as long as the Avs have been in Denver, their biggest nemesis come playoff time has been the Dallas Stars.
It's been a little bit Peter DeBoer, too, whether it was San Jose or Vegas or whatever the case is. Now in Dallas, he's gotten his team to resurrect.
To get to where you wanted to go, Moj, I'll tee this up for you. Despite being down 2-1 in this series, Dallas has led for a grand total of 62 seconds. So it's not like you've been getting owned and it's like this. I don't have this doom feeling of like, oh, God, this series is over. I don't have that. It's just I'm pissed. But go ahead. You were saying something along the line
Simplify the game. Make better decisions, especially in the power play. You're going to have to go to the front of the net, and you will win. I mean, Ottinger walks out last night with like a .969 save percentage. Something just remarkable.
Yeah.
And it can't be that way. You must get in his kitchen. You must get ugly.
It's not because he's been good, Moj. I'm not taking anything away from him. But he hasn't had to do a lot, I guess is what I'm saying.
No diving saves. No. He's been very effective.
A lot of glove.
I'm going to give him
credit. A lot of just glove work.
I'm going to give him credit. He's been his lack of panic and his lack of herky-jerky motion has been very good.
I really do believe, though, and I'm not just saying, I'm not fanboying this whatsoever. I think the Avs can rattle off 3 straight.
I do too.
I do too.
I think it's totally possible.
They could absolutely do that. Absolutely. It's a damn good hockey club. This team would be up, in my opinion, 3-0 on Minnesota, St. Louis, Edmonton.
Yeah, I hate hearing that comp thing.
I know you do.
Because everybody says that about the Nuggets, too. Oh, if the Nuggets are playing Golden State, I don't care. This is
understood.
You know what?
I know.
This is the bed you've made. This is the bed you've made.
Right. My point is I'm saying this is a good hockey club.
I get it.
They have not played poor hockey. They've not been bad. They've been ineffective at times. And that's what's cost them.
You had plenty of time to change it. Like, this is just game 3. You're down 2-1. Win. Even this thing up, and I'm with Vic. Like, this isn't the kind of series in which you've been getting crushed, but if there's one thing that is really bothersome, especially the last two games, you had opportunities to close and you didn't.
Yeah.
You left the door open. You allowed them the opportunity to, I'll say, steal these because you've had third period leads.
Well, more importantly, Monday night, the double loseroo. No sleep for Vic. No sleep. Cost me a night's sleep. Last night, Gabe's comeback spoiled. No sleep for Vic. Done. I need to sleep.
Yeah, I do as well.
And it needs to start tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier, you mentioned that Will Barton, Will the Thrill, has officially announced his retirement from basketball. And Moser, you asked where he's been since he left the Toronto Raptors. Well, in 2024, he played in Spain, Puerto Rico, and China. And then this year, he went back to Puerto Rico and was playing for Atléticos de San Germán. And their nickname, their team's name is El Monstruo Anaranjado, the Orange Monster.
I like that. I like that a lot. So wait, in 2024, he played in Spain, Puerto Rico, and
China?
And China, yes.
Damn, he was all over the world.
He was Carmen Sandiego for the year of 2024.
No kidding. All right.
Wow.
Well, hopefully tomorrow, it's a little bit more chipper morning. I need one. Please.
Yeah, come
Nuggets,
on, Nuggets.
please.
Fix it.
Game's at
Come
8
on,
o'clock
Nuggets.
tonight. Can you hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a wonderful Thursday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
What should have been remembered as a joyous and victorious return to the ice for Gabriel Landeskog is spoiled by Tyler Seguin 5 minutes into overtime as the Avs lose for the second consecutive game to Dallas. This one 2-1 is the score. 2-1 is the series as the Avs now have 2 days off before Saturday evening's Game 4, where you have to do what the Dallas Stars did at home. Lose Game 1, win Game 2 on home ice to send this thing to a 3-game series back to the Lone Star State. Welcome to the Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy, alongside the coach Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Coach, I have not been that upset, that angry at an Avs game since Ryan Graves hit 2 sets of shin pads in overtime against the Vegas Golden Knights back in 2021.
Yeah, I listened to the postgame show, Raj, on my way home. I had a nice little date night last night. Ball Arena.
Good for you.
Took the wifey.
At least someone scored.
Anyway, great night. One of the best sporting events, sporting atmospheres I have ever been around. And I've been around some big ones.
Chilling.
I had allergies inside of that building.
Yep.
Like bad allergies. Really bad. You can actually, if you're watching me right now on Twitch or YouTube, you can see I look like somebody who had allergies last night.
Yeah, could have used the, what do they call it? The gua sha? The guasha?
The guasha. There we go.
The gua sha.
It was incredible. It was electric. That was as loud as I have ever heard Ball Arena.
Yeah.
I think it was the loudest that, I mean, maybe winning. Gosh, man, it was louder for Gabe Landeskog's return than when the banner was hung for the Denver Nuggets.
So
the first NBA championship banner was hung in opening game of the next season in 23-24.
I was young, but I was in the lower bowl in Game 7 in 2001. And prior to Game 7 in 01, that's the craziest atmosphere I've ever been in.
It was
last night had to have been close.
I
wasn't in the building. I was at our watch party at number 38 in Rhino, so I was not able to feel that energy. You could feel it, and I had my cans on. I was listening to Connor and Mitchie on the radio call. You could feel it through the radio.
Yeah. It was a very early arriving crowd. 2 hours before the game, my wife and I got there, and it was all you saw were
as it should have been.
Avs sweaters. Everybody flooding the area around Ball Arena. Went to Brooklyn's. It was the vibes were off the chains, and everybody was there to see the triumphant return of Gabe Landeskog. And I think the expectation, which was met certainly for the first 10 minutes of ice time, the expectation was that the Avs would greatly benefit from a massive shot in the arm of getting their captain back on the ice.
And honestly, I don't think they did. For the first 40 minutes of this hockey game, and we'll get back into Gabe and the feel-good story about it as the day goes on, and so much to get into, whether it's that, preparing for the Nuggets Game 3 here in L.A., or rather there in L.A., you've got round 1 of the NFL draft, where the Broncos going to move up into the top 5. We'll have a mock draft coming up in about an hour from right now. But we have to start with the on-ice product. And for the first 40 minutes of the game, the players were bad. They were simply bad. About 5 minutes into the second period.
I thought Val was good.
Val was good. Val was fine.
Val looked the best that he's looked so far in the series.
Yes, I will 100% give you that.
And he was milk carton man a little bit through the first 2 games.
And
I know he scored a goal, but he also did some things that you're like, that's Val Nichushkin. He's physical. He's getting into
the neutral zone.
Yes, he's getting to the spots that you need to get him to.
Talk about a milk carton. We'll get into Cale Makar in a minute.
There's a couple of them.
The fourth line, I'm not going to talk about the fourth line because they've just been set it and forget it and so good. And they were the same exact version of themselves last night as they were in Game 1 and Game 2.
Jack Drury continues to impress. He's a guy that last night, he just shows up and he bangs, he's physical. He's the type of player you need in the series.
I thought the puck management in the first 40 minutes of the hockey game was atrocious. And I'm screaming at the television. If I was on the bench, I would have been breaking sticks. And there's a reason why I'm not behind an NHL bench, right? I'm not emotionally stable enough to do those types of things. But they managed the puck at the blue lines worse than I've seen them manage the puck in months. They couldn't chip things by. They couldn't hold on to pucks. They were turning pucks over in the offensive or zone when they were getting closer and closer to the blue lines, and not being able to control the blue lines against a Pete DeBoer team is a recipe for disaster.
Well, that's what I was going to say right there. Pete DeBoer. Now that we're 3 games into this series, once again, Pete DeBoer somehow, some way in the matchup against the Avs is getting exactly what he wants.
We talk about,
about
being, who's your daddy? Coach Bednar, who's your daddy right now? It's Pete DeBoer.
Dude, you can't argue against that. Outside game one was game 1. Last 2 games, you are playing right into the hands of what a Pete DeBoer coach team wants to just muck it up between in the neutral zones. And they want to dispossess you and make the game ugly hockey. And last night, what was it, Raj? Was that beautiful hockey?
No, not for either team. It wasn't beautiful hockey.
Yeah, and to Pete DeBoer, it is beautiful hockey.
And
correct?
what you weren't doing was managing pucks on the blue lines. And if you want to lose a game in the neutral zone, you fail to manage pucks on both blue lines. And through 40 minutes, the Avs didn't do that. Now, in the third period, I liked their game way better. At the end of the third period, I loved their game. In the first 40, it was bad. And the players were simply not good enough. Mackenzie Blackwood has been sensational. He's the best goaltender from a goal saved above expected stance in the playoffs right now. It's
He's
not
number 1.
particularly close. While the players were not good enough for the first 40 minutes, they were good enough in the final 20 to help you out and make sure that you were still tied 1-1. You do not get to complain about officiating after this game. Was the officiating good? No, but you don't get to complain about it. You had 6 power plays. You had a double minor at the end of regulation. Now, for the second game in a row, you had a power play at the end of regulation in a tied hockey game in the playoffs. So do you get to complain about the officiating? No, shut up. You don't get to do that. What you can complain about today, Avs fans, is the fact that your coaching staff lost you game 3 because of the personnel decisions that they made in game 2. And the lack of personnel decisions and changes that they made going into Game 3 and throughout the entirety of Game 3. You guys know I am not a blame the coach guy. I never have been that guy. I think Jared Bednar is a top 5 coach in the National Hockey League right now. I love that coach. He has never been worse than he was last night, he and his coaching staff. Never. It is 100% on the coaching staff that they lost that hockey game last night, and it stems back to game 2. Part of the reason why the team was not good enough in the neutral zone last night, couldn't handle pucks, turning things over, not scoring grade A opportunities when you should have won the game. Sure, you can point at the end of the game, and certainly in overtime in the power play, the Lecky thing, the Drew end pass to the middle that Nate just isn't in the right spot for on the goal mouth. You know what part of that is? Part of that is emotion. Part of that is gripping a little bit because the moment of last night was so big. The emotions were so big. And you can say, well, Raj, there's no way to get away from that. No, there was. There was a way to get away from that. There was a way to prepare you for the emotions of Game 3. And that would have been to have played Gabe Landeskog in Game 2.
Or Game 1.
Or Game 1.
Clearly, Gabe Landeskog was ready to return to a National Hockey League game.
Is he an ornament? He's not. The 13 minutes and 16 seconds of time on ice, he was fine. He was good enough. You know the best 5-on-5 line that the Avs had last night? They only played just south of 5 minutes together. Joel Kiviranta, Charlie Coyle, Gabe Landeskog. 7 shots on goal for, 0 against. They only played 4 minutes and 45 seconds together. What? Tell me the decision-making that went into that. Are you saving the player? Are you making sure that he doesn't get injured? Or are you trying to win a hockey game? Because you can't have both. Not in the playoffs, you can't. I haven't even got into the abysmal power play. 6 times, including a gift of a double minor at the end of regulation. You haven't done a damn thing on the power play all night long. Jonathan Drouin has been awful on the power play, especially last night. Can't hold on to a puck, can't hit a one-timer, can't pick a puck off the boards, can't tip anything when he's in net front. Can't help on the neutral zone entry because Dallas is overloading the side that McKinnon goes to. You don't have a net front presence because you're not being able to get shots through, so you decide to keep him out when you have a 6'3" Val Nichushkin just sitting on the bench on the power play. You have Gabe Landeskog, one of the best net front players in the league today. And sure, we haven't seen him in 3 years. You went out and got Charlie Coyle, 6'3". You went out and got Brock Nelson, 6'4". Yes, he played on power play 1, but you decide to bang your head against the wall for 65 minutes and 6 different power play opportunities. In what world is that the right decision? I have never been this mad after a hockey game. The only time I've been this upset was after Ryan Graves decided to look off Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar against the Vegas Golden Knights the year before the Avs won the Cup. This is the only time I've ever felt this upset about it. The losses on the coaching staff last night. And they must, if they want to save this season, which should end in a cup, if they want to save the season, you must make adjustments going into Game 4.
Got some good news for you, Raj.
Unacceptable.
I got some good news for you. You ready for it? It's draft day today, baby. Woo! Let's go. Let's go, man. Broncos might not pick somebody today.
Someone bring a puppy into the studio, man. I'm going to have a coronary.
Are you the kind that, do you kick your dog?
No, I love my dog.
Okay, good.
I hug my dog.
Yeah,
when I'm upset, I come home and I just go, buddy, come here. Give him some belly rubs.
Yeah.
He tries to attack me.
Yep. Doodles love the belly rub.
I should have brought Tito into the office today as an emotional support animal.
Look at Dave Fleck and say, yep.
He's here.
Certified.
He's
a certified emotional support animal.
Put an Avs jersey around him. No, this is...
Kevin, Dave, did you hear me last night on the postgame show? I need this. I need this right now.
It's not to say that I don't trust Bedsy and the coaching staff. I do. I think he's amazing.
But explain to me, yesterday, we got the news during our show that
it was 99% sure he was going to play.
Well, not just that, but also we saw the lines. We saw the sweaters that, that were being worn at practice. And it appeared that Jonathan Drouin was going to be potentially moving down lines.
Yeah, and what we said yesterday with the Avs was because it's a pregame skate, those colors can mean different things, like power play 1, power play 2. So when I went through the lines yesterday, I was going, this is what it could mean. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
What is Jonathan Drouin giving you right now?
Nothing.
He
had a grade A scoring chance in overtime that he barely missed on that one-time opportunity. But that was the only time that I noticed a good thing coming off of his stick.
He hasn't played good hockey for weeks, Raj. I mean, if you look at the
Ever since the second injury, man, he just hasn't been the same. You have to make the adjustments. And unfortunately, adjustments have to be made in-game. Especially in the playoffs, you have to make adjustments in-game. It can't just be, okay, this is the result, now we make the adjustment after the game for the next one. Because sometimes it gets to be too late. And I'm this upset after an Avs game. The Stars have led the series for 70 total seconds. 70. That's it.
It's hockey, man. You're down 2-1.
Now you're down 2-1. Is the series over? No. And what I said yesterday on our show was, in the playoffs, you should treat every win like you're that much closer to a championship. And every loss should feel like like you're on the edge of the end of the season. And that's what I feel like this morning. Now,
that's a reality. I mean, you should feel that way,
playoffs are.
And it really is that way.
Do I think the series is over? No. This is what a Western Conference final would and should feel like. And that's what you're watching in round one. It's a shame that the NHL has it set up like this.
It doesn't seem right.
But Colorado and Dallas is the Western Conference final.
It sure as heck feels that way to me.
And would you think that the Avs were going to waltz through a West final? That they weren't going to have some of these games? The answer is no. So you have to treat round one as a fan like it's the West final. It's going to be an emotional roller coaster. It's not going to be easy. It's not the best Dallas team that you could have possibly seen, though, without Robertson and Heiskanen. You have to take advantage in Game 4. Game 4, just like Game 2 was must-win for the Stars, Game 4 is must-win for the Avalanche.
And you know what that sounds like? That sounds like a seven-game series right there.
It sure does.
And I think that's where we're headed.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Just took coach to the board in the break.
Can you take our listeners to the board? They deserve to hear what happened on the Tyler Is it Seguin?
Seguin.
It's kind of spelled Seguin.
Seguin.
Is he a good hockey player? Big time hockey player? I mean,
he won a Stanley Cup at age 19 with Boston in his first season.
Yeah.
He's a first round draft pick, won one with Boston. Yeah, Tyler Seguin's a really good hockey player. He's getting older, longer in the tooth. But all right, let's do it. Let's go to the board.
I think it's time.
Yo. All right, listen up, guys. Let's go to the board.
All right, as we go from macro to micro, we talked about the macro with the lineup decisions. Macro kind of also feels like puck management, but I can get very, very much into the weeds here. On the goal that costs you the game, the Avs get offensive zone possession. Devon Taves rims the puck around to the far side corner where Nathan MacKinnon is waiting for the puck. He grabs it alongside, I want to say, Labushkin, the defenseman, and starts to walk up the offensive half wall on the bench side of the ice. Drouin flies down through the neutral zone and is in a grade A scoring opportunity. MacKinnon finds Rantanen and goes, if we can make that pass, Rantanen has all day to walk in and take a shot.
Drouin?
Sorry, did I say Rantanen?
Yeah.
My apologies. My apologies.
Rantanen does.
Force of habit.
But Rantanen will become very active in this play.
He certainly will. MacKinnon grabs the puck on the offensive half wall, Drouin flying down through the neutral zone into an uncontested space.
When you watch the film, that space is it is significant.
It feels like he's got 15 feet on either side of him. So if this puck gets through Rantanen's triangle and gets to Drouin, the Avs have a grade A scoring opportunity.
Is that intentional, giving the illusion of that much space?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a Pete DeBoer?
No, it's just
hockey. It's almost like it's the tease. It's like
the shell coverage.
Yeah, it's like cover 2.
Yep.
They say, oh, you got that little hole shot area open.
No, you don't. There's a safety over the top.
Or that corner might slough off and pick the football off.
Right.
Same thing.
It's exactly what it is. It's a shell coverage, essentially, just as a one-on-one. So MacKinnon thinks he has a triangle on Rantanen. Rantanen knows the play that's coming. And now the puck doesn't get through. It does chip up toward Drouin, though. In that situation, when the play is already broken, you cannot compound errors. So error 1 is MacKinnon forcing the puck, although I'm okay with the pass. Now, once error 1 has happened, you then have to manage pucks within 5 to 10 feet of each of the blue lines, which, again, if you listened to us last segment, the Avs were terrible last night at managing pucks. Puck management in Game 2 cost them. Miles Wood on the offensive blue line turns around, it's in the back of your net. So, error 1 happens. The puck gets on Drouin's stick, and he has body position to the inside on Mikko Rantanen. Instead of immediately one-touching that puck to Cale Makar, who has all day long to walk in and shoot on a grade A scoring opportunity.
Might have been hockey game.
May have been the hockey game. Drouin, instead of one-touching the puck, tries to gain possession. And that allows a bigger, longer Mikko Rantanen to back pressure him. And once that becomes a 50-50 battle, Jonathan Drouin's not winning a 50-50 physical battle against a 6'4", 215-pound forward. He's just simply not. He then gets out-muscled 5 feet from his offensive blue line, and Rantanen comes away with the puck. And we talk about puck management. What does Mikko Rantanen do at center ice? He doesn't try and skate through Cale Makar. He manages the puck. He chips it softly behind Cale Makar and rides him to the bench. Cale doesn't turn to go get this puck like he normally does. He gets stuck. And as a result, Rantanen switches for Tyler Seguin, and Seguin gets a jump on Makar coming back to the offensive zone.
Now Makar's in trail position.
Now Makar loses his guy, and he is a stick length away from the guy who ends up scoring the game winner. Everything is about puck management, and failing to manage the puck and compounding errors are the reason why the Avalanche lost Game 2 and Game 3 in overtime.
Would you say that the Tyler Seguin goal is a grade A angle opportunity, or is that a savable situation for Blackwood? Because it is at about a 45-degree angle.
I'd like to have a save there. But I'd like to have a save, but it was such a weird play where like the puck comes off to Sagan's skate that I think Blackwood isn't expecting that snapshot so quickly, and he doesn't get all of it. Sometimes when players don't get all of the puck, it's a harder puck to save because you're expecting it to come at a certain angle, at a certain height. Like if Seguin snaps that thing, I think Blackwood makes the save, but he kind of flubs it. Remember the McKinnon goal from game one?
Yeah, the old had the feeling of Neo. What's Matrix?
Yeah,
it's a Matrix puck.
A Tim Wakefield knuckle
yes,
puck. Those
Matrix
things are
puck.
those are harder to save. I think if Seguin snaps it, we're probably still playing hockey a few minutes after that. It's all about puck management, man. And unfortunately, the Avs are compounding too many errors in dangerous parts of the ice. You can make multiple errors in the offensive corner. You can make multiple errors in the net front on the offensive side. When you start to compound errors near the blue lines is where you lose hockey games.
Raj, is there a better advantage in hockey, playoff hockey, than going to a 5-on-5 overtime setting and having a man advantage for over 3 minutes? To get nothing in that situation, to me, is deplorable. For as much talent, as good as the guys that are on the ice for the Avs, Marty Necas, who, by the way, he's got to step it up. He's got to play better hockey, in my opinion.
He's too perimeter. The game could have been over. Like Drouin was terrible, but he had two awesome plays, right?
Who did we get rid of that was too perimeter, man?
And he didn't make a perimeter play last night to win the game.
Middlestat.
I thought you were talking about.
I'm sorry. You get rid.
I thought you were talking about Rantanen.
But you get rid of Casey Middlestat was the definition of perimeter. Right. And right now, as Marty Necas has gotten deeper into these playoffs, some of what the rumors were about him, he shrinks a little bit in the postseason. It's starting to come true.
And that's the reason why I think that the personnel decisions are lacking. You have to get to the middle of the ice right now. That's the way to beat Peter DeBoer. You have to beat him with size. Like I've seen the post-game presser and the post-trade deadline presser from Coach Bednar of going, hey, we're built different. We're mean. We're big. We're strong down the middle. Now utilize that bigness, that meanness, that strength to your advantage on the power play. Because while, again, Drouin was not good last night, he made 2 elite plays. The one-time opportunity in overtime that he sends over the bar was nearly in. And then the cross-ice pass that goes to Necas, I believe, at the end of regulation, if memory serves, Coach. Necas is on the outside looking in. He's on the outside of his defenseman. If that's Val Nichushkin, is he sitting on the outside of his defenseman? If that's Gabe Landeskog, is he sitting on the outside of that defenseman? My thought process is probably no. And that's where I go, while the players didn't execute, and we just brought you through the execution. As a coach, your job when your players are not executing, when they're not playing to their best of their ability, is to save players from themselves.
Yep.
The coaching staff has not done that over the first 2 games.
One thing as a coach that you do control is the deploying of your personnel. How you utilize them. How much you utilize them. Playing time. It's always something that the coach controls. And man, last night I agree wholeheartedly, Raj. It didn't feel like there was any form of continuity between lines. It was not the physicality. You weren't playing. Why would you not have Val Nichushkin consistently in your first line and Gabe Landeskog in your second line?
I don't know, man. I don't know. And that brings me to the question about what is Gabe? Was that just a showcase for one game?
Felt like it a little bit.
Well, the management of Gabe Landeskog last night by the organization felt like it, but what I saw on the ice didn't.
That's what I'm saying.
He was fine.
Yeah.
Gabe wasn't a world beater. He was fine. At the end of regulation, he went out and he took a shift with McKinnon and Coyle, and they had a grade A scoring opportunity because Landeskog in the short side corner gets above the puck, makes a body check, turns the puck over. They go D to D high, and guess what all 3 players do? McKinnon, Coyle, and Landeskog get to the net front. They don't score, but there was a grade A opportunity. So is he an ornament or is he a hockey player? Because what I saw last night is he's a hockey player. Play him.
It has to happen. He's got to play more. He'll play better. I think the only aspect of his game, just being there in the arena, the speed was not a problem. I think that was the question is, will he be up to speed in skating in an NHL playoff atmosphere? I thought he was fine there. I think it's just the touch of the puck. Just a little. There are a couple times where he just just didn't have quite the feel of the stick.
I agree, but but even then, he managed his pucks.
Still effective.
Even then, when he wasn't handling things or he didn't necessarily have the vision, you know what he did? Just got the puck off his stick. He just chipped things behind defensemen and made him turn. At some point, the game is just simple. Be a downhill hockey team. That's how Dallas has beaten you. They were a downhill hockey team. They go to the area where there's a bunch of bodies and they go straight toward it. And you, right now, for some reason, because the Avs weren't doing this after the trade deadline. They weren't meandering around and trying to sit on the outside and look for remember the shot that Rory McIlroy hit in the Masters on Sunday up and over those trees, that tiny little window? Mm-hmm. That's what it feels like the Avs are trying to do. They're looking for this window. Where's the window? Where's this amazing Rory shot that's going to give me this green jacket? And then they see the window and they try and force it. And more often than not right now, they smack a pine cone and it falls into Rays Creek, just like Francesco Molinari back in 2019 against Tiger. That's what they're doing. Hit a freaking stinger underneath the bushes and hope that it gets there.
When you talk about the opportunity to be...
You didn't think you were getting golf there, did you?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It's pretty good. When you talk about the opportunity to be more net front, more center ice, is it discouraging at all that two of the best pieces of this roster aren't even playing, that are center ice players? One is a D-man,
I'm not thinking
Miro
about
Heiskanen, and
I'm
one...
sorry.
I mean, Jason Robertson's is a 6'3", 200-pound, strong center of the ice presence player that's not on the ice and will not be on the ice. Is that discouraging at all that you, in the absence of those two players, you find yourself in a 2-1 hole?
No. Now, are you the better team on paper right now because of that? Yes.
We just lost ourselves in the music.
Eminem just whoa. What did you just ask me? I'm so lost right now. Am I discouraged? Whoa. Am I discouraged that Jason Robertson and Heiskanen aren't in the lineup and you're down 2-1? No, because I don't think Robertson's coming back. Heiskanen hasn't even been activated. He hasn't been a scratch.
He's here, though. He was in town.
But he's here. The reason why I say no is because Dallas is built to withstand injuries like that. They are a positionless hockey team. They're all kind of the same guy.
Is it like an academy college football team that runs the option?
Yeah.
It's like they just next quarterback up, who cares?
Yes.
Here comes triple option. Here's the dive. Oh, wait. He's out pitching it off the defensive end now.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
It's the reason why for me, I firmly believe a Peter DeBoer coached team and Peter DeBoer developed team in terms of the personnel that they put on the roster will always be good enough to get you close, but never good enough to win the whole thing.
Do you think this Stars team's good enough to win the whole thing?
No, I don't.
I
think they're good enough to get there.
Is this Avs team good enough to win the whole thing?
If they play like they had the last two games, no. But if they play like they did before the final 10 games of the season when they just decided, hey, regular season doesn't matter anymore, the answer is yes. If they play like they did in game 1, the answer is yes.
What's up with Cale Makar?
It's fighting the puck, dude. He's one of the worst players on the ice in terms of expected goals for and against.
I was listening to Brett Kane this morning. One of his follows an account that's like a hockey analytics nerd account. He said he was by far number 1 worst player on the ice.
He was not good. Fighting the puck, failing to hit the net. He had 3 shots on goal last night, but he missed 2 or 3 grade A's. Just missed the net. I think he is taking too many chances on the offensive blue line where he's just not making his first read and going. Now, part of that could be, and I talked about this with Springer last night, part of that could be because of the puck mismanagement happening in front of him, maybe he's trying to do a little bit too much. And maybe he's a little bit gun shy and holding onto the puck because he's not trusting the guys in front of him to do the right thing. And once that trust breaks down, that's a chain reaction that's really tough to stop. And luckily enough, Mackenzie Blackwood on the bottom side of that chain reaction, been a steel wall. That's been the biggest bright side of the whole series. Mackenzie Blackwood's been awesome. Again,
Ben, you're only highly consistent performer through 3 games.
Your only elite player through 3 games.
Yeah, I'd say like Jack Drury's been very consistent.
Yeah, the fourth line's
line's
consistent.
been consistent.
The only elite, consistent player through 3 games has been your netminder. And typically what that means in the playoffs is what? You win games.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just coinciding right now with, like, the Avs just played 2 C-level hockey games, and you're down 2-1. And it took overtime to beat you in both of those games where you played C-level hockey. It's not over. It feels like crap this morning, but the series is certainly not over.
I had the same feeling last night. And I brought my wife. She's been to 2 playoff games in Ball Arena. Game 7 last year against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then Gabe Landeskog's triumphant return, overtime loss. I'm not bringing my wife to any more games.
I don't let my wife go to any games either. She was at home. She was at home for the Duchesne double overtime winner. She was in the building for the Bjorkstrand. Like, did Bjorkstrand have a hat trick when Seattle won in Game 7 here or something like that?
Something weird like that.
He either had like 2 and 1 or a hat trick in that game. She was in the building there. Caitlin's not allowed to go to games.
Yeah, we're bad. We're bad husbands, but we're good fans. Making a decision.
Stay at home.
Yeah, it's my kids. They come to games, we win. That's how it's gone.
All right, NFL Draft Round 1 is tonight. Broncos selecting at number 20. Will they move up in trade? We're going to have our mock draft coming up at 11:20. We're going to go through the first 20 picks, let you guys know what happens. There are no trades in that mock draft. On the other side, though, if the Broncos trade up, how will they do it? Whom will they do it with? And who for?
Want to get away from the Denver metro area after last night? Maybe just get on I-70, and you don't even have to go past the Johnson Eisenhower Tunnel. Go up to Loveland Ski Area, because right now it's 38 degrees and sunny. It's beautiful up there. Great time of year with fresh snow from this past week. A little bit more dusting coming next week. And up until May 11th, there is still opportunities to get up to Loveland Ski Area. But you got to go and get your 2025 and 26 pass for next ski season at the lowest available price at skiloveland.com. And it allows you to ski the rest of this season for free. The sooner you get it, the more free spring skiing you'll enjoy. So make sure you visit skiloveland.com to go to my favorite mountain in all of Colorado, and that's Loveland Ski Area. Get up there today.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
There it is.
Quarterback, Oregon.
Yes! Yes!
You got your Justin Fields, baby.
Yes! Yes!
We'll see.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Come on down to number 38 for a little simulcast draft watch, Nuggets Game 3 watch party with Brett Kane. You're going to be down there, Coach
I'm going to
Sanford.
be there 2 nights in a row of just all kinds of awesome action.
DMac will be there, Tyler Polumbus, Andy Lindahl, all 4 of you guys taking draft coverage from the first pick all the way through the Broncos pick. Brett's going to have the Nuggets and the Clippers and our watch party out at number 38. So get there, Rhino, if you're looking for something to do this evening. All of those things are happening. You get the opportunity to hang out with 5 of your favorite altitude personalities. I was there last night. I don't know if I'm going to be there or tonight.
How were the vibes at number 38?
Vibes were good. You know what? The vibes were good.
With an in-town playoff game. Because it'll be, with it being out of town, of course, you're going to get tons of Nuggets fans coming down.
Yeah, you guys will be a little bit more packed out on a Thursday night. Like Wednesday, late night, a lot of the people who would have been at number 38 were likely at the arena. I thought we had a very good turnout, and the vibes were very good. All the Volo people were there coming from like kickball or whatever those kids do. Have you seen that thing?
Yeah.
The Volo.
It's always going on at Rapids.
Yeah, it's
whenever
like,
there's a Rapids tailgate, there's a Volo event happening.
It's like intramural sports for adults.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
You don't think it's cool at all? I mean, I think physical fitness in general is good for just mankind. I think it's a good thing.
That's true. That's true. All right, Coach, we are going to get into our official morning sprint mock draft coming up when we normally do NFL notes at 11:20. So we're going to go through all the picks up until the Broncos in about 30 minutes from right now. But because we've said no trades in our mock draft, no chaos, no trades. Just here's the player, here's the team, here's the pick. That's not going to happen tonight.
Broncos are going to move either way.
I have a feeling that Denver is moving up. My question to you, who is the team that they trade with? And who is the player that they select when they inevitably move up to go get someone in tonight's draft?
The Denver Broncos are going to move to pick 11, trade with former friend John Lynch, and draft Tyler Warren, tight end, Penn State.
Because Warren is going to fall past the Jets, the Saints.
Yep.
And the Saints could use a tight end. Going to pass the Bears. Now, the Bears might select Ashton Genty there if he slips to 10.
Or they have major O-line needs.
And there's likely either the best or the second best offensive lineman still on the board right there.
Probably the second best.
Number 11, I don't think is really that expensive to go up and get. We've been talking about in order to get into the top 6 to like guarantee yourself Genty, that it's going to be a current first-round pick swap, a future first, either a current second or a future second, and maybe one other piece. But that feels like the pick haul that would have to get you from 20 up into the top 10. It's likely a pick swap and a future first, and that might be it to get you to 11.
Do you think do you even part ways with a future first for that, for trading 9 places?
Yeah.
Is it not a pick swap and future draft capital, seconds, thirds?
Maybe they would want, because the draft is so deep this year, they would want your current second. And
I don't like
and
that.
I'd
rather part ways with the future first.
I'm so married to this year's second round pick.
Oh my gosh. It's part of the reason.
You thought about that yet?
It's part of the reason I'm actually, I got a little tingle about the possibility of moving out and picking up more second rounders. Or at least one more second rounder.
I love the idea of getting to 11 to take Warren. I don't love the idea of getting inside 6 to guarantee Genty because it's going to cost so much. Now, what you said yesterday is Sean Payton has a history of moving up and getting his guy in the first round. And more often than not, making the proper selection. Mm-hmm. So if they make that move and it feels like it's a king's ransom, because of the organizational structure that the Broncos now have, you're almost forced to be like, this is the right move. As opposed to when they make the move for Russell Wilson, where we all lost our minds. Like I did too. I was excited about it. You should have been. When you made that move to go and trade for Russell Wilson, there was a big unknown. Who's actually making the decision? Who's the ownership group? Is Hackett really going to be the guy for you? You're still in this weird window of like Hackett and Fangio and Vance Joseph and all those years of like just head coach in, head coach out. Now you have a concerted vision from your head coach and your general manager and trust from the ownership group to those two individuals, as well as the history of Sean Payton moving up and hitting on his first rounders.
What gives an NFL franchise legitimate stability and opportunity to compete for a title? It's got to be alignment, ownership, head coach, general manager, and then if you have a quarterback, and then I think the cherry on top is if you got a dang good defense. You got all those things going.
You have all of them.
You got all those things going right now, man. It's a great time to be a Denver Broncos fan. I would argue right now, the Denver Broncos arrow is pointing so far up that I wonder if Broncos, their futures are better than our neighbors' futures, our Ball Arena residents' futures right now because of where that arrow is trending up.
Very interesting mock trade that I saw yesterday
Talk to me.
On TikTok of all places. You know Ryan Russillo, formerly of ESPN. Russillo and SVP had a long time.
Yep.
Like Ryan Russillo is awesome to listen to.
I saw the whole ESPN crew is traveling together to Green Bay. And Russillo was part of that travel party.
I guess Russillo's still part of ESPN. I never know where any of these guys are anymore.
Maybe not.
So Russillo had this mock trade yesterday that got my brain kind of moving. Here's a hypothetical. The Tennessee Titans trade the 2025 first overall pick to the Denver Broncos, their 2026 first round, and their 2027 first round pick for Bo Nix.
What are we doing?
Do you make the trade?
No.
I have two middle fingers.
Why would you make that trade? What did I just establish? For a franchise's stability, and arrow has so much to do with knowing that you have your guy that fits your head coach.
Does one season guarantee that you have the guy?
It doesn't guarantee
does one
anything.
Rookie season guarantee it?
You could get hurt. But you do know that the fit is right. The personality is right. That it works with Sean Payton, and that's critical. Who in this
Are
draft,
you convinced?
Who in this draft class at the quarterback position would you say would be a tremendously strong fit with Sean Payton and what he likes to do offensively and typically the kind of personality he wants to be as quarterback? And I'm talking throwback. I don't see it.
Kyle McCord. Somewhere in the 4th or 5th round.
Which might actually work out. Could be okay. We've already seen what...
Because think about that. How would Nix have been the number 1 overall drafted quarterback this year? Not knowing what we knew from his first year. Would he be the number 1 pick this year?
I don't think so.
So Ward would have been number 1. Would he have gone before Shedeur Sanders this year?
Yes.
Okay, so he'd be the number 2 quarterback off the board.
He's a better version of what everybody's trying to make Jackson Dart into.
Okay.
He had better film, more consistent film. Jackson Dart might have a little bit more upside in terms of arm strength, be able to drive the football. I don't know that Bo Nix still would be the... Are you saying knowing what we know now?
No, not knowing.
Okay.
Knowing.
Without question, he would not be...
He would not have been over Cam Ward,
No.
and maybe would have been in the same conversation as Shedeur, but probably.
And that's all about preference.
Okay.
It's all about what are you looking for? Are you looking for the guy that is a safe bet because you know what you're getting from a personality perspective? He's going to stay out of the headlines for any wrong reasons. You are going to get that guy in Bo Nix. But is the top-end talent worthy of top 10 pick? I still don't know if it is.
Trading away the known for the unknown makes me feel like, dude, there's no way you would ever do this, and I wouldn't make the pick. but 3 first rounders and guaranteeing you the number 1 quarterback in this year's draft and then 2 other first rounders and maintaining pick 20 this year, it's a lot of draft capital. And you know me, I love my picks. I thought about it a little bit.
What do you do this year at quarterback?
You played the number 1 overall pick.
Who's that?
Pick your quarterback.
From this year's draft class? You think Sean Payton's going to do you think he's fired up about any of these guys?
Okay, then don't do it. So you select, you trade that.
Could you imagine, like, do you think that Sean Payton would like, I mean,
okay, so then no. So then I'll take your answer. Then no, you don't use that. Someone falls in love with that number 1 overall quarterback. You trade out of number 1. You get more first round draft picks. You sign Kirk Cousins to a 1-year deal.
Oh my God.
You draft you wait until next year because the Titans are going to suck again. You have next year's first round, likely number 1, 2, or 3 overall.
Sounds like we're going back to 2018, brother.
You draft Arch Manning next year and you have 17 first round draft picks. It got me thinking. I'm not saying I would do it, but I see the enticing value.
Who would be?
Nix is the answer right now, but let's not act like he's Patrick Mahomes.
I'm not saying he is, but he is the apple of Sean Payton's eye, man. And that matters. Matters a lot. I'll tell you who wasn't the apple of Sean Payton's eye. And he's a well-liked, well-respected dude, and that's Russell Wilson, man. People like him. He's a good dude. He's not a bad character guy. Sean Payton couldn't stand him. He's finally got his guy, and he looks like he's getting into his flow as a play caller.
The reason why I like this hypothetical so much is because I'm living in a fantasy land this morning, and I'm trying to disassociate from the reality that happened last night in the Avs game. Let's be very honest about what's happening. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Our mock draft coming up in 20 minutes. Nuggets Clippers just a few hours away from game number 3, 8 p.m. tip, 7:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Go hang out with Brett Kane as he hosts our watch party at number 38 and a simulcast of round 1 coverage with Coach Mike Sanford, Tyler Polumbus, Andy Lindahl, and DMac. Again, all of that at number 38. We're going to be giving away a bunch of prizes, some signed Nuggets memorabilia as well. And then speaking of giveaways, you know how we gave away some Avs tickets yesterday on the station after you and I got off the air?
Say it ain't so.
We're giving away a pair of Avs tickets every single show tomorrow on Friday. And as it has been for all of our, playoff ticket Tuesdays and Wednesdays, your playoff ticket Friday, tomorrow, keywords on the 20s. And then at the end of the show, we're going to announce a winner for every single show. Pair of tickets to get you inside the building on Saturday for Game 4 of Avs and Stars.
And we've established if for some crazy reason I illegally win those 2 tickets,
Anne-Marie,
I will not be bringing my wife.
Sit at home.
Okay, she
Caitlin Marie, sit at home.
Yeah, leave the Maries. The Maries are bad news in Ball Arena.
If your second name or your middle name is Marie,
ooh.
If you were born to a boomer, sit at home. Is that every woman that was born to a boomer, there's like a 90% chance that their middle name is Marie.
Mm-hmm. Also seeing Vic Lombardi, I saw him last night there. Not as much of a frequent attender of because he's always working.
Right.
I think he might need to stay away from the Avs home games as well.
Oh, no. I don't want to gatekeep people.
He's the ultimate Denver gatekeeper, Colorado gatekeeper.
You know what's been really nice is that with all of like the anger that I've spewed out this morning and the craziness with the Bo Nix possible trade that I threw out there from Russillo, which I had a lot of fun with. Granted, I wouldn't make the trade, but it was enough first-round picks to start making me think and start making it tingle. You know what we haven't done today?
We haven't talked about the most important game in the National Basketball Association tonight.
We haven't done that, and we also haven't put the blame for the Avs game on the right person today.
Give it to me.
You asked me yesterday if it was a must-win game for the Avs, and what was my answer?
It was a can't-lose game.
Can't-lose game.
What does that mean?
And lo and behold, the Raj curse that we know is actually real. It's potent. They lose in overtime.
Can't lose.
I went an hour and 5 minutes, and I went, they're not going to say it today, so I'm going to do it myself.
You went, instead of going
right away,
an affirmative positive, which is must win, you went with a double negative. Can't lose. And look what we got.
I was trying to skirt the issues. Like I was trying to get around the black magic of it all. And the curse knows too much. The curse is too smart for me. That's the issue. There's no way around this. I just have to play heel.
All you can do as it relates to the Nuggets game tonight
is say that they have no chance.
No, or just say that they have a basketball game tonight against the Clippers.
The Nuggets play a basketball game.
There it is.
Coach, tell me about the basketball game that's being played tonight.
It is a massive game. And all signs are pointing towards MPJ is going to be in the lineup. Is that the news that you heard, Raj? MPJ is going to play tonight.
That's what I see. Yeah, on
all
CBS
signs that we can point to, which is great news because my concern for MPJ, who lots of takes on MPJ, lots more negative takes. I thought he played really well in game 2, and I think he's got something to prove as a physical presence with length that can go get rebounds and that can become a smoldering hot shooter from beyond the arc.
The Nuggets are optimistic that MPJ plays in game 3.
That's good. Jamal Murray. I like where his head's at as the series is tied 1-1. I thought he's been gritty. I thought he's playing with a chip on his shoulder, an edge. And tonight's all about cleaning up those mistakes that you've been making and through the first 2 games. Somehow, some way, if you can keep the turnovers under 12, you win this basketball game. I truly believe that. Nikola Jokic has to keep his turnovers under 5. Has to. 7 that's a losing number for this basketball team, which he had in game 2.
The over-under that I need to see hit today, Jamal Murray over 28.5 points.
Woo!
I need to see I think Maul needs to go off. You want to win the game, Jamal needs to have it.
Is that an actual number, or did you just make
No,
that
that's
up?
just in my head.
I didn't know if that was a Vegas set.
I'm looking at his recent playoff games. So 23 in game 2, 21 in game 1. The last time that he had 30 was game 7 at home against Minnesota. He dropped 35 in that game. But before that, 10, 16, 19, 24, 8, 17. In the first 6 games of that Minnesota series, he was a ghost. You have to go back to the final game of the 5-game series win against LA to find his last 30-point game. He only has, in his last 15 playoff games, 2 30-point outings. That's it. 2.
Jamal Murray, he's showing the signs that you see. It's a little bit of there's a look in his eye. It's nothing that you can quantify. There's a look in his eye when you can see he's primed to get that type of an output. And I've seen it through the first 2 games. That leads to a better Nikola Jokic. Would you agree with that? When you get a Jamal Murray that has he's playing with a massive chip on his shoulder and he wants the basketball in his hands. Nikola Jokic is the ultimate maestro in that situation. And that's what if you get that tonight, you win the basketball game. It was interesting this morning listening to Vic Lombardi talk about this new arena down in LA and Steve Ballmer and the amount of crowd noise that's pumped into it. I grew up in Southern California and I still to this day do not know
Pumped into it?
Oh yeah.
Like they're pumping in crowd noise like Disney pumps in scents of warm cookies.
So in the NBA, there's
like Vegas pumps in oxygen.
There's a regulation for decibel levels created by the sound system. There is a fine if you exceed those decibel levels.
Well, hold on.
Steve Ballmer.
Are they pumping in crowd noise or are they just playing loud music?
I think it's more the music piece of it. Like, you know, in the NBA, it's
okay,
like
boomer.
it's a nowadays it's a hip hop concert every time somebody brings the basketball up. Is that not true?
Yes.
So apparently it's a very loud hip hop concert at the Clippers arena.
Pretty damn cool. It's the closest. Who's the dude who ran for president in like 2004? Is it Howard Dean? Yeah!
God, Howard Dean, I forgot about that, man. That's the ultimate DMac.
Steve Ballmer and Howard Dean are the same guy.
They are.
And when they come together and make a baby, you get the noise that DMac made when the Broncos selected Bo Nix. Yeah! Tell me that's not Howard Dean.
It's very Howard Dean-like. Yeah! Steve Ballmer doesn't care about the NBA's mandated decibel levels. He's so dang rich, he just pays for it.
Pretty damn cool.
The thing about crowd noise, because I don't know who the Clipper fan is. Never met one. Have you ever met a Clipper fan in your life?
No.
Do they have souls? Like are they cordyceps? Are they cordyceps? Is like Last of Us people?
You a Last of Us guy?
Big.
Did you watch the second episode?
Oh man!
Whoa!
What happened there?
Last of Us is a hell of a show. Pedro Pascal, that guy's great.
Don't spoil alert.
Whoever the girl
Pedro.
is. Whoever the girl is that just came in, I didn't play the second video. That show is awesome. I'm not a zombie show guy. That's a heck of a show.
Yeah, Clippers have some cordyceps vibes. Just old players.
They're being controlled by fungus. Unpack this for me.
Yes.
Walk me down the road. Let's
Steve
hear
Ballmer
this one.
is the fungus, and he controls the sound of his fan base because there is no fan base. They're not real. They're not real people. They're zombies. I'll tell you what, man. You go to Los Angeles, California, a lot of zombies in LA. That's why I got out of town when I did.
The other thing that I saw, Jamal Murray and the Nuggets had like a bug going through them in game 2.
Yep.
A bunch of them were sick.
I forgot to talk about it. Jamal Murray's like baggy NBA. It was like an NBA, like almost like a light sweatshirt he was wearing underneath his jersey. My kids are like, what is he wearing? And it has like the NBA logo on the sleeve. So it's like something that was just issued. It wasn't even his own thing, like his own Under Armour or his own sleeves. And he comes out in the second half and he essentially replicates a version of that. by putting double sleeves. It was wild.
The first 2 games of this series, very closely contested. Obviously, 1 possession games in each of them. The first one goes to overtime. You lose by 3 in game number 2. You don't get a really good shot off in either of the waning seconds of games 1 or game 2. I think this game is won by multiple possessions. And I think it's the Nuggets that come out on top because I am firmly of the belief that you're about to see a Jamal Murray playoff masterpiece. He's Scooby-Doo for one, man.
Yeah. And the thing that I would say about this is a little different than maybe last year or even during the regular season this year when you're just kind of waiting for Jamal Murray to go off and you're just pulling from the distant past and saying it's going to happen. This is different in the sense that I see it's trending towards a Jamal Murray explosion of 3-point baskets and making all those, it's the lean in, fadeaway jumpers, all the different things that he's capable of doing when he's on.
He's been invested. I think he's played with good pace. It's not like there's those games where you haven't seen a game where he's gone 1 of 9 from 3. Or he's throwing up balls at the beginning of the shot clock. He's trying to get into, especially the high pick and roll with Nikola Jokic. And they tried to do that at the end of game 1. They tried to do that at the end of game 2, although LA's doing a really good job of collapsing in on the paint, especially when that ball gets to Nikola. So the 2-man game gets hurt a little bit. They're doing the right things. I think that's a very, very astute observation of it's trending. And that's the reason why I think I look back at those games and I go, Jamal Murray's ready for a game. They are ready for a game tonight. Our NFL mock draft's coming up next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Round one of the NFL draft just hours away. The Denver Broncos selecting at number 20. So, without further ado, we give you the first annual Morning Sprint NFL mock draft. Coach, we're going to switch off picks, alternate. 1, 2, 3, 4, those type of things.
I'm the even guy, right?
You're the even guy. So you have some big picks to make here, including the Denver Broncos at number 20. One rule. No trades in the Morning Sprint mock draft. So, without further ado, pick number 1. With the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 Morning Sprint NFL mock draft, the Tennessee Titans select out of Miami quarterback, shocker, Cam Ward.
Wow, that really moved the needle.
I mean, he's like a minus
that was great.
1 million
Raj,
favorite to go.
With the second overall pick.
This could go anywhere.
The mistake by the lake, Cleveland, Ohio, and the Cleveland Browns select the best player in this draft, Travis Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver out of the University of Colorado Boulder.
Travis Hunter off the board at number 2 to the Cleveland Browns, which brings up on the clock the New York Giants. The pick is in the Giants, will they select Shedeur Sanders at number 3? It's been souring day in, day out. He used to be a consensus top 10 pick. Now, could he fall all the way out of of the first round? The answer is no, he's not being selected at 3, but I also don't think he's falling out of the first. The pick, number 3 to the New York Giants, out of Penn State, edge rusher Abdul Carter.
You don't believe?
A stunner at pick number 4, coming in hot. The New England Patriots.
Stunner.
Select Boise State running back, Ashton Genty, with the 4th overall pick.
Come on, Genty off the board at 4? All right, so Ward gone at 1, Hunter at 2, Carter at 3, and now number 4, Ashton Genty, the running back to the New England Patriots. It's actually not a bad pick at all. It would certainly help them.
Drake May's got his guy.
Drake May has his guy.
He's got his guy right next to him in
all
shotgun.
Right. So that changes a lot of things. The Jacksonville Jaguars, who have been heavily linked to Ashton Genty at number 5, no longer have him on the board, which means they take the next best player available, and that is the defensive lineman out of Michigan, Mason Graham, 5th overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I like what you did there. With the 6th overall pick.
This is big. This is big, Coach.
Formerly of Los Angeles, formerly of Oakland, and currently in Las Vegas. The Raiders select, in a stunning move, Shedeur Sanders.
I think that's the pick.
Quarterback, the University of Colorado.
I think that's exactly where he's going to go tonight, man. He's either a Raider or he's a Steeler at the end of the night. There is no way that dude falls all the way out of the first round. I think the Raiders are a perfect spot for him. I think Pete Carroll's the perfect coach for him, and he doesn't have to start year 1. He can sit behind Geno Smith. They're not married to him. Yes, he's under contract, but he could be Michael Penix this year. You want to slot in week 11 when the Raiders are 3-8? Be my guest. Coach, I love that pick. I'm a big fan of that.
I've been saying it for months. I think if you are a fan of Shedeur Sanders, which I am, his dad fired me and I still love him. I love Shedeur Sanders. I think that this is the perfect...
You gotta have a lot of love to love a kid whose dad fired you.
Yeah. I think this is a tremendous fit for Shedeur, and I think, unfortunately, for the Broncos, I think it's a really good fit for the Raiders to bring in Shedeur himself.
Now, no trades here in the morning sprint mock draft, but I think this is the spot where the Broncos might start itching to go up and get an elite talent because...
Don't be tempted, Raj. We're not allowing that here on the morning sprint mock draft.
We're not in this one, but this is where I think it can get dicey because I do think we've got a pretty good list right now. At number 7, the New York Jets. Pick is in. The offensive tackle out of Missouri, Armand Membu, off the board, the number 1 tackle in the draft. They go safe. They don't take the big swing. Tackle is the pick.
There he is. There is Armand Membu running his 40 and screaming as he gets between yards 20 and 35. The pick is in. With the 8th overall pick, the surging Carolina Panthers select the next best available offensive lineman out of the University of Texas, offensive tackle and guard Kelvin Banks. Gives the opportunity for continued development of quarterback Bryce Young.
Okay, so Carolina's already spending a bunch of money on their offensive line. It's probably a smart move here. Carolina needs help on defense, and there's a few really good defensive players still available right now.
What have we noticed?
There's a few really good edge rushers available to them right now.
This is the slide, the edge rush slide that's happening.
The edge rush slide all the way. All right, so the pick is in. They take offensive lineman at number 8, do the Carolina Panthers. We move to number 9. The pick is in for the Saints. This makes me think if I'm the Saints, man, there's been a few players that have been pushed down the board. I'm in love here with Tyler Warren. But now that Jalen Walker has been pushed down, Mykel Williams has been pushed down the board, I have to think, is that the right play for my team when I don't know who my quarterback of the future is, to take Tyler Warren, to marry him with Derek Carr, even though Derek Carr is, well, he's a lame duck quarterback. Now, do you take Tyler Warren because you think you're going to suck again this year? And maybe Arch Manning is your quarterback in the future? Another Manning wearing the fleur-de-lis? That's the pick. Tyler Warren out of Penn State, number 9 overall to the New Orleans Saints. Broncos fans, brokenhearted. That's where I think if Warren gets past 6 and 7, well, he's going to get past 6 because the Raiders don't need him. But if he gets past 7, I think that's where Sean Payton and the Broncos start making some calls. Tyler Warren off the board at number 9.
In the highly irresponsible mock draft here on the morning sprint, there has been an incredible slide of offensive tackle. And so overall, pick number 10 is in. Chicago Bears select Will Campbell, offensive tackle, Louisiana State University, Baton Rouge campus.
Will Campbell off the board at number 10 to the Bears, trying to, again, what teams do with young quarterbacks. They protect those guys. The Bears have been heavily linked to Ashton Genty. There's a possibility they could move up to try and get that guy. The best course of action is to make sure that Caleb Williams doesn't get sacked as much as he did last year, and that is take the best offensive tackle. We know the San Francisco 49ers are in major need of young, cost-controllable edge rushing players. Jalen Walker has slid. Jalen Walker slides no more. The pick is in. Out of Georgia, linebacker Jalen Walker to the San Francisco 49ers.
I like the pick, Raj. I like the pick. I think that'd be exactly where the Niners need to go after losing 2 of their best playmakers defensively to your Denver Broncos. They need to shore up the defensive side of the ball. And now the pick is in. Jera.
Who's Jerry gonna take?
Jera Jones. Friend of the program here. Big fan of glory holes as well. Jera Jones with the 12th overall pick. Uncle Jera, Grandpa Jera, Great-Grandpa Jera selects Tetero McMillan, wide receiver, the University of Arizona.
I don't
smiles,
hate the
and
pick.
glory holes.
I hate the fact that he's not there for the Broncos to select at number 20. I was hoping he was going to slide down, but I like the pick for the Cowboys. You need to find a way to maximize the Dak Prescott window. So Tet McMillan off the board at number 12. The Miami Dolphins, an atrocious defense, an atrocious secondary needs help. And Will Johnson off the board at number 12 to the Miami Dolphins. He is the pick at number 13, rather, not number 12. Johnson out of Michigan, the best defensive back in this year's draft. And they get him at a great spot at 13.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick. Miami Dolphins need to figure out the physicality on the defensive side of the ball, and they indeed get that.
There were thoughts last year that, like, if Will Johnson had been in the draft, he could have been the number one corner on the board.
Pick number 14 is in. The Crossroads of America are where pick 14, the Indianapolis Colts, select Colston Loveland, tight end, University of Michigan.
You what?
Who the hell are the Broncos going to pick at 12? 20. I hate where we're going here.
20?
Did I say 12?
There's
so many numbers.
Last year.
Oh, yeah, they were 12 last year.
It's pretty
That's
good.
Where my head
Worked
is.
out for him.
I'm working on like 2.5 hours of sleep, and I'm emotionally shot, Coach. You just got to.
You know what? The mock draft needs your best, Raj. I need your best.
All right. Needs my best, and that is the reason why they're taking the best player off the board at number 15, the Atlanta Falcons. Their pick is in. The best defensive player on the board remaining right now, edge rusher out of Georgia, Mykel Williams.
Good call. Pick number 16 is in. The Arizona Cardinals select linebacker Jihad Campbell out of the University of Alabama Crimson Tide.
Is this where we're going to see a bunch of defensive players go?
That's what it feels like.
Like between 12 and 20, because there's been so many offensive players where you're going to have 2 quarterbacks, a running back, 2 tight ends, a wide receiver, if not 2 selected here, where you just see a run on edge, linebacker, say, like that's where I feel like you're going to get this weird glut of forgettable picks between 12 and 20. But because there's so many first round grades still in here because you pushed it down with the 2 quarterbacks being selected, I think that's what's going to happen here. Sorry, what was the pick again, Arizona?
Arizona.
I got to take him off my board now.
We just took Jihad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
All right. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock, and the pick is in at number 17. One of the worst defensives in the entire league. Has to get better. I think they get better on the outside looking in. The Hendrickson thing in the offseason probably leaves a bad taste in their mouth. They get young at edge. Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M is the pick.
Combine freak show, Shamar Stewart. It's a guy that could go as high as top 10, but could slide all the way down into the 30s.
Shamar Stewart off the board, and Cincinnati helps out like the worst defense in the league.
Pick number 18 is in. In the rainy Pacific Northwest, the Seattle Seahawks, under second-year head coach Mike Macdonald. Tremendous gift of singing as well, Mike Macdonald. Select defensively. And they pick Will Johnson, cornerback, University of Michigan.
Michigan.
Don't like that pick, huh?
Not a fan of that, KJ?
Was Will Johnson not already taken at 13?
Hold on. Did you say you're taking Will Johnson?
Maybe I should have.
Will Johnson's off the board.
Maybe I should have. So do I lose my draft spot?
No, you get
All
to
right.
select again. This is
Okay.
a mock draft. Will Johnson was taken number 13 by Miami.
Wow, that was bad. My accounting skills over here weren't very good.
Do you want the next best corner on the board right now?
I
hope you don't take him because he's my pick for Tampa Bay.
I want to stay secondary, knowing that Mike wants to bring in the best possible secondary. I'm going safety out of Georgia, Malachi Starks.
All right. Malachi Starks off the board, which leaves my pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 19, and the pick is in. The corner, Jahdae Barron out of Texas. Need help in the secondary. Hasn't been nearly good enough since the Super Bowl win. You get young, you get good.
Potentially a nickel as well.
Yeah, he's the pick there for Tampa Bay. And that brings us to
this
number
is the moment
20.
We have all been waiting for.
The Denver Broncos are on the clock.
At pick number 20, the Denver Broncos select Luther Burden III, wide receiver out of the University of Missouri.
All right, so
you got your guy, Sean.
Who have we left on the board now for the Broncos
Omari
in that
and
situation?
Hampton. Omari and Hampton would be on the board.
Emeka Egbuka on the board. Matthew Golden out of Texas
Walter
on the board.
Nolan, defensive tackle, Ole Miss, on the board.
Travion Henderson on the board. Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU, on the board.
Our friend of the program.
Terrence Ferguson on the board, although Ferguson doesn't really have a first-round grade. He's more of a second, third-round
Yeah,
type of tight end.
Mason Taylor I would put in that same category.
How do you feel about that? Because there's no ability to move up, you have to be okay with whoever falls to you at 20. Are you happy?
I think Sean Payton is going to see some of his greats at New Orleans in Luther Burden. His great receiving
6 foot,
core.
206 pounds.
Strong.
He had 6 touchdowns last year.
And then also, I think that he is going
Can
to
rush the ball a bit.
I
think tunnel screen guy.
I think he's going to like the Deebo Samuel ace in the hole, if you will, to be able to do some things other than just be a receiver and catch the football.
There it is, your first annual morning sprint mock draft, all the way up until the Broncos pick at number 20. And Coach has them. Again, no trades in our mock draft, but Luther Burden III out of Missouri is the pick for the Denver Broncos tonight.
What is up, Denver, Colorado? Spring is here, and as the weather keeps heating up, the sports action is really heating up here with Circus Sports Colorado. From Major League Baseball to NBA and NHL hockey playoffs, Circus Sports has all of it covered. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. Whether you're looking for playoff futures or props on your future players, on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. If you got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, in our first annual morning sprint mock draft, Coach Sanford mocks Luther Burden III out of Missouri to the Denver Broncos. Again, in our mock draft, no trades, not allowed to. That is toggled off on the NCAA football 25 settings. NFL football, Madden, whatever the heck it is.
When you go through that in real time, which is what we did today, it made me realize the sensitive nature of everything that's going to happen between about pick 5 and pick 12.
It's going to be insane.
Because if it involves a run on running backs, tight ends, receiver, I think that you end up moving out of pick 12.
How fun is it right now as a Broncos fan to realize your team holds all the chips in making this draft super exciting or super boring? If the Broncos don't move, it's kind of a boring draft. Because who else is going to move up? Look at those teams.
What I'm looking forward to is this incredible draft party that we're having tonight. And if they move out of the first round altogether, that was fun.
It's a letdown, but if they move out of 20, like if Luther Burden is available at 20 and they make the pick instead of trading down and just being like, let's just get the hell out of here. Because like if Burden is available, who are the rest of the best players on those lists? Matthew Golden, Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Ohio State, Connor Lee, the tackle out of Oregon.
Already talked about Marion Hampton,
Egbuka.
I don't even think we called Gray Zabel's name, if I'm not mistaken.
On defense, you've got the linebacker, Jahad Campbell out of Alabama.
I picked him.
You took Campbell? Who'd you take Campbell with? Arizona.
It was the Cardinals.
Mississippi's Walter Nolan is available.
Walter Nolan. We ended up, did Kenneth Grant, did he go?
Kenneth Grant did not go.
Nope. Yep, defensive tackle. Walter Nolan, still
So
available.
what this is telling me is that unless there's another trade, who's going to move up to 20? Like, why move up to 20? Why move back into the first round to 20? The only way that I think that you're going to make a trade, like, who's in love with Jackson Dart right now?
I don't think anybody is, but that's just my own eyes are telling me that based off of what I watched film-wise this year of Jackson Dart. I'm talking about as a first-round pick. I don't believe that Jackson Dart
right, but he's skyrocketing into the first round. There's a lot of mocks that have him above Shedeur Sanders.
I understand that. There's been a consistent effort from media types to, I think since the Senior Bowl, to elevate the perceived value of Jackson Dart. And I don't know why. Because I don't see it.
Like, could the Giants trade back into the first round with you at 20 if they like him?
Possibly.
Would the Browns?
The only other thing I would say is if there's a run of offensive tackles and then there's one remaining. So say like we didn't have Gray Zabel of North Dakota State coming off.
No, there's 3 first/second round graded tackles that we still have on the board right now at pick 21. Is Jackson Dart a fit for your old buddy Kellen Moore?
Could be.
Okay, so maybe New Orleans selects Tyler Warren at 9 and they go, let's have Jackson Dart sit behind Derek Carr and allow Kellen Moore to turn him into his little robot.
Could you get that possibly in the second round though?
There's a possibility, but what teams don't like to do is take the chance on their quarterback that like they think might be the answer and let that just go up to chance. The other thing that really helps you is if that quarterback is the answer, you want the 5th-year option on the contract, which means you don't wait until the second round to select him. Because that gives your team cost controllability and cost certainty. So the Giants could be an option to trade back in at 20. In this situation, again, there have not been any trades made on our little mock draft. No trades. So in this situation, the Giants could trade back into 20. Would the Niners be in love with that quarterback of the future? I don't think so.
Maybe. I don't know.
But a lot of those quarterback needy teams that haven't yet gotten the quarterback have already made their selection prior to the Broncos. Isn't there a thought process that if you don't get the quarterback now, you're probably going to suck next year? And the quarterback class next year it's 10 times what it is this season.
It looks to be potentially very good.
It looks very deep at the very least.
Potentially.
So why move your draft capital from next year into this year's draft just to rush that process for a guy that you don't know is going to be the guy?
Yeah.
I think this is worst case scenario for the Broncos. I think no trades.
Are you saying our mock draft?
Worst case.
Unless Luther Burden ends up being prime Deebo Samuel for Sean Payton.
KJ, you got a hypothetical. What's up?
All right, so I got this hypothetical for you guys, and I was just kind of thinking about it as Coach was talking there. What if the Broncos trade back in the first round? So from 20 to, we'll say, pick 28 or whatever the case may be. You gain a second-round pick. So now you have 2 second-round picks, and you still have your third-round pick, and then you get a third-round pick next year. So you take a defensive player in the first round, and then you take a wide receiver and running back in the second round. Do you guys think that is a viable option or possibility? Do you think the Broncos would do that?
Man, it wouldn't completely surprise me. If it's a defensive tackle, I could see that happening. And we saw in our mock draft that there were some quality defensive tackles still on the board.
Grant, Michigan, Nolan, Mississippi, Harmon, Oregon.
That'd be the one position that at pick 20, quality still on the board. Drafting based off who really had first-round grades remaining.
The top 30 visits that the Broncos had for interior defensive linemen or defensive ends. Not all that many of them.
It's really interesting.
Xavier Carlton was an interview
defensive end
out of Cal,
which is probably a depth. I mean, that's a depth later round type guy that they're trying to get to know.
Walter Nolan, top 30 visit.
Okay,
out of Mississippi.
There it is.
Who is available in our mock draft right now at number 20.
A couple of really interesting names on this list that KJ compiled for us of top 30 visits. First of all, there are a ton of running backs on here. I mean, Jaden Blue, Devin Neal, Cam Scattaboo.
Yeah.
You don't like Cam Scattaboo?
No.
I like him in the 5th round.
Oh, sure.
Ollie
We're
Gordon.
not talking about the 5th round right now. It was a first-round mock draft. We'd have to do a 9-hour show to do
Caleb
a seven-round mock draft.
Travion Henderson, Quinshawn Judkins. And then at tight end, you had Colston Loveland, Gunnar Helm,
Harold Fannin,
Terrence Ferguson, Harold Fannin Jr.
Before the 3rd round is up, the Broncos will have selected at least a running back and a tight end. Those are the 2 things that will be off the board, Coach.
Tyler Warren didn't have a top 30 visit, huh?
I don't think they believe that Warren's going to get to them.
Yeah.
All right, Coach. Nuggets clip show tonight. Number 38
no,
as well.
No predictions, Raj.
No
just
predictions,
a basketball game.
Just a basketball game.
Just an NBA playoff game,
I
Raj.
did that to our Avs fans yesterday. I'm not doing it to the Nuggets fans.
Yeah,
I won't do it.
I am so excited for tonight's basketball game because that's been the best series in the NBA, and it's not even close. It's such an important game that the NBA decided to air on their TNT broadcast a 50-point bloodletting of the Memphis Grizzlies over this game.
Number 38, go down there, see Brett Kane for the watch party for the Nuggets. Hang out for the first round of the NFL draft with Coach Sanford, Tyler Polumbus, DMac, and Andy Lindahl. Coach, before we get out of here and hand things off to PhD, your dream scenario tonight. Just give it to me.
You either get Ashton Genty or Tyler Warren. Period. You move mountains to get one of those 2 players.
That's Coach Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 10. PhD is coming up next. It's not over. It feels like crap this morning, but the series is certainly not over.
Success is where opportunity and expectation meets. And last night, the Avalanche, boy, did they drop the ball. And you can't go 0 for 6 on a power play when the expectations are for you to deliver in that situation, and you have the opportunity to do so.
I'm giving the half point on the 4-on-4 on the power play. I'm giving a half point for that one.
The failure to produce in that moment is of an epic nature. Expectation, we're better than this team. Opportunity, we have some of the best players in the world, and we're on the power play. And when you can't cash on that, guess what happens to success? And you took a magical night, and you just wipe your butts with it. And that sucks. And that makes me feel a little bummed out because I think the Avalanche are a better team than what they showed last night. And the concept that this was somehow a distraction because of Gabriel Landeskog, which I've seen floated around, what a bunch of garbage that is. This is a day, I'm being honest here, fellas. Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Val Nichushkin, Jared Bednar. You got to look in the damn mirror today. And you got to be better. Hi, guys. How are we doing? Tyler, how you feeling? Scotty, good to have you on.
Hey, buddy.
Yes, sir. I'll say a couple things. I thought McKinnon and Makar, who are your two big stars, and if we can call out Jamal and Joker and Michael in mishaps, and you got to be able to call them, I didn't think they were tight with the puck in their hands. I thought they had a couple too many miscues. I think the Dallas Stars coach was it DeVore. I think he has a plan that bothers this team. It's bothered him last year. It bothered him, this season right now. It bothered him when he went to Kings or somebody like that when they knocked him out of the playoffs. He mucks up the neutral zone and changes everything you want to do and get done well. It stops your complete game plan and just makes you look average. I thought the Avs got outplayed for most of the game, and still they had a 1-0 lead into the third. So, and then when you go 4 minute a major penalty and you don't score on the power play in 4 minutes.
Oh, you're gonna lose.
That just crushed you.
You're gonna. As soon as they didn't catch on that power play, I was like, "Oh, this thing's over."
You knew it's over, right?
At that point,
yeah. That's a bummer. But the reality is you've now got 2 losses in which you led for a significant portion of the game, in both games, right? and even though you did have opportunities there in those power plays that hurt a lot. And I agree, when you didn't capitalize, it was like, oh God, here we go. No freaking way they survive it. You did have the lead for a long time in both games, and you just couldn't seize the moment.
The Stars have only led for 62 seconds in this series.
Yeah.
And they're up 2-1.
And they're up 2-1.
That's wild. I didn't know 62 seconds.
62 seconds.
Yeah, they were up 2-1 in game 1, right? So I think that was the last time.
Yeah, they've led for 62 seconds.
Well, in hockey and everything, you get like the extra half point. You get the points if you go to overtime.
Sure.
So
sure.
We went to 2 overtimes. So
we
did. That counts for something, right? Because in hockey, they tell me if you go to overtime, that means something.
That's only
just regulation,
regular season.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, they changed the rules.
Bummer.
They changed the entire way the game is evaluated in the playoffs.
Shoot!
Damn. By the way, just when you're saying that,
it
is so stupid.
It's so stupid.
It's the dumbest thing of all time.
It's so dumb. Go wins, losses, the end. You don't get any points for overtime. Go like everybody else in the world. Wins, losses. That's it. The end. It's America.
Do you realize if it was regulation, you both would have 4 points right now?
What are we doing? Aggregate scoring?
Yeah.
Are we playing Dallas?
I'm actually a fan of aggregate now.
Yeah, Dallas FC. Is that who we're playing?
Now that seems like a really good idea. That's what we should do.
Oh, my God.
Man, what a bummer, because the confidence could not have been any higher with this Avalanche team. And now it's stressful. It's very, very stressful. Look, the return of Gabe was fun, man. And that video tribute was special. That got
Which
me a
one?
little bit. Well, the first one.
I mean, there was like 6 of them, but
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. But it was like, listen, it was awesome. There were a lot of tributes to Gabe.
Gabe did not hurt the team.
No,
that was something that we were debating. I think it's probably debatable how much he helped the team. Also,
I think he was a very solid third line power forward.
Okay.
You know, he led the team in hits, as did Miles Wood. He was part of things. He wasn't given a lot of opportunities on power play, too, frankly. He wasn't out there all that much for it. Val Nichushkin wasn't out with the first power play for some bizarre reason that I do not understand. I thought Gabe...
Can I let me just back up for a second just on Gabe. And I know that... See, you asked the question yesterday of, like, where's this going to rank in all-time moments for the Avalanche and their history, getting Gabe back. I was like, well, depends on what happens in the game. It really does. But I do want to take a step back because it does feel anticlimactic. You got him back. It was a rush. You got the crowd. You got the banner. You got the family, all those sorts of things. And then when I was watching that game, and I just put myself in his shoes for a second, we really do need to take a step back here and acknowledge what that dude is doing. It's been 3 years since he's played hockey, which we all know. And then his first game back ever. I mean, I'm not counting AHL. I'm not counting that.
Mm-hmm.
Your first game back is in the playoffs?
Yeah.
After 3 years?
It's intense.
Dude, that's
I think
nuts.
McCarr's first NHL game was a playoff game too, right?
No chance to knock off the rust.
No.
Let's go. Let's go hit Mikko within 30 seconds.
Yeah, because that's who he is. That's what he does. That's the player he's always been. So he just went back to being that player. He's Gabe Landeskog. And it would have been awesome. Guys, who didn't want Gabe to get the goal in overtime, right? I mean, who didn't want him to have, and there were close. There were some points, at least with an assist, that he could be part of. The night, I think it was really 2 different things, guys. It was the return of Gabe. That's one thing, which was amazing. And the presentation of it and the emotion of it and to be in the building for it, I feel very lucky. Being there ringside next to his kids and his wife, and he's tossing pucks up, and that video is all over the place. Right there for that. Emotional. How can you not be emotional? After the game was over, I saw his son, little kid's a little kid. He's got his head on, somebody's shoulder as he's falling asleep as they're leading the Landeskog crew out. I mean, all of that was freaking unbelievable, Scott. I mean, Tyler, it was incredible. It was all incredible. The starting him with McKinnon. Okay, incredible. I mean, who doesn't have some tears for all these moments? Gabe saying, I almost lost it when I saw my kids. His kids made a sign for him. How cute was that? All of it was amazing. It was incredible. And then it was a hockey game. And that's part 2 of the whole equation. But it wasn't Gabe that let him down.
They got dominated the entire first also. I was nervous after Val scored that goal, which was fun. That was really cool, by the way.
I didn't know you could set picks in the NHL. That's a nice little thing.
He skated around for what felt like a minute and a half, and all of a sudden he gets wide open look.
He got a wide open look because somebody set a screen for him.
Cool.
Well,
worked out well.
It did.
After that moment, though, it was cross your fingers because Dallas was rolling.
Frustrating.
Well,
man.
like I said, they once you got the neutral zone, there was no clear path. They weren't able to get in with any control really into the scoring zone, and then the neutral zone was all mucked up. They closed it down, and listen, I thought they outplayed. They probably deserved, to be honest with you, to be up 2-1.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like I said, the Avalanche did not take advantage of the opportunities given to them. And they didn't even come close to matching the expectation based off of that, so you lose. And your season will be over shortly if you plow down that path, even though I really do believe they are a better team than Dallas. So for the Avs to win 3 straight would not surprise me. They're the better team. The Stars have led for 62 seconds. But if you don't take advantage of what's just put on a plate in front of you, you'll starve. On the power play,
they're a better team, but you've got history against DeVore now. And could you say if they're a better team, but is Dallas and DeVore's scheme and schematics better than what the Avs are throwing out there?
Well, he's won 4 straight in the playoffs at Ball Arena, so there's that going for him right now as a head coach. He's figured that out, including multiple overtime games. So if you don't want to give him credit for that, I think you're an idiot. The guy deserves plenty of credit. And while one thing might not matter for another. Bednar said, we don't think that way, like we've lost 4 straight. But somehow that coach has figured it out, hasn't he? It's a little frustrating. I don't blame people for being a little angry today. Bednar was a little miffed. This was last night.
What needs to be better on the power play?
Everything.
And Grizz, earlier today, within the hour, asked this question to Bednar.
It's going 0 for last night on the power play. Do you kind of think like this is time to go back to the drawing board here, or is this kind of stay the course? The guys will find their game eventually.
No, you got to go to the drawing board. Yep. And whether that's personnel changes on it. So we ran 2 units last night like that because of the 4-minute power play. You get a look at 2 units, and neither one of them was great. The top unit sticks with it and gets the 2 grade A's at the end of the game with a chance to win it, right? And we missed the top corner, and the next one hits a leg in front with an empty net.
So everything is wrong with the power play, and we got to go back to the drawing board. How does that make you guys feel?
Well, at least he's acknowledged. Go ahead,
okay. You got a game in between. It's about adjustments. They talked about it. I watched it here in my room in L.A., and so I'm watching ESPN, and Messier talked about it. You go back in between games, and you go back to the drawing board, and you change up, and you figure out what you did right and what you did wrong. And they got to figure a way to cross the neutral zone. They got to figure a way to get more shots on goal. I think Necic,
it's close enough. Whatever.
Nietzsche has to up his game. I didn't think he played the way he needs to play.
Who did play the way they're supposed to play?
I thought Manson was pretty good. I thought Manson was
Gerard,
pretty good.
maybe? I don't know. Who?
I thought Manson was okay. I thought, what's our guy? Know him? The other Finnish guy, I thought he was okay.
Lehkonen?
Yeah, I thought Lehkonen was okay.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, man. I thought
Cole's got to be better.
The energy was, guys, I'm telling you, it was unbelievable. And the Avs took all that energy, all that excitement, all those vibes, all of it, and just was like, whatever. And they had that lead, 1-0. Let's go. And they weren't even playing that great, but they had a good moment, and they're up 1-0. Let's go. This is it. You get another goal, that game's over. You go up 2-0, that game is over because of the vibe and the feeling and everything that was going on in that building. 2-0, that game's over.
But you didn't.
But you didn't. I'm finding myself a little pissed off, frankly.
Because now the old rear ends are going to get pretty tight. And
well, rightfully so.
It's a radically different feeling from when we were sitting here talking about the series before it ever began. Like, oh man, I think your word was karma. Like, I'll look at all the bad karma going against Dallas right now, and you weren't wrong.
No,
I mean they had everything going against them. Here we are,
and they couldn't take it. The Avs so far haven't taken. It's not over. The series ain't over by a long stretch. It's just disappointing, really disappointing right now. Okay, it is draft day. And holy cow, are there a lot of crazy things going on. The biggest is Jackson Dart about to be a top 10 pick. Damn, son. We'll dig into it coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado. You don't have to waste your whole weekend driving all over Colorado trying to find the vehicle of your dreams. When you go to Phil Long Ford, the inventory is incredible. Over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. If you've not given a test drive on one of those electric vehicles, you're missing out. The Ford Mach-E Mustang, the F-150 Lightning, these are fast vehicles that are flat out fun to drive. You're going to fall in love with them. And what I love about Phil Long Ford is you're going to become a customer for life. Relationships matter, and you will value your relationship with Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know your friend Tyler sent you on over, and visit them online at phillongford.com.
All right, guys. Draft tonight. Tonight's going to be kind of crazy at number 38. So myself, Tyler, Andy, Coach Sanford, draft show. Brett Kane hosting Nuggets viewing party. Which
I heard Scott was going to pull a little double duty also.
Is that right?
Yeah, he was going to call in during the TV timeouts.
That would be, are you joking? That would be awesome.
No, he just texted me.
Are you going to be able to do that, Scott?
No.
Okay.
Why'd you text that to me?
Well, I don't know.
It would be pretty funny at halftime if you were to call to just give us your Broncos reaction at halftime of the Nuggets game. That would be a hoot. But of course, I'm not going to bug you on that. And you're a working man. By the way, we should note. And we'll get the reaction for it later. The reaction from the TNT guys when they found out the Clippers Nuggets game was going to be on NBA TV instead of TNT was priceless.
Nothing like calling your bosses morons.
There's a reason why that show is so damn good. Their reaction, and Dan, we'll get it later. But it was if you haven't seen it, they were just flabbergasted that they would go to the Grizzlies, Oklahoma City, point out there's been a 75-point differential in 2 games there, instead of the best series in the entire NBA playoffs. But that is indeed the case. So we should say and emphasize you can get a 3-day free trial of Altitude Plus and watch the game tonight for free if you want to, if you haven't signed up already, Scott. I'm happy to pass that along.
Yeah, isn't it is it all 3 free? Is that what the passcode is?
3. Oh, yeah. You know what? I do have. I did take a little thing.
I think it's Alt 3 free.
Alt 3, the number 3 free. Yes, you are correct. The promo code ALT, the number 3 FREE. Alt 3 free. So,
because NBA TV will be blocked out, or was supposed to be blocked out in Denver.
That's so stupid.
Are you kidding me?
That's exactly why we're doing it. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was the twist.
The only way you can watch it is on Altitude.
Well, the guys on TNT were flabbergasted by it. I have no idea why TNT would make this decision.
Everybody knows or should have known that knows basketball. This is going to be the best series. Those guys obviously in the studio knew that. But it's decisions unlike other places. It's people that really don't know the business in hand who make decisions. And we gotta get Shea and let everybody see Shea, because he's the best in the world. They got John Moran. It's gonna be awesome. And it hasn't been much of a series yet.
Let me play a little bit this for you because the TNT reaction. Dan did a good job getting this. Go ahead, Dan.
3 more games. Knicks and Pistons. Oh. Are y'all serious right now? Grizzlies. Are y'all serious right now?
That's crazy.
Y'all got the Clippers, the best series going on NBA TV instead of here.
Wow.
Come on, Kenny.
Yeah,
Come on, Kenny.
That's different.
Come on, man.
That is different.
Who made that decision? They've had the 2 best games by far. And we ain't going to be there. Come on, man.
Nuggets. Can we make a trade?
Who made that decision? Fiorello?
Can we make a trade that Thunder in that Nuggets game? Wow. I'm with you, Chuck.
Hey, think about it. We're going to show the game where the team lost by 75 points.
In 2 games.
In 2 games. Instead of teams with overtime and a barn barner.
And a what?
He meant he was close. Mile long, 3 inches deep.
Hey, I know money, and the NBA's new TV package paid them a whole lot of money, but to think that show basically goes bye-bye, and you're stuck with what ESPN has put off for the last 20 years also, which is just bad, boring basketball takes, that you're going to slide a guy over who's a talk show into the basketball forum because you pay him so much money. That show's horrible.
Dude, did you see?
The ESPN studio show is horrible. I will say last night, the ESPN hockey show with PK Subban and Mark Messier is really pretty good.
Well, I'll take your word for it. I heard the morning guys talk about this morning, like, you lose a game like that, are you really watching post-game shows? Are you?
I do. I do because I like to get analysts the analysis from outside guys. You're talking about two basically Hall of Famers breaking down a game, and with no dog in the hunt, right? And there's no dog in the hunt, so they're going to give you pure evaluation. So, and it was kind of neat to see Messier talking about Landeskog and what he's meant to hockey and this franchise, and how people think of him as a player. Well,
I'm sure it's all
that's
great.
a Hall of Famer saying that,
I'm
man.
sure that's
I,
great.
I thought it was awesome.
Then again, my bed was really called my name right
yeah,
about that.
I think,
Yeah.
Dallas scores as heard by Connor McGay here, Mark Moser, and him. It's like, that's it, the end. I mean, you could hear a pin drop, and that arena was so exciting, and it's almost just dead quiet. And the only voices you could hear is the Stars players yelling and screaming. That is true.
ESPN showed it, and it looked like fans didn't even want to leave. They were just
shocked.
so stunned, sitting in their seats.
Stunned, shocked, silence, dismal.
You said it a while ago. Once they didn't score on that 4-minute power play, once that power play ended, I went, if they don't score in the next 10 seconds, it's over.
Yeah, well, I felt the same way too. But you keep hope alive until it's finally done. But anyway, so that was pretty funny. Oh, and the TNT crew, if you missed it, Chuck was about to soil himself on the set a couple nights ago. Shaq. He runs off. It's hysterical. Oh, yeah. The next night, they put a porta potty on the set.
That was so epic. I mean, they actually went out of their way to get an actual porta potty to put on the set.
Shaq goes into the porta potty. It's already classic. The only thing that would made it better, and Chuck had the right idea, is to turn the porta potty over.
That's true.
They turned it over.
Good luck turning Shaq over.
Well, they didn't quite go that far, but it was hysterical. Runs off the set because he's about to poop himself. Next night, there's a porta potty on the set. It's awesome.
And only Shaq could do that and not be embarrassed by it, you know?
Take a tinkle.
And maybe Scott. Scott could probably do that too.
You gotta go.
You gotta go, man.
I think the last thing anybody wants is Shaquille O'Neal's bad stomach to turn up on set. Go, please.
Oh, that was hilarious. That's hilarious.
Let me go to CBS because the draft. So we'll be at number 38 tonight with the draft coverage, with coverage with the Nuggets game. Dan in the paint. Live post-game show as well. So number 38 is the place to be tonight. If you're out of town, Scott's actually calling the game on TV. So we got you covered. Here's CBS about Jackson Dart.
What I'm being told is that Jackson Dart is not going to fall beyond that number 9 pick and the Saints. Somebody could potentially go above the Saints to try to go get him, but that's not what I'm hearing right now, that is a pick that Kellen Moore really likes.
Jackson Dart, Tyler, is he about to be a top 10 pick tonight?
I don't know what to believe. Yes, it's a possibility. We know that that's a possibility. We've been discussing this for a while now. Jackson Dart is the one. Like, if we're talking about a real scenario where Shedeur Sanders could slip out of the first round, well, Jackson Dart jumps him. That's it. I felt like the Saints were high on Shedeur Sanders. Wasn't that the rumor just about 2 or 3 weeks ago that the Saints couldn't have been any higher on Shedeur?
It feels like it, but it feels like we've been riding a roller coaster on it as well.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this. Most of the time, I try to not buy into 24, 48-hour removed rumors of the NFL draft. It does feel like there's a lot of smoke with Shedeur falling. I mean, a lot of it. And when I say fallen, I mean, like, might not be drafted in the first round.
Here's Schefter about Tomlin and Shedeur.
Mike Tomlin likes Shedeur Sanders. I don't think the Giants are going to take him at 3, but I'm not ruling it out. I don't think they will. Mm-hmm. I definitely don't think the Saints will take him at 9.
What gives you that impression?
Just a lot of people don't believe that the Saints are interested in him.
Okay.
So if the Giants don't take him at 3 and the Saints don't take him at 9, can't really find a team from 9 to 21, although someone could always trade up if they want him that much. Although, again, we've seen how polarizing he is, so it's hard to imagine who's trading up in this draft where there's been no trades up so far to go get a quarterback in a draft class that evaluators have been picking apart. So my guess is he would sit on the board till 21. And that's where it's going to be interesting.
Wow.
Well, and how does that affect the Denver Broncos? So 48 hours ago, the hottest rumor in the NFL was that the Broncos were the most likely team to move up in the draft. That was going all over the place, okay? And then as of late last night, the rumor starts popping around, hey, Broncos are open for business at number 20 to trade down. Why are they open for business number 20? Because they know that 21 are the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there is a rumor out there, DMac and Scott, I don't know if you guys have heard it, that the Cleveland Browns are interested in selecting Travis Hunter at number 2 and then moving back into the first round to get Shedeur.
That is a baller move right there. It is risky as hell, but that's a baller-ass move.
Okay, so now you've got Pittsburgh at 21. Any team that's behind Pittsburgh Steelers that are interested in them, hey, 20's open for business. Maybe even the Steelers move up one spot. So where are we at with Denver Broncos? Well, 48 hours ago, they were going to be the most aggressive team moving up. As of last night, they're open for business moving back. Or they might select somebody at number 20. How's that for the hot take going on?
It's all over the place.
It's all stupid. It's why you don't get caught up in the rumors right now. Everybody's just trying to create noise to see what the best deal is.
Well, Adam Schefter says the Broncos have fielded calls in recent days from teams potentially moving up to the Broncos 20. That would have the Broncos moving back. Daniel Jeremiah today puts out his mock. He's got the Broncos moving up to 13 to take Colston Loveland. He's got them being aggressive and moving up. I think at the end of the day, the moving up, moving back is a lot harder to pull off than everybody thinks.
Well, you want to know why? Because everybody and their mother wants to move back, especially in the top 10. And very, very few teams want to move up. That's what it comes down to. So you're trying to create interest for a market where there are not a lot of buyers.
In general, in the draft, there's less movement than you really think there's going to be. So based on that, and I appreciate the rumors, and it's fun to hear, I think at the end of the day, the Broncos stand at 20. I think Tyler Warren won't be there. I don't think Colston Loveland will be there. I don't think Genty will be there. And I think their choice is going to come between Trevian Henderson and Omarion Hampton. I think they're going to have to make a decision in terms of what running back they want, because I don't think they'll have the opportunities necessarily to move back. If Shedeur is still there at 21, that is a no-brainer for the Steelers.
I still liked what we said the other day. Why are you going to pick a running back at 20 if you ain't giving him at least 15 carries a game?
I feel you.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm starting to like the kid from Missouri, the wide receiver.
Luther Burden. Trevion Henderson, it's a bit of a reach, for sure. Omarion Hampton, a lot of people would still even argue that that's a bit of a reach in the first round. Generally speaking, people don't like running backs in the first round, but you do have one gaping hole in this team. It's the running back position, and sometimes you do unnecessary things because you've got a gaping hole. I don't think it's going to be a running back anymore in the first round. I actually believe that they will be Colston Loveland falls to 16 through 18. They probably jump up a couple spots to take him.
It wouldn't surprise me. Daniel Jeremiah is speculating it. You just got to find somebody to dance with, I suppose.
But what do you got to give up to go to 13 compared to 16?
Quite a bit, probably.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at
They only got 7 picks anyway, right? And what is it, 3 6 rounds?
Yeah,
or whatever
you're dealing probably with futures. You're dealing with 26s and 27s at that point. You can only, I believe, trade 2 years ahead on picks, I think, something like that. But, yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of draft value chart ways to figure it out. Great analysis. What's it between 16 and 13? More. Yeah, duh. But, Daniel Jeremiah has him going to 13 for Loveland.
It's about the difference between a third rounder and a second rounder.
Okay.
So you want to jump up to 13, probably got to give up a second.
Okay. But it doesn't have to be a second this year. Could be a second in 26.
Probably has to be a second this year.
Well,
but most teams don't work like that.
I think that's ridiculous to do. I think that's absurd to do for Colston Loveland. I think that's ridiculous, in my opinion. I don't know. If it happens, it happens. If it happens, they're in love with Colston.
What if it's a third? What if you're just bumping up a couple spots?
Thirds, better. Not bad. I'm not as opposed to a third. Your second round pick should be a dude, man. Should be a dude for a long time.
A guy that's a potential starter for a while.
Yes.
Do you guys look at it that And obviously, if you grab a town, you grab a guy that's special. You do it whatever you do. But do you ever look at it? Well, okay, if they move up, Sean Payton wins, and if they move down and get more picks, George Payton wins.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's exactly what it is. By the way, they're doing a mock on ESPN right now, and they just had the Broncos taking Luther Burden. There you go, Scott. I'd be fine with that if that's your guy. I mean, if that's how you feel, would you be all right, Tyler, with Luther Burden?
Yeah, I put out a top 5 list a while back, and it was Emeka Egbuka, Luther Burden, obviously Ashton Genty. That's probably not going to happen. Colston Loveland, and God, who was my 5th? Drawing a blank on my 5th. But
Tyler Warren. I mean,
yeah. Well, Tyler wasn't even. He didn't even make the cut because I didn't think it was realistic.
Gone.
It was Malachi Starks.
Oh, safety. Okay.
Everybody stopped talking about safeties.
We did.
Why?
Well, because they got oh my God, the San Francisco free
Go
agent.
on, I got it, but I'm just gonna see you guess it.
Oh, see you guess the name?
Yeah.
Ufango.
Well, close, really close.
Hufango?
So close. You're right there. Hufanga.
Talanoa. All right. In terms of who everybody else, let's go to Vic Lombardi. Who you got them picking?
Wait, is this one of those DMac ideas where he wants to get everybody involved? Hey, everybody, call in. Everybody participate. Yay. All right, DMac. I think the Broncos trade back. All right? Is that good enough for you, DMac? Is that going to soothe you? Is that going to make you feel better about your show? Is that what it's going to take? Say hello to Tyler and Scott, by the way. See you guys.
Moser, what do you got?
Hey, it's Moser. And with the 20th pick, it might be a little bit overvalued, but I'd go with the speedy wide receiver Matthew Golden out of Texas. The guy runs like the wind. It's going to provide a great target for Bo Nix, runs great routes. A little bit on the smaller side, not really a Sean Payton kind of guy, but you can't teach speed. It's hard to buy speed. Get speed. Give Bo Nix a weapon.
All right. What do you guys think about that? If this is Golden, you'd be all right with him?
Oh, I'd absolutely be all right with it. You know, my gut tells me Sean Payton's going to go try to find another 6'5" guy, which you're looking at Ted McMillan out of Arizona. What do we really need, though? What we really need is speed. You know, Marvin Mims is a good football player, but that's it. He's just a good football player. He's not a special football player. We need special speed.
All right. Well, let's dig into the Nuggets.
Wait, is this one of those DMac ideas where he wants to get everybody
all right,
involved?
Vic.
Why didn't he say it was Scott's idea?
He knows better.
We'll go back to the Nuggets. Will MPJ play? What insight do we got from Southern California with Scott Hastings? We'll get that next.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very optimistic because Mike's one that I don't think gets enough credit for how tough he is, what he's played through over these years. So his pain threshold is something that people don't understand and don't get, that he deals with all year long. So do I know if Mike's going to play? No. But I do know if Mike can play, he will. So trust Mike.
He's listed as questionable. Tonight, it's the Clippers and the Nuggets in Game 3 at the, what is it, Intuit? Am I saying that right?
I believe that's it.
Intuit?
Yeah.
I don't know what Intuit, besides that, we're into it. In terms
Mortgage, isn't it?
Just assume software.
Okay. I'm not sure what it is. I hear amazing things about the arena. Scott, you've obviously been there.
How cool is the wall, Scott? How intimidating is it?
It's not at all.
It's not?
Okay.
Does it affect free throws?
No. It's just more of a vertical place where people sit. They got a little thing in front of them.
David Adelman said it was the loudest place in the NBA.
Well, and he also said because they pump music into it and noise into it, and they make it that way.
Well, yeah, okay.
Well, I'm sure it'll be loud tomorrow too, or tonight. But
is it any more or less intimidating to play than anywhere else?
No.
Okay, so that ain't a big deal.
No, I don't think so.
I gotta admit, it does look pretty radical when you're just viewing it, at least on TV.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that would be different. I'm not saying how difficult it would be to adjust to, but it definitely looks that'd be a different shot for players.
Well, Scott's here to tell you it's no big deal, I guess.
Just people sitting up. I've only been here once. Tonight will be my second time,
okay.
And I never got. I didn't. Everybody's going, you got to see the wall, is it? And I thought maybe it was be like some Hollywood Squares or something. Everybody was sitting completely vertical, and it was,
You thought it was Hollywood Squares?
I was like
Charles Nelson Riley's and Paul Lynn's in the center square.
They all got individual boxes.
Waving a big foam finger around.
Paul Lynn for the block, and I didn't think it. I didn't get it. I mean,
That's a riot.
Looked just normal to me.
Okay. So how's MPJ doing?
Intuit is a global financial technology platform.
Okay. How they doing today? Everybody all right there at Intuit? Hopefully everybody's good.
Hope they're into it if they got that job there, right?
I hope they are into it. All right, so
I will say this: Steve Ballmer was in Denver for the two games, right?
Yeah, all right. Owner, billionaire.
I just
tech guy.
Is it Mr. K, billionaire?
Mr. K's right? Billionaire. Yeah. Ballmer's got more than Mr. K, but
I see Mr. K walking around and he just talks to people and hangs around. Ballmer walks around and both times he had like a group of other people with him.
Yeah.
They probably gave him a special seat and like 4 or 5 seats. He walked, and I swear to God, it was March of the Penguins. This last game, I'm watching him. I watched him come in the arena. I watched him go out before the game. I watched him come in at halftime. I watched him leave. And it's him walking, and it's like you're not walking with a group. You know how you walk in a group and just talk and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it was March of the Penguins. He had his Penguins in a dead line behind him, walking behind him. I'm like, dude, I guess, is this how the flow chart in his business goes? It's me. Everybody else get in line.
Well, more likable Mark Cuban or just Mark Cuban?
More likable.
Yeah.
Or more like Cuban's like a frat boy that's got $1 billion.
Isn't that what Ballmer's like? When I see it, I was watching him on the second row at the Nuggets games. He looks exactly like a frat boy.
I've got the net worth for all of them. I got the net worth for Mr. K, for Steve Ballmer, for Robson Walton, and for Mark Cuban. You want to have some fun here? What do you think Mark Cuban's overall net value is?
Well, he just sold his 75% of the Mavs for $4 billion, didn't he?
I don't know. Well, I'll take your word for it.
I would say he's probably worth 9.
Tyler?
So between 5 and 9.
7.
5.7. This is just according to the internet, so who knows, right? But I got 5.7 on him. You want to take a crack at Mr. K?
31.
I got 18 billion, according to the internets. You want to take a
so that's not including his wife, probably.
I just got Stan Kroenke, so that's just what I got. Who knows? I know this building's really nice. Steve Ballmer, You want to take a crack at him?
130.
Tyler.
40.
112.1.
Wow.
Yeah. And then Robson Walton, just for chisels and giggles. Broncos.
200.
113.1. So, hey, he's only got $1 billion more. It's just $1 billion more than Steve Ballmer. The wealth of some of these guys. And listen, Steve Ballmer's worth $112 billion, fellas. Damn.
He was a co-founder of Microsoft, wasn't he?
Pretty damn cool. Steve Ballmer, American businessman and inventor, served as CEO at Microsoft from 2000 to 2014. He's the co-founder of the Ballmer Group, a philanthropic investment
He's definitely
company.
a front and center dude.
Dude,
I'll tell you that much.
If you're worth $112 billion, you're going to have people following you around like March of the Penguins. Ain't no doubt about it. You're definitely going to have people just.
Shoot, you might just have money falling out of your pocket. I'd march behind him also.
Hey, stick around in case the tip money falls out. Okay. Or each guy behind him might be the tipper, right?
Maybe.
Okay.
I will say. Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
I was say, Cuban was a frat boy. He always wanted to hang around. He'd sit down and talk to everybody. Ballmer don't talk to nobody. Now he jumps up and down and he's a big cheerleader for his team.
Yeah.
But to me, frat boys hanging out, having a beer with the dudes, playing one-on-one, playing pickup games. I guess he used to go down and play pickup games with the other staff members and stuff. So, and plus, I knew a guy that went to college with him at IU who introduced me initially to him.
All right. I'll take our billionaires over their billionaires, and we'll go from there.
We got good billionaires.
We got great billionaires.
Yeah.
We're good.
We got the best billionaire.
I tell you what, man, in pro sports, you better hope you got a billionaire, right? You better hope.
Name one that's not.
I gotcha. How the Rockies doing? Monfort's not a billionaire. There's no way he's a billionaire, is he? Monfort?
No. I think I looked it up recently, and I thought it was between $700 and $900 million.
Oh my God, is it really that much?
That's pretty close to $1 billion.
Cow, yeah. He ain't looking at many checks.
No.
He's not worried about tips. All right, anyways, that's the scene here tonight. What else we got? You think my MPJ will go or not then, Scott?
I would be surprised if he doesn't.
Okay.
Can I just got to say.
What?
I don't have a good vibe. Not a good vibe.
You don't have a good vibe?
Nope. I don't feel great.
Really?
Doesn't feel good, man. Look, whether Michael Porter Jr. plays or not, he's banged up, okay? And he's a shooter. He doesn't love contact. He is going to be in pain, okay? So that's going on. You've got the magic of the new coach, okay? That lasted, I think it's come and gone. I'm not saying it's a bad situation. I'm just saying whatever the rebound effect was, that's come and gone. Now, Nikola Jokic might just get ticked off. And if Nikola Jokic comes in and just wants to dominate from Jump Street, okay, here we go. He says, forget it. I'm not dishing the rock around in the first. I'm just going. Maybe that's the best thing for this team. I just do not have a good vibe.
Scott?
I think it's going to be the toughest series in the first round, as I said earlier. I still think it's going to be. And I think it'll come down to who screws up late. I think it'll be the last minute of the game again. I will say this. I think I'm not so sure Joker's not as hurt as most of them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's
and there's no question he's playing.
We'll dig deeper into it as we get closer to the game. The place to watch it is number 38. We have our draft coverage there. We have our watch party for the Nuggets. Dan Tanner with In the Paint afterwards as well. So we're locked and loaded at number 38 in Rhino tonight. We'd love for you to come down and join us. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, the issue of erectile dysfunction. Who wants to deal with that, right? For a while, you probably just laughed it off or maybe just didn't mention it. You just wasn't a big deal. It's not a big deal. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic realizes you can get your life back, be more intimate with your partner, and just enjoy life better. They have treatments where success rates are well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today at 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
And at left wing, from Stockholm, Sweden, number 92, Gabriel Landeskog.
No, it was better today. Yeah, I don't know if it's just playoff hockey or obviously I think those two games up in Loveland were really important for me and they were great prep wise and then getting to watch the first two games of this series down in Dallas and like I said, it's playoffs, so it's not a whole lot of time to think about what's going on, how it's feeling, how long you've been gone for. It's just kind of like get into it and get playing. So yeah, honestly, felt pretty good.
Well, it helps. There's no question it helps, especially if you can play like that, right? So, I mean, I've talked a lot about his return already. It was great to have him back. I thought the building was incredible, like right from the start of the game, the energy, they embraced him coming back as they should, and it was great to see. I think I was really happy with the way he played. I thought he had great, like he was physical right away, involved right away in a lot of different aspects of our game, and I was pleasantly surprised with the poise he showed with the puck and being able to make plays. It's happening fast. There's not a lot of room, but he looked pretty relaxed and made a lot of plays for us tonight.
What was your favorite thing about Gabe coming back?
I mean, didn't take long to be like, okay, he's good. He finds Mikko within 30 seconds, knocks him down. It's a bummer that the game went the way that went, right? Because rather than just talking about some epic Gabe Landeskog return, how it helped the team, it's probably debatable. He definitely did not hurt the team by any means. Bednar made it sound like he played fantastic because he said, well, especially if you can play like that, right? So I guess we'll take the coach at his word. I wouldn't say that I noticed a tangible difference with Gabe Landeskog on the ice versus previously without him.
Scott?
I thought he was solid. There was a couple times, there was a late in the third period, he had a push up front, and he also just kind of collapsed. He went down. They say he took a dive, and I don't know if he got tripped or whatever. And I was like, ooh, the leg, just the wobbly legs get up underneath him a little bit. He had a play also on the far boards where I thought he didn't control the puck. I figured that was more rust and speed and everything of the puck in the game. But he did come back right back into play and got right back into play. I thought he looked like he skated okay. I didn't think he looked like a detriment. We talked about yesterday. I thought Eric Johnson looked kind of slow in game 2. Noticed he did not play last night.
Did not, Malinsky.
So I think there was something to that. Now we'll see, and Messier said this after the game, we'll see if, in fact, the knee's ready to play back-to-back NHL playoff games.
The atmosphere in the building, guys, was electric. It was unreal. And it was like that, especially, during the game, of course, and the intros were amazing, and Bednar had a touch for the dramatic as he put Gabe on the starting line with McKinnon, although he was not playing on that line. He was playing on the third line for the most part. Seeing his kids with the signs and flipping pucks and the whole thing. And, it was like 6, 7, 8 deep against the glass just to watch him skate around and warm up, as you're allowed to do, which is a pretty cool thing if you didn't know that, if you get in the building early. As long as you can make it down to the glass, you can sort of see the warm-ups, and then they shoo you away. So everything about that was incredible. And then you see him out on the ice. Did he look unusual to you guys on the ice? Did he look slow? Did he look like he was rusty? Did he look like he was missing a step?
I don't know. It didn't look like it was a noticeable upgrade for the team.
Okay. You got to be better than Miles Wood or Ross Colton, as it turns out, because he's playing third line forward. So that's who you had to be better than.
Okay.
Did you?
My statement applies, I guess. It was just like he was out there. He didn't hurt us. It was cool.
Wasn't a plus, wasn't a negative.
He looked healthy.
It was neutral.
I have no clue what he did that was special or unique that made this hockey team better.
Scott?
He did not hurt the team. You knew there was going to be a breaking in period. You just kind of get used to it. But The one thing that doesn't go away is the intelligence, and he's always been an intelligent hockey player. And the skating, listen, he wasn't as dynamic of a skater as McKinnon or McCarr or anything like that anyway. But the toughness also didn't seem, and that was also kind of what he was known for. He wasn't afraid. He led the team in hits. Yeah, I thought he looked pretty good. He had a couple really crisp passes. Had one that could have been an assist and a score, and that would have been pretty amazing. I thought he was absolutely solid. He didn't hurt the team for sure.
All right, let me throw some criticisms that I've seen out and have you guys respond to it. As inspirational as it all was, this has been a massive distraction to the Avalanche over the past 2 games, which they've lost in overtime, because it just is, well, of course, inspiring, but at the same time, it sort of takes your eyes off the focus, which is winning games in the playoffs.
So to be clear, I think it's an impossibility to not have it to be a distraction to one degree or another. Did I feel like it was a distraction with them out on the ice? No, I did not. But I do think that distractions are how you respond to them. It didn't feel to me like it hurt the team, but I do think it's impossible for it to not be a distraction.
Scott?
Yeah, there's – if you're worried about him on the ice, that's a distraction. If you get out of your game because the celebration is too big, then you're weak-minded.
If Ross Colton is healthy, does Gabe Landeskog become a healthy scratch?
No. You can't put the cat back in the bag.
Before the game? Before game
4? Game 4. No. Next game.
So you're saying for game 4. I thought you were going to say, would he have been a healthy scratch? No.
No, next game.
No.
Well, you realize if he doesn't play from now on, unless we find out he's re-injured, which would be horrible, if he doesn't play, he's a healthy scratch.
Well, you could use the old, hey, that body hurts after a game back. Needs a day off.
But you get 2 days off before the next playoff game.
It doesn't matter. I mean, if we're keeping it real, his body's going to be destroyed. It will be. You can't replicate game action. You cannot prepare your body for the physicality of a game until you play a game.
Perhaps, but they're not getting on a plane. They're not doing any travel. They got 2 days off before they play again.
I don't give a crap. Your body will be destroyed.
Okay.
Well, that's why they have ice tubs.
I mean, he did play in back-to-back games with the Eagles. I'm sure he was trying hard in those games, too. There is time off between Game 3 and Game 4. In fact, sort of a big break for hockey. You got 2 days, which is a little bit of a bigger break. And it's at home.
What was his minutes played? Was it around 11, 12? Wasn't it like 11 or 12?
Well, it didn't go to overtime, obviously, so it wouldn't be as much. Oh, no, what am I talking about? It did go to overtime. What the hell am I talking about? Of course it did.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I got you.
You were watching Gunsmoke on your laptop yesterday.
Usually I am watching something, but not last night. Last night I was pretty focused, as it turned out. What we got? Time on ice. Gabe Landeskog. How about this? Looking at Gabe in a box score. How cool is that? 13-16 time on the ice. Power play time, 145 out of 6 power play opportunities, so it's not all that much. Whereas, you look at Nathan McKinnon had 9 minutes and 20 seconds on the power play. Nate just had 7:38 on the power play. Drouin had 6:58. Heck, where was Val? What was going on there, too, by the way, boys?
What did we settle on with Gabe? A little bit over 16?
Gabe had 13-16. Val Nichushkin
that includes the power play? Or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Val Nichushkin with only 3 minutes and 17 seconds on the power play. That is not right.
That's a little weird, isn't it?
So Gabe had 13 minutes and 16 seconds. That was not last on the team. Parker Kelly had 11:46. Drury had 11:39. Charlie Coyle had 13:30. And Logan O'Connor had 12:47. So he didn't have the heavy time of Nathan McKinnon, who's ridiculous, at 29:22. Nature's at 23:15. 20:26 for Jonathan Drouin. Nichushkin with 1948. So it's significantly less, but it's not the less. It's third line minutes.
Well, I just looked up how many minutes he played when he was with the Eagles out of curiosity, just how the body's going to respond to it. And he did play. He actually played more when he was with the Eagles. He played 15 minutes in the first game and a little bit longer in the second.
Yeah. So I don't think it's going to be about his body. I think it's going to be a decision.
Look, all I'm saying with that is it's an easy excuse. If you needed an excuse, that's an easy one.
I think he's a better option than Miles Wood and Ross Colton, even if Colton's healthy.
I didn't think Drury played great last night.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't think Nathan McKinnon played great last night. I don't think Cale McGarr played great last night.
I agree.
You had 6 power plays, guys, that Gabe was barely part of. He only played 1:45 of 6 power play opportunities. McKinnon was on the ice, power play time, 9 minutes and 20 seconds. I was watching the rotation. Nate doesn't come off the ice for the power play.
You know what? At first, it felt like, oh, yeah, put Gabe on the power play. Like, that makes sense. Easy way to hide him, get him out there, not a lot of contact. But now it really doesn't make sense to have him out there. Like, I don't think that's a debate, right? I mean, especially if we're struggling, we don't need experiments going on during the power play.
Gabe Landeskog is an experiment on the power play?
Yes.
Oof.
I'd define it any other way.
Career playing on the power play, just knows where to be, knows how to do it. Hundreds
Where the
of
puck goes,
thousands of minutes playing at championship Stanley Cup experience.
I think you're pressing.
Plus, you don't have to skate hard on the power play. And the power play, you're just sort of, it's about the, positioning, shooting.
No, I got
passing,
that part.
That type of thing.
Unless
I said,
your
that
last
part makes
night,
sense.
Unless your last night and you have them to chase the puck back into your zone
they could
every
never get
2 seconds.
They couldn't get it set up. Jared Bednar.
What needs to be better on the power play?
Everything.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Dude, 0 for 6, 4-minute power play going into overtime. You can't cash.
Yeah, you got 3.5 minutes to start the overtime on a power play and you don't score.
Right.
That killed you.
So why does Val not have like at least the second most minutes on the power play?
I do not know. That is a damn-ass good question. Hey, I know Grizz did a good job being out.
Gabe Landeskog's fault.
Nah, that definitely was not. Gabe was barely out there for the power plays. Did anybody ask Bedsy about that today, about Val and the power play? It would have been a good question. Why wasn't Val a more prominent participant in the power play last night, Coach? Anybody ask that one? I mean, it would just, it's common sense. Beat you over the head.
It's a fair question. I think it's a fair question.
It was noticeable. I don't know why. I do not know why. It looked weird. And Jared Bednar said today we got to go back to the drawing board on the power play.
Well, I'd rather hear him say that than, we'll figure it out. We're okay. The guys just got to do a couple things different. I'd much rather him say we got to go back to the drawing board.
Betsy keeps it real. I appreciate that about him, too. I'm just frustrated.
Good question from Grizz.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the As. We'll get back to it in a little bit. But we do have the draft tonight. And let's catch up on the rumors, the lies and the damn lies and everything going on. And this draft is shaping up. More and more just about the Shedeur Sanders drama. And could Jackson Dart go in the top 10? What are the Giants going to do? And what are the options for the Broncos, including moving up? Some people are speculating about it. Details next. Rumors are heavy. Rumors are heated. Daniel Jeremiah's final mock draft has the Broncos moving up to number 13 for Colston Loveland. Meanwhile, he's got Jackson Dart going 18 to the Giants. That's fun. Travis Hunter going 2 to the Browns. Where is Shedeur on this? I don't even...
Man, aren't they?
Hold on, man. Shedeur going 21 to the Steelers. Boy, that seems to be the vibe today. Shedeur 21 to the Steelers, huh?
I think Shedeur is more or less accepting his fate. I'm not trying to read too much into things here, but he did just put a tweet out that he said I'm built for whatever today might come from today. Which is kind of like, okay, all right, like we're just preparing ourselves for this here a little bit.
It is. That sounds like
whatever might come from today. I'm built for it, right? There was also a
does he go to the draft?
No, he's not going. I think Travis is there. Everybody who's there is ripping on Green Bay, by the way, because the weather's been lousy there, and who really wants to be in Green Bay in April?
Yeah, nobody.
It looks cool in December for a football game.
Why are they doing that?
I have no idea. I really don't. How the hell did Green Bay get the draft and Denver hasn't? Seriously. Brittany Boland's got to get on that. I don't know. Apparently it was one of her big projects. It didn't happen. But seriously, Green Bay, like that's where we're going for the draft? And by the way, New York City sucked for the Super Bowl. Okay? You need to go to places that, people want to go to. Not that you wouldn't want to go to New York, but who really seriously wants to travel to New York for a Super Bowl in February?
Who wants to go to Green Bay because there's nothing there? It's right beside Appleton, right? I mean, that's your big city.
Oh, you're dogging on Appleton?
Yeah, what's the...
Well, no. It's got the Houdini Museum. I went there one time.
Oh, Appleton's not bad.
Listen, anybody who's a football fan would want to go to Green Bay for a football game. I think that would be freaking awesome. I feel bad that I haven't done it. You've gotten to play in it. I'm sure it's really cool.
It is cool. It's got like a holy vibe to it. Like you played the game there and you feel like you played a college football game.
Yeah, what's the vibe in April in Green Bay?
What's like the landscape? What are the landmarks that we're highlighting here?
What do you do in Green Bay in April? What do you do in Green? I mean, maybe this summer there's a lake nearby. Who knows? April.
In Milwaukee, they've got the big Lake Jazz Festival.
No, that's in Milwaukee, right? How far is Green Bay from Milwaukee?
Like Boston is to Foxborough.
Well, that sucks, bro. That ain't close. That's like 90 minutes. That ain't next door. I would never say, hey, I'm in Milwaukee if I was in Green Bay. Or let's have lunch in Milwaukee. It's a smooth 90-minute drive. What do you say? This is a terrible place for the draft. This is a lousy place. Never mind the heritage of foot.
I thought you had to build a new stadium to get the draft.
That's a great point. You would think. Or go to Green Bay. Anyways, whatever. Travis is there. Shedeur is not. I actually do not know where Shedeur is. I assume he's... I don't know. I actually don't know. I assume they're in Texas in their house. With
Probably.
Prime, right? I guess.
Oh, okay. So he's not going to be there, no dumb question. When Shedeur finally gets picked, and they're going to have cameras, listen, the one thing we can guarantee, there will be cameras right wherever Shedeur's at. We agree with that, right?
Of course.
So is Prime in the middle of the picture?
He should be. He's his dad.
Yeah.
He of course he
as
should
any
be.
father would be.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
You're
agreed.
also the head coach of CU, and you got one of your players going second in the NFL.
Yeah, but that's your son.
Your dad
biological
tonight.
son.
Plus,
You're with Shedeur.
Plus, you want to see where Shiloh's going to go.
Yeah, it's really important.
After the draft is over and you give him your credit card. You get some lunch. As well.
Maybe Deion Jr. is hiring for the film crew.
Shiloh will get signed. I don't think he'll get drafted. Seriously, there ain't enough picks for him to get drafted. But I do think he'll get a UDFA, right?
He'll have a chance. He'll be in the league. He'll be on a practice squad. He'll have a chance of making a 53-man.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Field Yates has his latest mock, and we'll go through some of these.
It's a fun one.
Cam Ward, number 1 to the Titans. Travis Hunter, 2 to the Browns. The Giants pass on a quarterback and take Abdul Carter. Will Campbell to the Patriots. Ashton Genty to the Jaguars. Not Mason Graham, huh? That's really interesting. Mason Graham has been mocked like relentlessly to the Jags, but he's got Ashton Genty going there. It's kind of fun. Kelvin Banks Jr., an offensive tackle to the Raiders. Haven't really talked much about him. Mason Graham going to the Jets then, defensive tackle. Armand Membu, offensive tackle. Again, we really just haven't spent much time with the offensive lineman, Tyler. So I don't know if you know much about these guys or not, but it's a little bit.
I've not studied a ton of them this year, to be honest, because it didn't make sense.
No. Saints, you going to take Shadur there? 9? That would make sense, right?
Nah.
Jalen Walker, edge rusher. Bears, Tyler Warren at 10. San Fran, you going to take Shadur? I mean, we going to be Mikael Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia.
Hey, I still got a vibe San Francisco might take him.
Okay.
I
All
do,
right.
because Kyle comes from the background of say nothing, speak nothing, hear nothing. You've heard nothing about it. All of a sudden, Shanahan's do crazy things.
12 Cowboys, Tet McMillan.
If you see him going to San Francisco, then Brock Purdy probably going to be on the free agent market, isn't he?
Well, he'll be traded, but yeah.
This is Field Yates, ESPN. Today, Colson Loveland, 14 to the Colts. So Warren's gone, Genty's gone, Colson's gone.
I'm sorry, Colson went to who?
He's got him going 14 to the Colts.
Okay.
Which I've seen once or twice. We go ba-ba-da-ba-da. Walter Nolan going 17 to the Bengals.
Thank God. I hope Walter Nolan gets selected before the Broncos. Because I don't want the Broncos to do something stupid and select Walter Nolan, even though Jeff Legwald loves him.
Yeah. And he's got Matthew Golden going to the Broncos, wide receiver out of Texas, who's a great wide receiver.
Hey, if we got Matthew Golden, we'd be excited about that. That's some special speed.
Holy cow, I'm looking at
Go
Yates.
to 29.
21 Steelers, Marion Hampton, so he doesn't have Shadur going there. See, I'm just looking at this for the first time. I'm flipping down to 29. Projected trade, Commanders. Oh, I got to read this. Projected Commanders-Browns trade. Shadur Sanders at 29 to the Browns.
That would be pretty epic, dude.
I like that. That would be a hell. That'd be like draft day Kevin Costner.
You shouldn't like that. You should be screaming they're the world's biggest idiots because they should have taken Shadur at number 2. You can't have that one both ways.
No, I agree. If you are committed to, I agree. But there's no way you're going to get Travis Hunter at 29. If you can pull it off, I roll my eyes at it because it's not great, but it's better than waiting until the second round and jumping up into 29, 30, 31, 32. It does not happen very often. But that's what the Broncos could have done with Lamar Jackson. And listen, I wouldn't have loved the strategy of Bradley Chubb then Lamar Jackson, but I would have reluctantly been like, okay, at least you got it done. Let's go.
I'm sure there'll be multiple teams.
Yeah.
There'll be multiple teams. If Shadur really does fall to the late 20s, whether it's the Saints, whether it's the Jets, whether it's the Raiders, whether I don't know, the 49ers or the Cleveland Browns. There will be multiple teams out there that will be interested in moving back into the first round to take Shadur. Now the question is, how much do they really like him? Because if they're just head over heels with the dude, they wouldn't wait until the late 20s. What they would do is they would trade specifically with the Denver Broncos at number 20 because they don't want the Pittsburgh Steelers to have a chance at drafting them. So keep your eyes on this, man. I don't know if that makes it anticlimactic for Broncos fans if we end up moving down to the late 20s or not.
Or out of the draft itself.
Or out of the first round. Well, you wouldn't move out of the well, you might. Because they'd already used their first.
Theoretically.
Yeah, you're right. They might have to because they've
I
already
just want to know if they move out of the first.
Yeah.
Can I get DMac going? No!
Yes.
No!
Yes.
No!
Yeah, I have.
No!
I've seen a lot of questions.
I want the yin. I want the yang for the yin from last year.
I've seen a lot of questions. Yeah. What's it going to take for DMac to have another draft-gasm?
There's nothing.
Move up to like 6 and get Genty.
It's just not like last year. There's no way for me to have a draft gasm. I could have a. I'll give you a no if they just move out of the first round. But then again, I wouldn't. I swear to God, I wouldn't hate it. Because what if you got Travion Henderson high in the second round? And then you get, I don't know, give me your tight end. You get Arroyo out of Miami, tight end, with your other second-round pick. I'm not hating on that.
I think we should take that tight end out of Miami that was in year 12. You know he's in the draft this year. I can't remember his name, but he's like a 35-year-old coming out of college.
Well, Arroyo's out of Miami too, but I don't know the old guy there. Listen, man, if they got Henderson and Arroyo, both second-round picks, I mean, I would not hate on that. I don't know. There's nothing that would get me to get a draftgasm like last year. It's impossible. It just doesn't exist.
Move up to get Tyler Warren?
Move up for what? Sorry.
To get Tyler Warren?
I'd be excited, but it wouldn't be a draftgasm.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
You got your Justin Fields, baby.
Yes! Yes!
We'll
Yes! 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 Yes!
That is slightly embarrassing.
The fact
Let's be honest. That was also more to stick it up Andy and Sanford's butt. Though,
that was like 10 years of pent up frustration boiling out in that one little moment. I was barely listening to Sanford and Andy that particular night. Andy wanted freaking Brock Bowers. Where's the Brock Bowers crew this year? You know, that was so all about Brock Bowers for the Broncos. Hello, anybody there? Bueller?
Well, I mean, he had a pretty good year now. I mean, it wasn't like he stunk.
You find anybody who thinks Brock Bowers would have been a better pick than Bo Nix right now? Anybody? Seriously?
No.
Okay.
Will we think in year 4 that?
No, we will not, because we'll have a Super Bowl championship under our belt.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. If we don't, I'll be disappointed. You're giving up.
Well, I'm proud of you for that.
The level's high. I will be disappointed if Bo Nix doesn't get 11 wins this year and wins a wild card game. I will be disappointed in Bo Nix if he doesn't do that. And in year 3, if you're not in an AFC championship game, I'll be doubly disappointed.
Boy, you'd really hate Lamar Jackson, wouldn't you?
I love Lamar Jackson.
Boy, but that'd be terrible if he's our quarterback because, man, God forbid he didn't get a Super Bowl in year 4.
He would have got a Super Bowl in year 4 if he was at the Broncos.
Right.
They would have figured that out. Never mind what we would have done with Josh Allen. No AIS. AIS, not assumed incompetence syndrome here. If you're doing the right thing with the right player, you're also doing other things right, too. And you probably fire Vic Fangio.
No, it is pretty amazing. And in hindsight, we should all be saying, thank God we drafted Bo Nix.
Thank God we drafted Bo Nix.
I did hear the morning show talking about this today. It is a good conversation, or at least just looking back on things in hindsight. Man, it wasn't so long ago that we were just halfway through the season. We're having the conversation. Would you have rather waited a year to get Shedeur, or are you happy that we selected Bo Nix? Even I got to say, I mean, as big of a Shedeur fan as I am, I got something pretty good in Bo Nix. I think Shedeur is going to be pretty good. I think so, but I got something that's pretty good in Bo Nix. So.
And look at everything else you can now do because of that. And yes, it's not quite as dramatic for the Broncos. You'll have no draftgasm tonight out of me, but it's a more fundamental way and a better way to build a team.
Draftgasm. Broncos trade up, get Travis Hunter.
You'd get me going a little bit on that one.
Yep.
So,
I mean, that
no dumb question. And no dumb question.
Crazy.
The biggest draftgasm is if somehow they jumped up to 2 and got Travis Hunter, you would have another yes.
Of course. If they could pull that off.
I don't even care what they give up. I wouldn't even look at it.
By the way, we said if the Browns did that, they would win the draft. Do you know what team Kevin Costner was the general manager of in the movie Draft Day?
The all-time worst movie, by the way.
Such a bad movie.
I watched it for the first time ever last week.
How could you love that movie, Scott?
That is the worst movie ever made.
Because it was a romantic comedy disguised as a sports movie.
Okay. That's what we need, another romantic comedy.
And in what world in today's day and age is it okay to stuff a woman in a closet 3 different times? 3 different times in that movie. He just pushes her into the closet and closes the door.
There are so many stupid moments in that movie. And I get having a willing suspension.
Oh, please don't quit right now. Don't quit on the day of the draft. Just wait. Just see what I do. See what I do the day of the draft, and then we'll be okay.
Was anybody buying Dennis Leary as the head coach?
No,
of course not.
I loved it though. I thought he was awesome in that role.
I thought he was
terrible. It's a romantic
terrible.
comedy surrounded by football, and I thought it was outstanding. Now I liked it also because I had Dennis Leary on the show. From from the Super Bowl thing when we were doing the whatever in New York. He came on the program, and he was outstanding. He was hilarious on our show.
Never will I ever listen to Scott Hastings movie advice again.
Well, but you're an idiot, and you're
Well,
stuck
then I
in
like
that,
idiot
so
movies.
Dude, Scott, that was
Most underrated
terrible.
Kevin Costner movie of all time.
Dances with Wolves.
No, that's not underrated.
Okay, I don't know.
What's the
Dances
one where
with
he
Wolves?
was the one where he was a spy and he was a Navy commander, but he was a spy.
I'm going with what everybody considers one of the biggest busts of all time.
Waterworld.
Waterworld.
Pretty good movie.
Good
I
movie.
liked Waterworld.
And
Flat
I
out a
liked
good
it.
movie.
I
Oh, Scott, are you thinking about the I think the Postman or something? You remember that one
No, I
where
thought
he was like a
I
mail
liked
courier?
I liked the Postman too.
That was good.
And I liked Waterworld. No, he was a spy. No Way Out. I think it was called No Way Out.
No Way Out was good. That was with what's her face, who was a psycho, but she was pretty hot
Who
back
became
then.
crazy.
Yeah, she became crazy, but she
Lois
was,
Lane.
Mm.
No, she wasn't Lois Lane.
By the way, Waterworld, Gene Triplehorn, pretty hot.
Why does Waterworld get hated on? That was a great movie.
I liked it. I was fine with it. I was good with it.
Because
I liked
it came out after Dance with Wolves, and everybody expected 8 more Dances of Wolves.
Yeah. No, I'm good with Waterworld.
Okay.
I go see Waterworld too.
What was that one Brad Pitt
Journey
movie?
for Sand.
What was that one Brad Pitt movie?
You know what?
Legends of the Fall.
Should we just
Legends
get to know?
of the Fall.
Should we just get to know dumb questions? Because we're right there.
Yeah.
We're right there. So let's get to know dumb questions coming up next.
Hey, guys, if you notice your hair starting to fall out on you, it's a bad day. I remember that day when you first noticed you got a bald spot coming in. Why don't you just do something about it? Commit to getting your hair back by committing to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. It's as simple as that. It's going to work. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. They also changed mine. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you will be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. The doctors, Dr. Tanya Pauls, first off, let's just talk about her. She's the best in the industry at what they do. The entire staff over there, they're so phenomenal. You're going to be relaxed. They're going to comfort you, and you're going to know that the process is an amazing experience. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is that they believe in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. That's a comforting feeling. Your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So you got no time to lose. Pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I'm open for business, boys. You guys are kind of rolling on your own. I don't want to get in the way of that steam engine with stupidity. So,
Legends of the Fall, top 5 movies of all time.
Untrue.
Really? Name 4 better.
Spinal Tap, Godfather,
Wrong.
1 and 2.
Maybe.
Armageddon.
No, 2. You got 2 of them wrong.
Usual Suspects.
Yeah, I mean, Waterworld. I don't know. Legends of the Fall. I don't. You listen, man.
Have you even seen that movie?
It's some sort of weird. Is it Nicole Kidman? Some sort of like. There's a lot of Kevin.
Brad Pitt, right?
Oh, Legends of the Fall is Brad Pitt. Does he have flowing hair and like a?
No, the 3 brothers end up going to World War I and come back, and it's bootleg time in the mountains, and that's a great movie.
What's
it's one of the all-time great movies.
What's the Fly Fishing Montana one with Brad Pitt?
The River Runs Through It.
That's a good one.
That's good.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, I mean, just
neither one of you seen Legends of the Fall.
I have seen it.
What a weird thing to say.
I knew
top
exactly
5
it was
of all
Brad
time.
Pitt. I know exactly what it is.
My Lord.
Well, top 5 of all time.
Okay. Listen, bro. I love you, but your taste in movies and TV shows. If there's not a box of Kleenex next door, you're not watching it. You're a sap in a good way, in a very lovable, huggable.
How am I sap?
You watch Hallmark
movies?
You DVR Hallmark movies.
You just said Legend of the Fall was a top 5
because
movie
you know
of all
what
time.
I am because it is top 5 movie of all time.
Yeah.
Because I'm a Christmas guy. I am a Christmas guy.
You're a Christmas guy year round. You'd watch Christmas
now,
movies in
I will
June.
say this. As far as quality of movies, I wouldn't put Hallmark movies up there the high quality must-see TV. You ain't going to pay for none of them in a theater.
Listen, man.
I like Christmas.
Listen,
I'll
tell you this.
Love
I'll tell you this about movies. If you like it, you like it. Whatever. Who's to say? I always thought that was weird, like movie critics. Like, I don't know. What a job being a movie critic. Like, I'm going to tell everybody that, like, if this is a good movie or a bad movie, like, I don't know, go see it.
Food critic? Same thing.
Well, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Does it taste good? Does it not taste good? Did you like the movie? Did you not like the movie? I don't know. Whatever. I don't even know how we got into this. Is this it? Is this what we're thinking
because
about?
you wanted to do it.
We got into this because of Draft Day.
Oh, that's a terrible movie.
Terrible movie.
Listen, I understand when you have to separate reality for what you need to do in a movie, but I mean, it is such a First of all, the owner of the Browns, what does he teleport? He somehow gets from Cleveland to New York in 23 minutes? It's so dumb. I cannot get over how stupid it is when it comes to like the nuances, not even nuances, just like what the NFL draft even is. It's so stupid. By the way, I'm watching Schefter right now. Talk about overdressing. I get you're in Green Bay. It's not -5 degrees. He's wearing a hoodie under a sports jacket as well as a tie and shirt. You got to see his outfit. He's got a hoodie on and a jacket over the hoodie.
Seriously, somebody fire whoever decided to go to Green Bay.
Stupid. It looks awful there, too, by the way. It's dark and rainy. It looks like they're in some sort of, I don't know,
somebody
Lowe's
paid
parking lot.
Paid somebody money for that, didn't they?
I don't know how it works, but it looks dumb.
Here you go. No dumb questions. I don't know. I know Tyler's been there to the stadium there in Green Bay. Do you think those houses are paying or getting extra money for parking today? Is that where they're having it out there by the stadium?
I don't know. I'm going to be shocked. Like we see these videos of 500,000 people, 10 million people coming down Detroit. Like how many people are going to Green Bay?
I bet it's the least populated, least appealing draft ever.
I really want to know, what is the landmark? Is it just the stadium?
The stadium.
That could be the only landmark.
Yeah, because it's in a neighborhood. It's it. That's all you got.
And the Houdini Museum.
Well, that's not
right
even in
the
Green
road.
Bay.
Where is the
Yeah, but
Houdini
it's right up
Museum?
the road.
Appleton.
How far away is Appleton?
At least
Like
35
10
minutes.
minutes.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. It's not 35 minutes.
Yes, it is.
I I went there.
I did too. We stayed there every time we go to Green Bay. That's where it's the only hotel you can find.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, and it was in Appleton. It was about a 5-minute cab ride there, and it was about a 25-minute ride to the whatchamacallit.
What's the whatchamacallit?
The stadium.
Isn't that what I just said? 30 minutes.
You guys want to put a little wager on this bad boy?
You said 25. I said 30. We're fighting over 5 minutes.
And I said it was 5 minutes away, so that means down to 15 minutes from there, like I said initially.
I got the answer. Do you guys want a little wager amongst yourselves here or not?
I don't know.
It's not as good as the Chick-fil-A bet. That is an excellent one, by the way. I got some breaking news on the Chick-fil-A bet. It's
Okay.
good.
What? I can't remember the Chick-fil-A bet.
Well, you had already left. So there's a bet going on in the office. Which Chick-fil-A is closest to the office right now? Because they're building a brand new one at like 470 in Yosemite, which is kind of in the off the back door. And in our front door, there's one just like across the street. So there's a one going.
I'm going the one on County Line.
Wait, give us the answer to Appleton first.
Okay. You guys don't have to put anything on it. But if you took 33 miles in 39 minutes at the quickest,
exactly,
you win.
Exactly. Hastings drunk again.
And that's the fastest way to go. That's you're paying all the tolls or whatever it is. Yeah.
So it took it from the hotel of Appleton to get there in 39 minutes. It didn't take us that long.
Did the distance change?
Flying? You're in a helicopter?
I would say this.
33 miles is 33 miles.
It was the shortest drive to a stadium that I ever had in the 10 years that I called the games.
If you're covering 39 miles in 15 minutes, you're going 120 miles an hour.
You're not. No, stop.
Maybe Jacksonville.
What are we talking about?
Which one would be closer?
What?
All of them.
Oh, you're drunk.
The only one that I would not think was closer would be Foxborough because sometimes we would stay in Boston.
Yeah, I would say Foxborough, Buffalo from where we stayed, Seattle from where we stayed.
Seattle's 2.5 minutes.
Chicago.
You stayed
Chicago
downtown.
from where we stayed.
It's literally
Chicago
2.5
from
minutes.
where we stayed. No, we stayed out on a highway in these weird places.
Let's get back to the Chick-fil-A bet because I really find this one fascinating. I did some experimentation on this one because I rode my bike today. There's no stoplights at all from this one off the back.
Not true if you're in a car. Which
no.
10
Nope, there's ways to go through parking lots that you do not hit a stoplight.
Oh, okay.
You can go parking lot only. I didn't know if you could go parking lot only because I had never done that before.
How many stop signs are there?
Through the Home Depot? You can go through the Home Depot?
Through the Home Depot. Well, you don't even touch the Home Depot parking lot because you go past it and there's an at-home discount wares store.
Right.
You go through that parking lot and it's a straight shot right to the Chick-fil-A. Like there's 2 stop signs and they're parking lot stop signs. And when's the last time you saw a cop write you a ticket in a parking lot for missing a stop sign? We all know those are optional. We all know you don't have to stop in a parking lot stop sign. Those are not legally binding.
Fair.
They're suggestions. So it's
suggestions.
I mean, we put it on the map yesterday, and by the map, the new one is further.
I got you. But you do not have to stop. So in walking wise, if you go out the back door, if you walk on the 470 path and over a little bit of a field, just a teeny tiny bit, it's basically straight arrow. And that
you're doing crow flies.
You can do crow flies from the back door. You can do literally crow flies.
Yeah, but it takes
from the back
3.5
door.
minutes to get to the back door.
Well, you know what? It's all about where you start from in your mode of transportation.
Starting right here.
It is the greatest freaking bet that we have going on in the history of why we moved here a year and a half ago. I freaking love
but you know what you do? We get Dan and Grizz and go, and they have to both go to each store.
I think that would be awesome to do. But we'd have to have them do it like 10 times. I mean, you'd have to do it a bunch of times. We'd have to film it. We'd have to time it. We'd also have to do it in cars. I'm telling you, a bike from there, I didn't stop. There were no stops because, like I said, stop signs and parking lots are optional. They're suggestions. Took me 43 seconds on the bike. 43 seconds. Now, again, I'm on a bike, but it's going to be quicker in a car. So in a car to this new one, it's going to be less than 30 seconds.
No, it's going to be way more than that in a car.
No way. I promise you it's not. Again, stop signs are suggestions.
I really don't care about this bet.
I gotcha. I just think it's awesome. The fact that they're building another Chick-fil-A So close to where there's another Chick-fil-A. It's just like mind-blowing. And then we're right in the dead center of two Chick-fil-A's. It's
beautiful
freaking,
thing.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's glorious.
They must be doing good business at one that they don't mind somebody encroaching on their property, or the same people own both of them.
I understand you think there's a Starbucks literally on every block like that, and perhaps there is a Starbucks where you can see another Starbucks. I mean, I get it. But two Chick-fil-A's that close to each other? Like, why? How? What's happening? It feels weird to me. And we're in the dead center of it, except on Sundays. We'll get to the big story of the day.
I'm sporting the old one.
It's, loyalty.
Yeah. These new owners, a bunch of jerks.
And it's right next to an In-N-Out.
Like, who do you think you are coming in on the old Chick-fil-A?
It's such a great bet. It's such a great bet.
I'm telling you, we got to look and see if the same people don't own both of them.
It's PhD on 92.5. How much trouble are the Avs in right now? And how disappointing was that game last night? Where are you guys at with the Avs?
I just think it's a series. I mean, we've been talking about the Nuggets and LA being as close as you can be. That this may be the same boat. Right? It's two different styles, and it's whichever will can get out there. I don't think there's going to be a blowout in this series. Like I don't think there's going to be a blowout in the Clippers series. I just think these are two veteran, very good hockey teams that again. That probably should be playing in the Western Conference Finals as opposed to the first round of the NHL playoffs.
That's exactly what I was going to say is, look, we're looking at the best matchup of maybe the playoffs. And did we expect this thing to be easy? No, we did not. I admit it doesn't feel great. I admit it feels stressful. I admit that it feels like you had two opportunities to win a game in which you had the lead for, what'd you say, all but 62 seconds? Mm-hmm. That's not ideal. So it doesn't feel awesome and it feels stressful, but by no means do I have my head down feeling like, oh, the Avs can't match up with Dallas. It does feel like for whatever reason, Dallas had a different type of energy than the Avs did, even with the return of Gabe Landeskog.
Bednar last night on the power play.
What needs to be better on the power play?
Everything.
Earlier today, Dan, you got it. Grizz asked Betty, asked Bednar about, the power play thing, or are we going back to the drawing board? Go ahead, Dan.
It's going 0 for last night on the power play. Do you kind of think like this is time to go back to the drawing board here, or is this kind of stay the course? The guys will find their game eventually.
No, you got to go to the drawing board. Yep. And whether that's personnel changes on it. So we ran 2 units last night like that because of the 4-minute power play. You get a look at 2 units, and neither one of them was great. The top unit sticks with it and gets the 2 grade A's at the end of the game with a chance to win it, right? And we missed the top corner, and the next one hits a leg in front with an empty net, right? So they finally kind of start breaking it down right at the very end. We get the 2 looks, but it'd be nice to be more dangerous than that through the first 3.5 minutes of that power play.
Then why wasn't Val out there more? What was going on? And 0 for 6 on him.
He just said you got to check the personnel, right?
Well,
that might be one of the things that come out, right?
I just don't know how they got to that point in the first place. And holy cow, when they got that double minor, man, I was like, all right, we're good. You're good.
You know what? The thing that he said in there that we haven't talked about today that I thought was obvious. How many legs and skates and sticks did they get on passes and shots? And I mean, they controlled the lanes, right? Remember when Coach Malone used to always say, when you got a great one-on-one scorer, you wanted to make them look like there was no room to drive or anything, right? You wanted to shrink the lanes available to them. I thought Dallas did a wonderful job last night of shrinking those lanes. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure somebody keeps that analytic, but I got to believe they got more tips and deflections than the Avs did. It seemed like to me, including one for a game, for a winner or to tie the game up. Right?
Am I the only one that just felt like the Stars had a different energy? They had a different want-to there. I mean, the way they dominated that first, even after Val got that goal on the pick, that's the part that surprised me here a little bit, especially with the return of Gabe Landeskog. It felt to me like the Stars were the ones that had this shot of energy. Just, they had the Red Bull IV in their veins.
It felt kind of neutral to me. I mean, it's 1-0. It was an exciting moment. The Gabe stuff, we can all just agree the Gabe stuff was awesome. Period. The end. It was exciting. And as far as I'm concerned, he is a better option than Ross Colton or Miles Wood. So as long as he's healthy, as far as I'm concerned, third line power forward, you got it. Check. We'll see you on the power play a little bit too. I don't think there's any reason to look back. That's just me. We'll see where they go on it. So to me, that part of the drama, as much drama as it has been, 3 years, documentaries, games with the Eagles, endless amounts of talk, captain here, captain there. How much time have we spent on this? And then last night it happened. And it was freaking awesome. His kids and the signs and the crowd and the multitude of video. They had a video tribute to him during the game as if he was like an away player coming back on another team. I had never seen that before. I had never seen a video tribute to somebody who's on your team. during the game.
I know.
So it was like,
well,
okay.
he was. It's been like so long that it's a little bit like he's a guy just coming in after a while, didn't it?
It was first time out. Here's the video tribute to Gabe Landeskog, who's still on your team.
It's like we got EJ back.
It was awesome. Everything was great. But then it's a hockey game, and some 1-0 hockey games are really exciting. They're edge of your seats. You can't believe it. It's up and down. Who knows? That was not what was happened last night. That was a boring 1-0 hockey game that felt inevitable that Dallas would tie it up at some point, which they did on the power play eventually.
Well, but isn't that the style that Dallas brings to the ice?
I guess, but still, 6 power plays, and you've got Cale Makar, McKinnon, Taves, you got Lehkonen, you got Val Nichushkin. I mean, you got Natchez. 0 for 6 on power plays with all those guys? Are you kidding me? Come on, guys.
I got to ask my hockey people out there, and Dan, if you want to chime in, you can do it. There was a penalty, a hand pass call that caused a face-off in the neutral zone late in the game, either late in regular play or maybe even in the overtime. And it was the guy got up in the air and kind of caught it, and you can bring it down, right? He got him and caught it, and then Rantanen just took his legs out and put him on the ice, and he fell down, and they called that a hand pass.
That was Manson.
He got knocked. He got undercut and dropped the puck, and that was a hand pass. Come on, man.
What would you want it to be?
Well, you're able to catch it and drop it.
Yeah.
While he was in the air catching it.
Yeah.
Rantanen took his legs out from underneath it, and when he came down the ice, he fell and dropped the puck.
Yeah.
Like a receiver getting knocked out, right? In a football game.
Yep.
And that was a hand pass. He got knocked.
Well, what do you want it to be? What's your other?
Nothing. To me, it's a no call.
Play on. Let's keep going.
Yeah. I mean, he's allowed to get hit. I'm assuming that was a legal hit.
Like that's a fascinating play. You never see that in hockey. He goes up as if he's a wide receiver. Now in hockey, if you're in contact with the puck, you're allowed to be hit. It was a clean hit. He was touching the puck. It just looked weird because whoever is touching the puck above your head in hockey, I mean, it just doesn't happen. It was like a football play.
What is the technicality? What's the technicality of the rule of like how long you have to put that puck back down on the ice?
It's just like
sometimes I do feel like they skate a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact rule is. It's reasonable.
I thought that was an interesting play because he got wiped out. It was a fascinating play. Rantanen's down, Manson's down.
Scott, did you want to call it pass interference?
No, I wanted to call no call because the Avs retained possession and they got into the scoring zone and you got 2 guys down. And I'm like, why?
Well, the hit is legal. Where did the puck go after he got hit?
It went right down in front of him.
But
he came down, he got hit, and he's on the ground, and the puck might be 16 inches away from his body.
So someone says on the text line, you have to be the first player on your team to touch the puck after you catch it and drop it.
Yeah, that makes sense. You can't skate around with it either. You can't just hold it in your hand and skate around.
That's the technicality of what Scott's talking about.
Well, he was. He hit the ground.
Scott, I know what you wanted. You wanted a yellow flag thrown. You wanted pass interference thrown.
No. I wanted a no whistle. I wanted no whistle because there was no advantage to it. He's on his ass. And then we pick it up, and it looks like we got an advantage going the other way, and they call it a hand pass.
It was a
call it something else. And he wasn't passing it to anybody. He got wiped out.
It was a bizarre moment. It was a weird moment. You don't see that very often. You don't see a guy go up for a puck and get taken out by the legs. But I guess it's clean. He was in contact with the puck, and you hit him. I don't know.
And that was Rantanen probably going, hey, Manson's been bashing me all series long. Here's a little payback.
By the way, Pete DeBoer praised Mikko Rantanen, says he's getting better and better for us as time's going on. Better and better.
Well, he was a bonehead at the beginning.
He got his first point in the game winner.
I'm just telling you. You're looking at Natchez. You're looking at
they went from a power play to 4-on-4 in which the Avs scored.
Yeah, okay.
Just telling you what the coach said. He looked awful comfortable in that green and white jersey.
He sure did. Sure did. Looks like a load to me. Looks like a train coming down the tracks.
No dumb question. Dallas beats the Avs. Are you cheering for them the rest of the way?
Sure.
No.
What? I would. I'd root for Mikko.
Oh, are you asking Mikko or the Stars? Because to me, that's kind of the same thing.
I don't hate the Stars. Do you hate the Stars?
I do.
Yes.
With a passion.
Okay.
I despise the Stars.
I respect the Stars. I think they're a hell of a team, and they got a good coach.
Stupid green lights.
Well, you can hate the green lights. I mean, listen, I get it. If you want to hate the Stars, hate the Stars. They are.
Why do you not hate the Stars?
I respect how they play.
Boring hockey.
Oh my God!
God bless it. You lose any
saying
more
a lot of
respect right
dumb
now?
stuff
You-
on
you
here, but
don't
that
despise-
might be the dumbest thing you've ever said.
Well, listen, you guys realize I do love America more than you guys. You understand that, right?
You really want to talk about that one?
We can because
Who's wearing an American flag right now?
Who roots for Jake Ottinger?
Huh?
Who roots for Jake Ottinger? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you guys.
I bet Scott's got an American flag on him somewhere.
Okay, fine. But I'm pulling for the American goalie the rest of the way if it's not the Avs.
Would you ever wear an American flag?
Of course. I have one on right now.
Here's another thing we haven't talked about. Ottinger was great.
Yeah, America.
He was really good. Yeah.
I don't know. Who else are you rooting
Somebody
for?
turned DMac's mic off. I like the way the Stars play hockey.
I like Duchesne. I like Mikko. I like Ottinger.
Dan, use your power
Jamie
when
Benn.
I like DeBoer. I like their coach. He's a pain in the ass, but I like him.
Do you got a poster of Jamie Benn in your
Right.
man cave at home?
Marchment.
You like Duchesne?
I do like Duchesne.
All the players, that's who you like?
Yep, I like Duchesne.
You are an idiot.
He likes the coach.
You know, Scott's
DeBoer.
usually the one that says you're an idiot, but you're an idiot.
Yeah, I like who I like.
That was a very.
Listen,
bad
man,
thing.
if you want to be annoyed with the Stars, they've won.
Yes, I do.
They've won.
Yes, and I feel very comfy and happy being annoyed by the Stars.
They've won 4 straight. Do something about it. I'm waiting for the Avs to do something.
Oh, that's
about
what
it.
we're doing now.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Where is it?
Now we gotta like them because they beat us.
You can do whatever you want. You think I'm tap dancing?
I don't like people that beat me.
Okay, you can be jealous of that, I suppose.
Well, this tests me because I've always
I'm so happy
kind
you
of pulled
beat me.
for the team that knocks you out. I've always pulled for the team that knocks you out only because if they can win it, then it makes you not look as bad.
Yeah.
But that being said, I don't think I could ever pull for the Stars. I don't
Fine.
like their style of hockey. I think it's a boring brand. You just mentioned that it was the most boring game you've seen, and now you're sitting there praising the coach and the
This
franchise.
is an all-time terrible take. by
I'm
you.
looking at a team.
All-timer.
I'm looking at a team that has won 3 straight playoff games on the road.
Nobody is debating whether they're good at hockey.
Okay.
Is your
Who are you
argument?
rooting
So
for?
your argument to like them is that they're good at hockey.
Are you
That's your argument.
Are you a Chiefs fan now? You cheering for the Chiefs now too?
I don't hate the Chiefs. You know who I find myself liking these days, which is really crazy?
Raiders.
No.
Right.
No, forget them.
Celtics.
Patriots.
Lakers.
Dodgers.
Let's see. Who
Not the
else?
Lakers. Dodgers.
Dodgers.
I
Okay,
find
cool.
myself pulling for the Dodgers.
Well, I actually that one I've never hated the Dodgers as much as everybody else, but whatever.
No, I mean, listen. If who are you rooting for? Winnipeg? Gonna pull for Vegas?
Who says you have to root for anybody when
That
your
was
team
the
loses?
question.
No, that was not the
just
question.
asked. Like if this
You were
happens,
asked
then
if
what?
you would. Nobody said you have to root for somebody.
So what are you gonna do? Just not watch the NHL? I'm done.
In all likelihood, yes.
All right. Well, okay.
As will
All right.
90% of other Colorados.
All right. Well, there you go then.
Hold on, DMac.
Yeah.
OTAs are coming up.
Oh, that's pretty exciting. Sink your teeth into
Don't
that.
act for 1 second like you're going to sit there just suck it in every second of the playoffs if the Avs aren't in it. You won't do that.
I'm a Mikko fan. I like Mikko. I personally like him, and I like him as a player.
And that's
Not
fine.
American.
I dig that. I'm not mad at Mikko either.
I like American goaltenders too. I like Ottinger. And
But
I
Finnish
do,
wingers. Got it.
Finnish wingers. I'm fine with. I like Mikko. What can I tell you? I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I
You
like
don't have
Mikko.
to like the Stars.
Well, if the Avs aren't in it, then who else am I connected to? Who else do I like in the NHL more than Mikko? And that'd be nobody, by the way. I wouldn't like nobody.
I don't know the Kachuk.
I don't like the Kachucks. I'm not a Kachuk guy.
Really?
I do
American?
like I do like American.
American?
The amount
Do
of
like
things that
American.
you've said that are dumb
do like
are out of
America.
freaking control. I love America. I don't like the Kachucks.
I just like American goaltenders, just to be specific. It's Ottinger and
Worst segment of your entire radio career.
It's Ottinger and Jim Craig.
Hellebuck.
That's true.
You got a lot of bad takes, too. This just takes, yeah.
Topped it.
Yeah.
I like Mikko. I root for Mikko.
That's cool. I don't hate Mikko either.
Mikko's like a good dude. Like I've had like 100 great interactions with Mikko Rantanen. It's hard to dislike a team that has somebody that you really like on it. I'm sorry.
No,
I like Mikko Rantanen. I apologize. I like Mikko Rantanen. What else is there?
Well, maybe they should have traded Makar and then made you feel better.
Right.
I'm glad I got you guys fired up.
I'm pretty sure you got all the listeners
Glad you got everybody excited.
Fine, here's my challenge.
What, do you think I'm the only Avs fan that likes Mikko Rantanen? Seriously.
Nope.
Do you think I'm the only one that likes Mikko?
Nope.
I think you're the only Avs fan that likes Dallas.
Exactly. The only one.
By the way, you realize I'm not saying I like Dallas more than the Avs. You realize that, right?
It doesn't matter. You can't. Hey, by the way, don't try to backtrack this thing. You don't
Wait
get
a
to do
second.
that.
You think I'm pulling for
Here's
Dallas
my
over
challenge
the
for you.
Avs?
Find
What are
a
you, nuts?
single listener that has got your back. A listener.
What are you doing,
Find
Scott?
one.
Wait a second. Wait.
Backpedaling.
You think I'm cheering for the Stars over the Avs?
No, that's not the point.
Oh, okay.
Now you're trying to soften the blow here because you realize you're an idiot.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you don't like Mikko Rantanen.
This actually was a fun segment.
Yeah. You're
Find
just gonna
a listener. One.
Hey, have you ever
Who likes
not laughed
Mikko?
with some dude?
Shut up! Why do you keep saying Mikko now?
Because
it was
that's what
about
it
the
is.
Stars. It was all about
Because
the
he
Stars.
jumped off.
Nothing had
Hey,
anything to do with Mikko.
Tyler, hold
It's
on,
all
Tyler. He
Mikko.
You
jumped
don't
off
know.
his
Stop
fence.
talking about Mikko.
Tyler, he jumped off the fence and he stepped in a pile of cow manure. Now he's trying to get back on the fence.
You
No
don't
way.
like Mikko? Mikko. No, we're talking about the Stars.
Oh, is Mikko on the Stars?
Yes.
No, Mikko's dead to me.
I can tell you the other teams I'm rooting for if it's not the Nuggets, if it's not the Avs.
Lakers, let's see, Lakers.
Never root for the Lakers. Hate the
Oklahoma
Lakers.
City.
Yankees.
Yankees, no. Hate the
Why
Yankees.
don't you just say you're rooting for the Wild also?
I don't have any connections to the Wild. Who do I know on the Wild?
I don't know. Find one. I'm sure you could fall in love with them.
I couldn't tell you another person on the Wild.
You love the Golden Knights?
Couldn't tell you one. What, Mark Stone? No, I don't care about them. Jack
He's got a
Eichel? I don't
McCarthy
care about
card
Jack
in there.
Eichel.
The only
Brandon
name
Shanahan.
you
card
hate the
somewhere as
Kachucks.
The Canucks are irrelevant. It's Florida and Ottawa. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant teams to have an opinion on one way or the
Okay,
other.
I'm rooting for Ottawa.
You're rooting for Ottawa? Okay. Pulling hard for Ottawa?
Yeah.
Go Sens.
Minnesota just called up Zeev Boehm from DU.
Yeah, that's a good story, actually. That is a good one. If I had known who that guy was before the Frozen Four, I would have been excited about it. I like Mikko.
I love how you stop saying me. All right, end the segment because you don't get to keep talking about Mikko. None of this had anything to do with Mikko.
Okay.
Especially after you said you're cheering for the Stars.
Okay. I'm not going to get sucked into your vortex, big dummy. I don't get it. See, these are the stupid.
We are done with this segment.
These are the stupid conversations we get in when your team goes 0 for 6 on the power play.
Wait, is this one of those DMac ideas where he wants to get everybody involved?
Okay, all right. Let's football go comes up next. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. I swear to God, I look forward to that moment from Dan Tanner every single day. I'm never sure what Dan's going to come up with. They're usually beauties, though, as that one was. You should put all those together.
Hey, you know what? You should have put. I love Dallas. I love how their style of play is.
I'm old enough to remember when I thought Scott's draft day take was going to be the worst take of the day.
There you go. We got it together for you. By the way, at the end of this segment, stay tuned. I got a little birdie. One of my friends. I give my number out. We have breaking news about the Chick-fil-A debate.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah. So keep listening. You're going to want to hear this. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner. It's draft day. Worst movie ever. Let's football go.
All right, guys, before we get into some of the stories I have, I just want to get your guys' predictions. What do the Broncos do in the first round of tonight's draft? Do they move up? Do they move back? Do they stick at 20? And who do they take?
I guess if you had to put me on the spot and bet $10, I'd probably say they just stay at number 20 and they select something. I don't think that running back makes as much sense as the betting favorite right now is Omari and Hampton, right?
Yeah.
And then I believe the second place after Omari and Hampton is Travion Henderson.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
That doesn't make that much sense to me. It doesn't. I say go for the best playmaker you can get at wide receiver.
All right, I'll have some fun with it. I'll say they move up and get Colston Loveland.
I'd be down with that.
Okay. Scott?
I'm going back to my old statement that if you're going to draft a running back, you better run him more than 8 times a game, which I think Williams averaged 8.3 last year. So if you're going to draft a guy and run him 8 times, it's a wasted 20th pick, no matter how good the guy is. So I want an electric wide receiver that can play immediately and not in his second year. Or move down and give me some picks and add depth to this team.
Either
I
way,
wouldn't go crazy if that South Carolina safety was still available. I wouldn't go crazy on him either.
Yeah, that would feel like a waste of everything, frankly. Because Hufunga. And no draftgasm tonight.
Yes!
No draftgasms tonight.
Unless they trade up for Travis Hunter.
Yes!
Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Dan Orlovsky on what he thinks happens with Buffs quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
First of all, I think Shedeur is going to go 21 to the Steelers tonight. Everything that you hear is that there's people in their building that are very important decision makers that really like Shedeur. So I do think he goes 21. Marcus, I got to push back onto because you just waxed for 60 seconds about how the pedigree and where he comes from and being Deion's son and all the positives come from that or that have been kind of shined on him. But then in the same breath say, I don't want him to be penalized for being Deion's son. We can't have it both ways. If we're going to laud praise on him for being Deion's son and the understanding and the pedigree that Stephen A. brought up and the characteristics and how he's been molded because of his father, and those are all things that have been benefits to him and that will probably be in the NFL, we can't sit there and say, well, it's held against him as well.
What do you guys think happens with Shedeur tonight? Where does he go?
I mean, I am still having a hard time.
Is that the biggest
thinking
question
about
in the
him
draft?
going past 3 to the Giants? I am still struggling with that because that makes the most common sense. But boy, oh boy, if you're feeling any vibes about what's going on today, it's 21 to the Steelers.
I'm going to go 9 to the Saints. If there's ever a team, and look, it's Bush League, say the Saints did this, and I'm not implying it, but if there's ever a team that would be motivated to have bad information leak about Shedeur Sanders, it would be a team that is still relatively high, but they're nervous about somebody trying to jump them to go get him. So logic tells me the Giants should take him. Logic tells me the Browns should take him. Logic tells me that by the third team that should take him, certainly the third team's going to take him.
Mm-hmm.
Go back on Dan Orlovsky's comment. There was an old saying in gambling, same thing that makes you happy makes you cry. And so all the love and everything we've given, Shedeur because of his dad and everything else, it may be biting him right now. Whether that's fair or not, I think there's some truth to it. I think someone – I like the one draft I heard today. I think someone comes back into the first round and drafts him a little bit lower And they may jump up
Wow.
to 18 and jump in front of the Steelers at 21.
That comes from the
I think
second round and comes, or are you talking about like in the, well, who? Like
who knows? Say if Shedeur is available and New England gets him and he's right there at 19 and somebody gives you what? Their first round pick or their second round pick this year and their second round pick next year, do you do it? As opposed to the 20th pick?
Listen, man, if Shedeur is falling past 25, there might be a bunch of teams that try to jump back in to grab him. But he's got to fall past.
I think that's going to happen.
You think? Well, I shouldn't even say 25. It's really 21. So you think he's going to fall past 21 to the Steelers? If that happens, there's a lot of chaos going on.
I think someone's going to jump back in and get him.
So you think he's going to fall past the Steelers at 21?
I don't know.
I would be
He
stunned
may
by
go
that.
15, 16, 17 even.
He ain't going 15, 16, 17 because I know who those teams are. Unless the Steelers
if someone jumps in.
Well, all right, but I mean, the Browns going to go from the second round to 16?
Why can everybody play fantasy game, describe what you think is going to happen, and when I try to do it, you just poop on it?
You can do it, but you got to give me some teams that make sense. I mean, you can do it, but live in the world of reality.
I think Cleveland. I think the Giants. I wouldn't be surprised if it got real low. If I'm Indy, are you completely solid there? If you couldn't jump back in and get him, I think New Orleans.
If you are Cleveland or the Giants or New Orleans, and you don't take him at 2,
I think the Raiders,
3, 6, or 9. Only to give up multiple first-round draft picks to get him at 15? You are so
I didn't say that.
stupid.
You said that.
You said it. You said the team would jump back up to get him. You did.
Yeah.
He's trying to top me. He's coming off the top rope for bad take of the day.
No.
He's coming after me right now.
Listen, it definitely is a worse scenario.
Once again, you don't listen. And I said, somebody could come in and give you this year's second, next year's second. Would you think about it?
No, I'm not going to try to poo-poo. I ain't poo-pooing.
The problem you want me to play your fantasy draft thing, and I play it, and all of a sudden you just poop on me. So now when I say, I don't care, go tell your brother, and I get in trouble. Okay.
I'm not getting anybody in trouble.
The only problem I see with it, Scott, is that if a team wants, say the Broncos specifically at 20, because you've got the Steelers at 21.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to jump all the way up to number 20, I think it's very unlikely that the Broncos would be willing to get out of the first round entirely. And any team that's trying to get back into the first round, they've already used their first-round draft pick. So to your point, it would require multiple seconds. I just don't see the Broncos or any other team being willing to give up on a first-round draft pick.
I'll tell you this. If the Cleveland Browns, who are drafting at, 34 as well, want to trade with the Broncos, 34, and their first-round pick next year, the Broncos should run at that. And I'm not a big fan of the Broncos dropping out of the first round, but I'll take that in a hamburger on a Tuesday.
So Shedeur comes, 18th pick takes him. Tampa Bay's not going to take him. They just extended, right? So the Tampa Bay at 19th is not going to take him.
Right.
If you're the Rams, you ain't going, hey, we'll move up and swap you 26. We'll give you 26 in the 5th round and swap you. Would the Broncos take that?
Maybe, yeah. With a 5th round in this year's draft?
I don't know. 4th round?
I don't know. You'd have to see the stupid value chart thing. If the Broncos could pick up a deeper pick to move back 5 picks, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it because I think they're going to kill it in this draft no matter what. And they only have 7 picks. They do not have a 5th round pick nor a 7th round pick. If you could pick up a 5th round pick and move, or 4th round and move 5 spots back, sure, I would take that.
I wouldn't move back for a 5th.
The Rams and the Steelers below you, the Rams and the Steelers are the only 2 teams that really need quarterbacks that are in the first round.
Yeah, man. Listen,
I'd move back for a 3rd. I'd move back maybe for a 4th.
There's something you'd move back for.
I'm not moving back for less than that.
I think what you're really saying is if you lost out on Omari and Hampton.
I need to be able to feel like I can get another starter.
What do you think you can get a start at 25, 26? I think you can.
Yes, but that's my point.
I think you could.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be against it. But
I think you'd still get a hell of a wide receiver at 26.
That's not Sean Payton's way. That's George Payton's way. That ain't Sean Payton.
Well, and what was the question I asked you in the first segment? or the second segment.
That goes way back too far. I forget.
If they move up, it looks like Sean won, and if they move back, it looks like George wins.
Well,
right?
I think Sean gets the first round, and I think George gets the rest of the draft. That's my opinion. So, yeah, I agree. If they move back, that is George Payton all the way. No doubt about it. And I think it's...
So move back from 20 to 26. Rams go up, and at 20 take Shedeur Sanders.
That would be something.
And you know, and you know how that works.
That would be
as soon as the Rams make an offer for the swap and fifth, the Pittsburgh say, we'll swap you 21 for 20 for a fourth, and then all of a sudden now you make a little money.
Listen, if you're dealing with the Rams, I love that concept because they are the F them picks organization. And you may get, who knows what you might get from the Rams if they really want to do that. Now, do you have any...
I mean, Rams, I could make sense out of it for the Rams, for sure.
You could, yeah. I mean, Shadeur's going to be on the bench for a little bit.
Okay.
All right, okay.
Not for long, though.
How long was Jordan Love on the bench, right? I mean, you know, how long was
3 years,
Aaron Rodgers on the bench? I mean, it's not like it hasn't happened before. So, sure. That'd be a hell of a move by the Rams, I think the Broncos would be fleecing the Rams if they got that deal done. So go for it.
That's why the Broncos are getting the word out today that they're willing to move down because they know the sweet spot is 21 to Pittsburgh. So anybody that wants to beat Pittsburgh, here we are. We're one spot in front of them.
And the only buddy below Pittsburgh is the Rams, who I think, with the age of Stafford, you might want to try to see if you can bring a guy in that might be worth it.
If you got Cleveland's first-round pick next year, would you drop from 20 to 33 or 34, wherever they are?
Well, probably with Cleveland because I'm probably getting a top 5 pick.
Right. That'd be a hell of a move by Cleveland right there. Theoretically, if you're Cleveland and you do that, your first-round pick would be a quarterback anyway, so screw it. What do we care? We're going to get our guy this year to go with Travis Hunter.
Well, let me ask you this.
Holy cow, that would be amazing.
You talk about guys giving up stuff and getting in. If Cleveland drafts Hunter at number 2, wouldn't it make sense for Cleveland to try to jump back in the first round and get Shedeur Sanders?
It does. It does to me.
Of the chemistry and everything.
I agree. Yes, it would.
And that's why there's the reports coming out today that they're interested in it. Yep.
So but there's wait a minute, Scott's fantasy. A guy gets back into the first round.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Here's DMac.
Poop fest.
Yes!
So much fighting today.
I think I would.
I love it.
You know what? I'll give you something. I'll have a little bit of a draftgasm. I will. If the Broncos picked up an extra first-round pick for next year to move back to 34, and you'd have a high second-round pick in this year's draft where it's a deep running back class, and you really don't miss out on your tight end that you're not going to get anyways.
Shedeur and Travis won't be any good. So if you believe they'll be any good, then it's a dangerous decision.
I think Cleveland will be a bottom 10 team next year, even with Shedeur, Travis, Myles Garrett, and Jerry Jeudy. Although that sounds, I think it just will take a while to gel. I'm not saying that's going to be a bad team for a long period of time, but I bet it's a bottom 10 team next year. So you'd have a top 10.
It's a gamble, though.
And then you'd get 2 picks in the top 10.
Scott's Bo Nix is fantastic.
Yes!
Snarky Scott. All right, we'll get everybody's picks that we can get together here and hear from Nate and Andy. They're setting up at number 38, and that is the place to be tonight. Nate and Andy are there right now. And then we just go on with myself, Tyler, Sanford, Andy sticking around. Brett Kane is hosting the Nuggets watch along, and Dan Tanner's along later within the paint. We're going to be living at number 38 in Rhino. Would love to see you there. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, it's Moser. And with the 20th pick, it might be a little bit overvalued, but I'd go with the speedy wide receiver Matthew Golden out of Texas. The guy runs like the wind. It's going to provide a great target for Bo Nix, runs great routes. A little bit on the smaller side, not really a Sean Payton kind of guy, but you can't teach speed. It's hard to buy speed. Get speed. Give Bo Nix a weapon.
If Genty slips past 6, trade up to get him with a pick swap, future first and future second to get into the top 10. If Warren, Genty, Loveland, and Tet McMillan are all gone by number 20, trade the hell out of the first round and get your guys in the second and the third this year.
Wait, is this one of those DMac ideas where he wants to get everybody involved? Hey, everybody call in. Everybody participate. Yay. All right, DMac. I think the Broncos trade back. All right? Is that good enough for you, DMac? Is that going to soothe you? Is that going to make you feel better about your show? Is that what it's going to take? Say hello to Tyler and Scott, by the way. See you guys.
Oh, what a jerk. Tonight we'll be at number 38, and we'll have live draft coverage for you, where the Broncos will do what, Tyler?
My first question, though, did we have some people that just refused to participate or what?
Dan?
Some people didn't get back to me. We'll just put it that way.
Okay.
Well,
I didn't even know we were doing it.
We're going to have Nate and Andy here in a second, so, they'll be here shortly to throw in their 2 cents, so there's only a couple of people.
Got it. What was your question? Who we selected number 20?
Yeah, who do you think?
I think the Broncos are interested in moving, right? And what does that mean? Well, they're interested in moving up. They're interested in moving down. They might take a guy right at number 20. I believe that Sean Payton cannot help himself. That's what I believe. I believe that George Payton will argue that we should move down. Sean Payton wins. You've said Sean Payton gets the first round. Fine. I think he gets more than first round, but he definitely gets the first round. They move up 3 or 4 spots. They take Colson Loveland.
Okay. That'd be fun. Scott?
I think they move down, swap picks at the 26, and they take some nice receiver at 26.
You'll have plenty of choices. Egbika could be one of them. Luther Burden could even fall that far. You'll be fine.
I like Burton right now. Yeah, I like Burton the best.
Yeah. You could easily do that and have a good player available. No doubt about
but
it.
You also got Tampa Bay, then behind you. Tampa Bay's got to have a wide receiver, don't they?
Mike Evans?
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting a little long in the tooth, I suppose, but he's still pretty good.
Did they re-sign Godwin too?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, yeah, at a disc. Godwin just decided he didn't like money. Remember we had Chris Harris on? He was like, do you like money, Kareem? Godwin was just like, not that much. Seriously, the Godwin's deal is one of the more like, wow, you really must like jet skiing.
It's borderline hard to believe because the reports were that he turned down like an extra $10 million to go to the Patriots.
All right. But, I mean, hey, jet skiing is fun, and you can do it year-round in Tampa. Ain't no doubt about it. So there you go. We'll have, like I said, Nate and Andy from number 38 here in a second, so we'll get there on that. And also we'll talk probably about the Avs and Gabe and all of that. Scott, I want an update from you in a second, but let me just give you this information, critical information on our Chick-fil-A bet. This is from just, from person. I give out my number, so I don't know who this person is, 1416, but okay. DMac, they're closing the County Line Chick-fil-A on May 7th and switching to the new one. That would explain it.
So it is the same owner.
He said I said, what about the In-N-Out that's right there? He writes back, it's just the far west corner with the Red Lobster and the Chick-fil-A. I went in the other day and had a chit-chat with one of the employees. In-N-Out is staying. So they're knocking down the Red Lobster and the Chick-fil-A, which totally explains why they're building another Chick-fil-A so close.
Well, now we don't have to feel bad about supporting the new one.
No, I never.
No, you don't get to infringe on the OG.
Okay, well.
The cool thing is we get the Chick-fil-A app. We order like right before break. DMac hops the bike, goes up
easily.
And picks it up for everybody.
I could
comes
easily
back
do it.
in 2 minutes.
I will do that. It's that close. When it is up and running and you want to pay for it, I will absolutely 100% do that, and I'll be back before a commercial break is over.
Wait, so does this ruin your entire bet?
Now, it does make the bet interesting, doesn't it?
This isn't even your bet, is it?
No, it's not. I got nothing to do with it. I just
Why are
think
you so passionate about it?
It's just so freaking cool. I love it. I had nothing to do with it.
Because he learned the Dallas Stars guy owns the Chick-fil-A.
Oh, that does make sense, Scott.
And he just wants to support him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There you go. You figured it out. Nate and Andy join us from number 38. Fellas, how we doing?
Good. We got a trade. We just got a trade.
We did. Give it to us. What?
Trade it. What's happening? Ian Rappaport tweets: the Texans have traded their 5th-round pick and their 2027 5th-round pick to the Browns. What the hell are we doing for a 6th-round pick, a 6th-round pick, and a 7th-round pick?
Do you feel embarrassed that you're
actually exciting when I read that?
Yeah,
they're 2027 5th for 2 6th and a 7th.
Yeah, but all this year.
Andy, are you slightly embarrassed as a journalist that you reported that?
No, if you can be psyched about Red Lobster getting knocked down, I can at least tell you valuable information.
Hey, Pro Football Talk can tweet out that Mitchell Fraboni had a minor back procedure, then Andy's trade update is worthwhile.
Fraboni's got a challenger this year also.
He does.
Now, I will tell you that I thought, that was like going to the bar for the blind date, and I was like, oh.
Wait, Ian Rappaport, trade.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get your picks here as we go through, who we think the Broncos are going to go get. Nate, you want to take a crack at it first?
Defensive tackle Derek Harmon out of Oregon. Everybody. Interior defensive line depth is a strength of this board, and the Broncos are going to do the most boring thing you can imagine and select Derek Harmon, Oregon, with the 20th overall selection.
That is literally the most could happen, boring pick that could happen there. You nailed it, Nate.
Yep.
That's it.
Very well could happen.
It's not even Walter Nolan, the only one that I actually even know.
No, Harmon has made some strides and is well regarded. It would be the most boring pick possible. Nate.
A well-regarded interior defensive lineman. That's going to be DMac's going to hit the air tomorrow at noon and be like, well, I hear he's well-regarded.
Yeah.
So that's exciting for everybody.
That'll make the night. That'll make the night at the old 38 special, won't it?
I think the most boring outcome is the most likely because last year was too insane. So it'll be boring this year.
Well,
Derek Harmon, Oregon.
What would be more boring? Harmon, which is in the realm of possibility, or not having a pick in the first round at all, trading completely out?
They could do that too. Here's the thing, though. They do need interior defensive line.
I know they do. It's just boring.
They do.
I got it.
You could get a cheap starter for the next 5 years.
You don't
there.
You don't need a starter right now, though.
No, you don't right now. But
suck.
JFM's contract is coming up. Zach Allen's contract is coming up. Malcolm Roach. All three of those dudes are on the last year of their deals. You need interior defensive linemen. They actually do need to. They do need to draft one. I just don't know if they'll do it.
There have been tons of multi-round mocks that have the Broncos taking a D tackle or something like that in the second or third
dude
round.
From Tulane.
A lot.
I know. I keep seeing the name of the dude from Tulane, which I can't remember off the top of my head. Dude from Tulane. There you
Green
go.
Wave.
That's exciting.
Andy, you want to chime in on this? What you want to see the Broncos do?
Now look, both.
Nate's just doing that to be snarky and to be a jerk. By the way, that's all Nate's
not what
doing
I want
there.
them to do. That's what I think is going to happen. That's my prediction. What I want them to do is trade up to number 2 and get Travis Hunter, but that's not going to happen.
Andy.
Diana Rossini reported yesterday, and then Schefter hopped on the train this morning of a trade back. And I think Rossini may know something because Chase Daniel does their podcast. So I think there might be some inside info. So if they do a trade back, then just make mine Luther Burden, the third. There you go. And there's your joker. There's your joker at least.
I'd like it too.
I'd be fine with that.
I'd be totally down with it.
Let me combine both y'all's world. They trade back and still draft the defensive lineman from Oregon.
Oh my
well, that
God.
would feel a whole lot better.
I
thought at least you moved back.
I thought you were going to suggest a defensive lineman with good hands. I thought is what you were. That would have been the real combination right there. Like Don Terry Poe type, perhaps.
Why can't offensive linemen have good hands?
You tell me. Why don't you have good hands?
Dang it.
You know what happens
Walked
when you got
right
good
into
hands,
that one.
Tyler? Then you get labeled in a scouting book as Mr. Grabby Hands.
There you go.
Which literally was a descriptor that we found one year that I believe described who? Garrett Bowles.
No
I thought
way.
Urban Meyer was Mr. Grabby Hands.
Mr. Grabby Hands and one of those stupid. Romy Bean found it in one of those draft things. We did a whole year with Ed where Romy would pick her favorite draftisms from the scouting books and the magazines and all that.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Mr. Grabby
Hold
Hands.
on. Wasn't Mr. Grabby Hands Shannon Sharp's OnlyFans profile?
Hold on now.
Wow.
Hey,
He's been waiting for days to get a shot in on Shannon.
Wow.
Step down from ESPN today, by the way.
I saw that. We haven't even talked. We haven't really talked about
When you guys saw the
Nor
video,
do we need to.
Okay.
the video where he was explaining what happened or whatever.
Not great.
Did you guys notice prominently displayed directly over his shoulder just a Denver Broncos helmet sitting right there? You think Greg Penner maybe shot him a text that was like, "Do you mind taking that out of the shot?"
Hey, you also played for the Ravens. Just give him a bit of a note.
Teams.
Maybe put the Ravens helmet up there. Maybe go
college
with that
team.
Savannah State helmet if you don't mind.
Stand in front of a wall.
Yeah.
Just don't remind everybody while you're describing somebody as also known as on OnlyFans.
I was waiting for the Ray Lewis "I got your back" though.
Jeez. I mean, this is going better than I expected it to be honest.
Oh my God.
Ray Lewis, I got your back.
Hey, why don't you read that ID and we'll just why don't you just get us out of this somehow? Since DMac's driving, please get off the road.
Where's my suit.com? KKNC FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Scott, before we leave, Scott, he's in LA. Final take, and then we'll hand it off to Nate and Andy. But what do you think about the game tonight, Scott? Give us a who's he, what's
I
it.
think it'll be similar to games 1 and 2. I think it'll be hard fought, and I think it comes down to the fourth quarter. Who makes the least mistakes in the fourth quarter?
All right, we'll hand it over to the boys at number 38.
And I think Michael Porter will play.
Okay.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't.
All right, we'll be at number 38. Tyler and I, as well as Sanford, will join you there, and you guys you're there now. The party at number 38 starts right now with Kreckman and Lindahl. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, we're rolling with you until 6 o'clock out here at number 38, so stop by and see us here today. We're on with you until 6, but then draft coverage, again, DMac, Sanford, Tyler, Andy, you guys are going to be rolling all night long. Great giveaways here tonight. Game 3 watch party. I had to do the math in my head. There's so many games right now. I had to do the math in my head. But Game 3 between the Nuggets and the Clippers this evening. First game of the series to be played at the Intuit Dome. Where, by the way, Andy, David Adelman had some spicy comments yesterday about the Intuit Dome. I was not aware of this, and then it turns out Clipper Nation, or Clipper Regatta, whatever it is that they're called, they did not appreciate these accusations coming from Nuggets coach David Adelman. Spring, do we have this audio from yesterday? David Adelman talking about how loud it is inside the Intuit Dome. Apparently the volume is high inside that place, but David Adelman thinks it may not all be on the up and up. Roll it, Spring.
Yeah, two things stood out to me. One, they have the crowd at the end of towards our bench that it's like a high school crowd, which is actually really cool. And the other thing is they pump sound in that place. That place is so loud. It reminds me of Phoenix. We lost there a couple years ago in the second round where you couldn't even hear each other talk to each other, at the timeouts with coaches. So that building is it's very loud, whether the crowd is cheering or not. So we have to be prepared for that. It is an amazing place, by the way. I'd love to go see a concert there. It's absolutely crazy. But no, we're excited to go down there and play.
Loud?
Whether the crowd is cheering or not.
Okay. So, Andy, there was a time when one of our local teams was in a bit of a dry spell currently. Or at the time. They're not currently in a dry spell. Right now, you don't have to manufacture any noise. But there was plenty of times where I was in said building and the screen would say, "Make some noise," and it'd be shaking, and it'd be, like the big graphic there. And if you just peered around the seats, you would notice a lot of people having polite conversations with one another while the roar just came, and it was like, I know what's happening right now. I know exactly what this is.
There's not enough people here for that roar.
And when Adelman is just like looking around going like, these people are all just chatting right now, and yet it's deafening in here, I think we're on to something. However, found this on Twitter, okay? This is from Dime Dropper, apparently who's a Clippers fan. Was Chris Paul the dime dropper originally for the Clippers?
I
I'm
think
assuming?
so, sure.
Okay. So Dime Dropper retweeted DNVR's cut here of Adelman saying that. And it said, this MFer just made himself public enemy number 1. He adds, I want to debunk this for everyone who's wondering. There are 2 moments where there is pumped-in noise, a pre-fourth quarter noise meter, and player intros. Nothing else is fake. We are just that close to the court. Okay, first off, you just admitted that you pump in noise.
Right.
Now, Dime Dropper has retweeted himself, quote tweeted himself, and said, hashtag Clipper Nation. Oh, I guess they're a nation. Okay. I stand corrected. Just got a call from someone within the organization telling me there is no pumped-in noise at all. All caps. It is called acoustical tiling, which was intended to make it as loud as possible by Steve. I really thought it was fake, too. Wow. Andy, the acoustic tiling is apparently what David Adelman is noticing. I guess it makes it so when people are showing Twitter posts or Instagram posts to each other on their phone and chatting politely with each other, it makes it just deafening inside the place. That's what acoustic tiling does.
Well, and let's be honest. If you know of a loud crowd, it never gets louder than in L.A. They're always at the games on time. They're always ready to go at the start of things.
They're always fully invested.
They're never there just to be seen or just be cool. I mean, Jack Nicholson, full throat with the fully red face. Who doesn't remember that?
I guess Billy Crystal's just going to be there losing his mind tonight at the Intuit Dome.
Yeah, what bothered me about the story, and I was even more disappointed in you for not responding.
Acoustic tiling?
Right, yeah, the acoustic tiling in the bathrooms is what I'd be concerned about.
They have so many bathrooms in that place that the sound of the splash just echoes throughout the room.
Let's be honest. You always show up and there's always someone not having the best time in the bathrooms. So that you don't want that making its way to the concourse.
Well, good thing Shaq's at the studio in Atlanta and not at the Intuit.
Right, after the old olive oil.
Did you not have the best time watching hockey last night, Andy?
I did not have a good time at all.
I wouldn't have thought so.
I liked the Val goal. I was like, right on. There's my click to pick.
Yeah, you nailed that one. Also, your pick to click. Yeah.
Whatever it is.
You
I
click
don't even
picked
care.
and the pick clicked.
I don't care. I don't care anymore.
I'm done
with it.
That was
a
nice screen, by the way, by Brock Nelson. I liked that a lot. He set a solid pick on that play to open things up. They didn't switch on defense, apparently, did Dallas. Yeah, that was cool. Landeskog's return.
Very cool.
Phenomenal. Deafening inside the building. Introducing him last. Loved it. Anthem was terrific. First shift, amazing. We're going to play Connor's call later of the first shift. The hit on Mikko, it was like, hell yes, we're doing this. Avalanche score 8 minutes into the game, 1-0. Oh, it couldn't have been going much better.
Till it didn't. I don't know, power plays showed up.
Which was basically the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Was really what it was. Yeah, power plays. Typically, that's an advantage for the team that has more players on the ice than the opponent. However, the Avalanche consistently could not get the puck in to set up their cycle in the least. Like, I felt like I counted on one hand in the midst of a night where they had 6 power plays, the amount of times where they actually cycled the puck and got a good shot on goal.
Yeah, because, again, the cycling, as you mentioned, was an issue. And
Possession was an issue.
Well, but even Nate, there's just too much. I've griped about this for months. I've griped about it in the past. Stop trying to be so damn pretty.
Yeah.
Goals count as goals. They don't have to be highlights. They don't have to be Sports Center top tens. They don't have to be the perfect hockey play that the goalie has no answer for. Just get the damn puck at the damn net and get it in the net. I'm tired of it. I'm just tired of it. And you know what? I felt vindicated. Sometimes I wonder, do I just get too caught up in all this stuff? But no. After the game, I'm going to quote John Michael Lyles where he said this loss was gross. And Rycroft, who usually is pretty reserved about things, which is kind of what comes along with being the main color commentator, said point blank, they've got to quit being pretty. The playoffs are not about pretty. I don't think, and I meant to pull the numbers up, and I still want to. I don't think it's any – we've had Jack Drury involved in multiple goals in multiple games, right?
Yep.
On getting points. I think that's a coincidence. The fourth line plays ugly. Parker Kelly, Jack Drury, Charlie Coyle, those guys are trying to play ugly. They're not worried about creating the perfect shot, okay? I would break up Natchez and McKinnon. I don't know why we went back to that, quite honestly. I would put Natchez back down with Brock Nelson because I just feel like I think there is something about Nathan McKinnon that frankly intimidates Marty Natchez. He's always looking to give him back the puck, and I don't think Nate is always looking to get it back. Take the dang shot. And the one that really had me just so frustrated and so – like, we always have fun with my hockey fan. That was gone last night. Just watching hockey. You were not playing playoff style hockey. And when Natchez had that, he was right in the perfect prime shooting position with nobody around him in overtime, and he passed the puck. At the end of your 4-minute, you haven't even gotten enough shots to begin with. You've got no one around you to fire. You just fire. He's passing. And they're always looking. We talked to John Mitchell the other day. The east-west pass is not available to you, and you should know that. Dallas knows what you want to do. Please adjust something. And I think you got to toss these. What is with the lack of energy, Nate? What was with that first 10 minutes? Landeskog is back. The building, it couldn't be more abuzz. That was a beehive right there last night.
Yeah.
And you come out and get blown over by the Stars in the first 10 minutes? How does that happen?
What I kept thinking about last night during the game, and you're right about that, and I think Drouin's name goes in this conversation. I think Natchez's name goes in this conversation. I don't think Sam Girard is playing great right now.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure Cale or even McKinnon played all that great last night.
Not really, but remember earlier in the year when Bedsy was in a rage, but he used his reserved Canadian rage, and he used the word passengers? We're back to that stuff. That's what's happening right now. And some of this, and this is where you give Dallas credit, okay? They have taken things away from the Avalanche. They have made it tough to get the puck into the zone. Any dump and chase opportunities that the Avalanche are trying, they're not winning right now. And the forecheck just flat out is not good enough, basically outside of Val Nichushkin, who has been phenomenal so far in this series. But these are issues that are hitting this team right now, but it's just there are too many passengers.
Nate, they've got to find their hockey courage because you know what this looks like to me, and I tried to think of a hockey analogy to keep it in the same sport, but I couldn't. So I'll tell you what this reminds me of, and you've seen plenty of it too. Right now, when the Stars come to play the Avalanche, it feels to me like when Baltimore comes to play the Broncos. And Baltimore, the Broncos may show up for a quarter and slug with them, sometimes a half, but ultimately Baltimore they're always the more physical, more tough team. They break down your run game, they force you into bad situations, and you're playing their style hockey.
It's Timberwolves Nuggets, man. Yeah.
There's another great example, but that is what the Avs have not. The Avs better, and look, I'm looking at Coach Bednar. You know what Pete DeBoer does to you. Where is the counter? And I don't think it's all on him. John Michael Lyles said it loudly in the postgame show on Altitude last night. He said this is not a GM thing. It's not a coaching thing. It is a players in the locker room thing. And you better get together and you better have a meeting, but you better you better go to the corners hard like you're talking about. Yep. You got to win those. And look, it's going to hurt. I'm not telling you it's not going to hurt. Playoff hockey hurts. Playoff hockey is a grind. That's why it's so hard to win this trophy.
Yep.
But if you don't start playing a nastier, uglier game, if guys don't start parking themselves in front of the crease, you're not going to win this series. We all know how this story ends if you don't change something starting Saturday night. Period.
Completely agreed. No, completely agreed with what is happening in this series right now. It sucks, too, because I thought Gabe Landeskog played really well last night.
I was very shocked at how well he played.
Yeah.
If your conditioning gets up, put him back on the first line.
Absolutely. 13 minutes and 12 seconds on the ice last night for Gabriel Landeskog, and I thought he looked absolutely terrific out there. Is he exactly the Landeskog of old? No, not quite. It was also his first damn hockey game in 3 years. But again, he hits Mikko Rantanen on his opening shift, which is absolutely massive. He had a phenomenal potential assist, setting up Charlie Coyle in front. Oninger made a good save on that play, but it was Gabe going and getting the puck and making a play with it. You saw the two-way ability of him last night. It didn't feel to me like he was thinking about what he was doing. It looked to me like he was just reacting. And so I'm going to overreact to what he looked like last night, and I'm just like, you know what? First line time. Let's go, baby.
Well, and yeah, it may feel
Get him
like
on the top power play line. Let's do it.
Feel like an overreaction, but if no one else is going to do it, then
Right.
put him up there. I'll be dead serious at this point. If Jonathan Drouin doesn't get it together, you may need to be a scratch. If Ross Colton comes back, and I would put Colton in for Drouin, and I'd leave everybody else that was playing in there.
I don't disagree.
I don't know what is going on with Jonathan Drouin right now.
No, he's.
And what was he doing on the final shot? What did you think you were doing?
I don't know.
You look like you were distracting Blackwood is what you look like you were doing.
Rantanen makes a play, takes it away from Drouin, keeps it away from McKinnon, and boom, he's gone, gets it ahead to Marchman. And, yeah, you're absolutely right. Drouin just kind of watched it happen. Power play at the end of regulation. They get a 4-minute damn power play, and they don't win that game.
Not only do you not win the game, you barely get any shots.
Yeah.
You literally killed your own power play for more than half of it before you finally started shooting at the dang net.
Right at the end of regulation, Drouin had an opportunity, needed to put the puck right on Ottinger, instead tried to make a perfect pass when he just needed to get the puck on there. Look, here's one other thing about this, okay? And credit where it's due. Ottinger's playing out of his damn mind.
He is, but he doesn't fear the Avs at all.
Now, Blackwood is also playing out of his damn mind, and he deserves better than what has happened so far in this series, but it seems as though Ottinger is more in the heads of the Avalanche than Blackwood is of the Stars because they are so comfortable playing ugly hockey.
They just wait they play about 5 good minutes of offense a period where they get it in their zone and the puck just hops around from one corner to the other, but inevitably they find someone in the net that they pop it out to. They get a good scoring chance. They wait and take advantage of the Avs' mistakes. And to your point about Ottinger, the proof to me that they are in those guys' head, you would not be looking for the perfect passes all the time if you thought you could blow up by him. And because you don't, that's why you're constantly looking for that perfect backside feed.
Kaz coming up at 4 o'clock. He will join us from L.A. before heading over to the Intuit Dome for Game 3 tonight. We got Avalanche highlights. We got draft news galore. It is a sports smorgasbord extravaganza here today on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, live at number 38. We're the 38th state. Get it? That's Andy Lindahl. I'm Dave Kreckman. Springs back to the shop on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, guys, Andy Lindahl here telling you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm just curious, how has your energy levels been lately? How has your sleep been? You know, it's tough if you're dealing with low T. Low T is a situation that a lot of men deal with, so don't feel alone in it first and foremost, but it can cause things like poor gains in the gym. It can cause things like getting up, and this was the main thing that I really dealt with. You know, you get up and you feel good about the day. You think you're about ready to go and get a bunch of stuff done, and then what ends up happening, you want to nap about halfway through the day. That sucks. That's what I was dealing with. It can be brain fog. It can be depression. It can be poor sleep patterns. All of that can be signs of low T. And, of course, any sort of sexual problems can be a sign of low T as well. So if you're living with this, don't live with this any longer because you can go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get this taken care of. If you'd like to learn more about it, you want to take a quiz, if you're a quiz taker, just to learn more about some of the symptoms, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got their low T quiz right there. 10 questions, yes or no answers, takes 2 minutes. In your first visit, they draw your blood. They have your results in 30 minutes. You talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about those results, and you can make the decision together as to whether to get on testosterone treatment or not. The cost of the appointment is $99, includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. But if you start that testosterone, that appointment is free. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, so don't delay any further. They also have locations in Fort Collins and the Springs. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Live at number 38, we got the watch party tonight for Game 3, Nuggets and Clippers plus Draft Spectacular with DMac, with Andy, with Tyler, with Sandman. It's all coming up on 9. Well, let's see. We'll start the draft coverage on 92.5 right after K&L. At 7:30, draft coverage will go over to AM 950. Nuggets Clippers pregame, 7:30 on the big stick on 92.5. Tip-off sometime after 8 o'clock with Kaz. We'll check in with Kaz coming up at 4 o'clock today here on the show. Plus, we just found out Jeff Legwald will stop by 20 minutes after 5 o'clock to get us the latest draft intel. This is what we're doing here today, all right? For those of you that are looking to tune in for the long haul, is the rumors are flying.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to this NFL draft. So anything that we see, whether I spot it, whether Andy spots it, whether Spring back at the shop spots it, we will play a sounder for you. It'll sound like this.
Well, I gotta pull it up. Give me Wait a second.
Chris Dempsey.
See, sometimes
Here we
he
go.
comes up with an idea 4 seconds before we come back and doesn't allow his producer time to execute said idea. That's a thing we do every now and then. But no, we'll play that little thing. We could also just play the Dempsey noise.
Just I kind of like that because we'll be using the real.
Spring, do me a solid, okay?
What do you like better, Spring? Why don't we let Spring decide?
This is what I want, okay? I want the draft sounder mashed up with the Dempsey guttural sound. Put those together, and when you play that, we will have a draft rumor for everybody. See, that's the most generous thing I could do for Spring. Give him more work to do right now. So put that together. There it is. That's what I want to hear.
That was better than I thought.
That's how we know. For example, we have a draft rumor right now.
Please hit me.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic tweets this out. This would have been 15 minutes ago. She writes, the phone lines are getting busier as the first round nears per sources.
Okay.
People are calling one another according to her sources. She tweets this. She says, the Broncos and Texans are attempting to move up the draft order while the Giants are trying to acquire a second first-round pick at the back end of the first round.
For Jackson Dart.
Yes.
Not for Shedeur. They were locked in, dead on about it, that Jackson Dart is the guy on ESPN this morning. Graziano was confident of it. Ryan Clark was confident of it. So there you go.
Okay. So that then conflicts the tweet from our buddy Mike Kliss earlier today. Mike tweeted this. He said, from what I've heard, if Broncos do make a trade from number 20, it's more likely to be a trade back than a trade up. A possible sweet trading spot is quarterback-needy Steelers are sitting at number 21. Tight end, running back, wide receiver, defensive tackle in play for Broncos. So that was 9 hours ago from Kliss, more likely to go back. Rossini is on the trade up bandwagon, which
but that conflicts what she said literally
yesterday,
24 hours ago or whatever.
Exactly. So she's working off new information. Todd McShay, who's now with the Ringer, remember Todd McShay?
Oh yeah.
So Todd McShay, he believes Denver's trying to move up. He has made that comment again. Now what did
Daniel Jeremiah thinks they're going to try? Hey, wait, can I get the sounder, Spring?
Oh, here we go. Give me sounder.
Daniel Jeremiah believes in his mock draft that they will move to 13 to get Colston Loveland.
Yes, the tight end out of Michigan. Shefty today gave us a likely to stay put, right?
No, he thinks a trade down could be possible.
And a trade down is possible.
And that was piggybacking on what Rossini had tweeted as you and I went off the air last night that Spring snuck into the high five.
Yes.
So I don't know what's going on anymore. See, here's my thing. Here's why I keep.
It's almost like we just have to watch this thing
Yeah,
tonight.
It's almost as if everybody's throwing every scenario out there. The reason why I kind of perk my ears up to Rossini is, as I told you yesterday, she's connected. We all know she's connected to Chase Daniel. They do a podcast together, and Daniel is clearly really good friends with Sean Payton.
Yes, former Sean Payton backup quarterback.
So the question then becomes, would Sean Payton give better info to his backup quarterback than he did to his own daughter, who had Marion Hampton being the pick at 20 in her mock draft for FanDuel?
Yes. Okay, here's the exact wording on the Schefter tweet. Broncos have fielded calls in recent days from teams interested in potentially moving up to Denver's number 20 selection. Per sources, the Broncos currently hold the draft slot in front of Pittsburgh's number 21.
Okay, let's play fake GM for a while. And you know what, Spring? If you've got
I love being a fake GM.
If you've got exciting sounder versus disappointed sounder, go ahead and rank these rumors if you want to.
Rank
when
the
we're
rumors.
done giving you the latest draft rumor, I want your reaction through your drops. Like when I read at the top of the show that we had a trade and it was for 900 who care picks, including one in 2027, which we're not even sure we're going to make it till then. I was like, oh, cool, a trade. Oh, never mind, not a cool trade. And I deserve to be booed off stage. So let's just rate the nuggets that we give you. Anyway, let's play mock GM, okay? Because we all like to do that anyway. If you're going to give up 20 to move back, would you rather, to me, I almost feel like if I'm giving up 20, I may try to pry a first-round pick out of you if I know you're a quarterback team.
Sure.
Because most people believe in the latest information. Oh, can I get the sounder one more time, String, because I love your sounder? Okay, the latest information this morning that came from Orlovsky and Ryan Clark was that basically, and Orlovsky got made fun of because how dare you compare Mike Tomlin to Josh McDaniels, but that's what he did. He said that there's many that believe in Pittsburgh, even though many in the building do agree with the pick. Tomlin ultimately may just decide he wants Shedeur Sanders, and that's who they're going to draft at 21. So any other team that does value Shedeur Sanders probably needs to look ahead at Pittsburgh at 21. And they, of course, related it to when Josh McDaniels picked Tim Tebow and basically didn't care what anybody else thought. So if I know that you're coming up to jump ahead at Pittsburgh for Sanders, or maybe you're worried that they floated a Jackson Dart rumor out there, because all of a sudden I think you could check the betting lines, Nate. Sounds like Jackson Dart has become, for many, the favorite to go ahead of Sanders now. I try to pry a first-round pick out of you, or maybe I just go ahead and make my – again, with the way the board falls and the way that – what are you taking to move back? They aren't going to likely give you their second, right? What does the trade look like if you move back? Don't you got to get a first out of this somehow if you're going to jump out of the first round altogether? Don't you need next year's first if you're going to trade out of this first round?
It depends on how far that team is trading from.
Because I don't think any of the back part of I don't think the Chiefs or the Eagles or the Bills who occupy the last few picks are looking to come up for anything, right?
Yeah, it's if you're Denver, I would agree with that. I think if you're moving back, you're hopefully moving back but staying in the first. Otherwise, okay, what was when Denver drafted Derek Wolfe out of Cincinnati?
He was the fifth pick of the second round.
Because
they gave up 28 for Doug Peterson, for Doug Martin.
Doug Martin, right. The Broncos
Boise
were 28.
running back, yes.
Okay, they were
I want to
28.
say 27-28.
Okay, 27-28.
Sure.
Somewhere in that spot, they went back, 8, 9 picks or whatever it was. I wonder what that package looked like exactly. I'd say if you're going to move back, you do so only in the first and hope that you add another top 100 pick at the very least. Give yourself another big swing at it and get a chance. It'd be really cool if it was a second rounder, but give yourself an opportunity to possibly live in a world where you have got, adding top 100 picks. That's the whole key to me because, again, and Jeff Legwald has talked about it, sweet spot of this draft, rounds 2 through 5. This is a depth draft. This is not a blue-chip draft. Really, you're only probably looking at 10, 11 blue-chip type of players in this draft. However, it seems as though, and if we're listening to this rumor from Diana Rossini, that the Broncos are hot for one of those blue-chip players, and maybe it is, as Daniel Jeremiah suggested, tight end Colston Loveland out of Michigan.
Yeah, and that would make sense to me. I've come around. I wouldn't mind that so much. All right, I'm trying to look at this. Yeah, I'm trying to go
real
so
quick,
we can
Andy.
figure out, because here's what happened. Doug Martin was drafted 31st, but I think they traded back.
Colston Loveland, by the way, we know that he's coming off of a foot injury. He didn't do any of the workouts or anything else like that. He's coming off of a foot injury. There's enough film on what the guy was at Michigan. Also, you're drafting him onto a team that just signed Evan Engram. So it's not like you need Colston Loveland to be your number one producing tight end over the first 6 games of the season or anything else like that. Like, you can bring Loveland along a little bit slower, knowing that you have Engram. You ramp up Loveland as the season goes along, and hopefully by December, January, and then who knows, he is a productive member of your offense and a little bit of a joker.
Yeah, if you trust the injury is going to heal right, then yes, that's what you go ahead and do, and I agree with you. He doesn't have to be your top tight end, and really, if you're going to make a first-round pick, you want it to be for the long-term future. All right, let me break this down. So here's what ultimately happened. I don't remember this because I thought the Broncos were at 28. Clearly, my memory is faulty.
Okay.
Denver traded with New England to acquire the 31st pick of the 2012 draft. Then it got flipped from Denver to Tampa Bay, who traded 31 and 136 for 36 and 101. So basically, the Broncos moved back 5 spots, grabbed Derek Wolfe. So that would have been then the 3rd or 4th pick in the second round.
Derek Wolfe, who's the starter on a Super Bowl winning team.
Worked out great for Denver.
Good pick.
And they jumped in the 3rd round, right? 136. They jumped anyway from 136 to 101, moved up 25 selections, right?
That's
35 selections.
That's great.
So
that's sound draft strategy right there.
That would be something that you're probably looking at if you. Now again, you're giving up 20, not 31.
Yeah.
You maybe, but you're probably. So you would want somebody that would give me the start of the second round, like that. To me, you're talking to the Giants. You're talking to the Browns. That's it. I don't want to get too far into the second round. You know what I mean?
Yeah. One of those quarterback-needy teams.
And then they've got it, but what do they give
How about
you?
that? How about that for a possibility that Cleveland could walk out of this night with both Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders?
I've been throwing it out there.
Yeah.
I know nobody believes me.
It's very possible.
Andy gets a little too into the draft stuff. You know that sometimes. I've told you this could happen. Everyone just thought Andy was drunk. There he is. He's sniffing glue again. Oh, sure. You'll get both those guys.
I mean,
it may end up happening now.
You both things can be true at once. You could be sniffing glue and
I don't sniff glue. I eat ice cream until I'm euphoric. Late at night in the Mel Kiper draft room.
How much was required of you last night?
Oh, no.
You didn't eat your feelings last night?
No, I'm telling you. Last night's game, I divorced fandom last night. That's what they're doing to me right now.
For pure rage?
No, I'm done. Hey, I'll give you I am done with you not figuring out how to beat Dallas. And it's not even a fan thing anymore. I am frustrated. I am frustrated by the players not buying in to do what they need to do, and I don't quite frankly understand how the coaching staff. I don't know. It's hard to I don't you don't think Bednar's. He said it in his press conference after game 2. We have to carry the puck into the zone.
Right.
We have to stay on the puck. We can't be looking for these pretty passes. He's told him to do it. I just don't see it being executed out there. Either way, I don't know that it's a great result, but now this isn't even about pure rage anymore, because now I'm starting to get the feeling I'm not sure you can do this. So I'm not going to let it upset me. I get upset when I think you should have done something you didn't do. But now that I get the vibe that I'm not sure you can do this,
wow. Coming in with the doubt. Andy, while we've been having this conversation, I quickly surveyed 5 different mock drafts.
While I ate ice cream and explained my fandom divorce that you had with all of Sports World years ago.
And lied about how much glue you're being sniffing.
I don't have glue in my house. You know what? I probably do. I have kids. They go to school.
So, Field Yates of ESPN, his latest mock from today.
He's got an interesting name.
Matthew Golden, wide
hold
receiver,
on. Are we
Texas.
going to use the sounder or not? Why did Spring put it? Let him.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL.com, has Denver trading up to number 13 for Colston Loveland, like we talked about. Dane Brugler of The Athletic, who didn't come on our show
Yeah,
this
who doesn't
year.
like to return calls.
Running back, North Carolina, Omarion Hampton at 20. CBS, Travion Henderson, running back, Ohio State.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Hey, I'll do something with CBS, Coach. I like that pick.
The Ringer, Danny Kelly, Omarion Hampton, running back, North Carolina. So of the 5, here's what's fun about this, though. Of the 5 that I surveyed, only one repeat pick, and it's the groupthink pick that has generally been assigned to Denver the entire way. In all seriousness, Andy, I have no idea what they're doing tonight.
I don't think anybody does.
I really
because
don't.
I do. Hey,
It's really fun.
I think every report we've heard tweeted out about going up, coming down, I think it's all true.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what everybody needs to put in there is it depends on who falls. We're waiting for the surprises at the top of the draft.
Yeah.
And if the surprises don't happen, then Denver's probably not. I would say if Warren or Loveland or Genty don't sneak out of the top 10, then I don't think Denver's doing anything. I think they're going to just sit tight, see who wants to maybe come grab their pick for Shedeur if he gets the fall that's predicted. And I think that's that.
The most interesting team in this draft to me is New England at number 4.
Really?
It is. Yes.
Well,
simply because I think 1 through 3 is written in stone.
They've had about 10 players mocked to them.
Right.
And now there's the offensive tackles being mocked
Will
to them
Campbell
right
from
now.
LSU.
Yeah. Everyone's all of a sudden on Will Campbell with his tiny arms.
Right. Which he might have to be an interior lineman because he's got T-Rex arms.
And I'm so big, he's so big, I would never tell him he's got tiny arms. But scouts apparently.
I'll let somebody say it on the internet.
Yeah. Well, how about this? Here's a new one from Field Yates. He had that pulled up. All of a sudden now it's Kelvin Banks Jr., the Texas offensive tackle's in the mix for a top 10 pick. Field Yates has him going to Vegas. And I think it's interesting because you've said multiple times, I don't know what a Tom Brady draft looks like, but you said 2-3 weeks ago, I won't be shocked if he fixes those lines first.
I bet I'm thinking that's the way he's thinking about this draft. Also, I think Jacksonville's taking Ashton Genty.
Yeah, everyone's got that. That's all of a sudden like everyone's groupthink is that he goes 5 now.
I think Liam Cohen is just going to look at it and say, I got Trevor Lawrence, I got Brian Thomas. Let's get a sick back and let's go ahead and let's do this thing. I think that's what he's doing in this draft. But what if New England just stuns and takes Ashton Genty? That could happen as well. Or somebody could get drunk and try and trade up for Travis Hunter, which I would be for all day long. By the way, Travis Hunter is going to be the best player out of this draft.
It's funny. I saw
he's the best player in the draft. He's going to be the best player from this draft.
Someone had a coach or scout quote today that said he's going to be the best player possibly in the next 10 years because he's so unique.
And somebody's not going – and Tennessee's not going to draft him. They're going to roll the dice on Cam Ward because they're desperate because that's what their owner wants them to do. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I have wild Nuggets ideas to throw at the wall.
Well, I'm here for them.
For tonight's matchup. Not the wall in the Intuit Dome, but the wall here at number 38. I'm going to throw some wild ideas at you when we come back, Andy. Getting you ready for Nuggets and Clippers Game 3 tonight, which we'll have for you right here at 8 o'clock on Altitude Sports Radio. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. We're live at number 38 today, and we're rolling with you until 6 p.m. Then draft coverage here on 92.5. Then the draft coverage moves over to 9:50 because Berto's got your pregame for Nuggets and Clippers starting at 7:30. Man, we are jam-packed tonight. Big sportsy kind of night.
Good news, though, because
Yes?
we were worried about the rain. The patio at number 38 is incredible. We did all our fall football broadcasts back here, did Thursday night games. Great place to eat, watch the TV. They got the Rockies game on now.
They sure do.
Don't worry, that'll be done in time for the draft and some Nuggets basketball. But if the weather holds, and right now it's looking more sunny and less cloudy, outside is a place to be here at 38.
By the way, Rockies dropped game 1 of the doubleheader this afternoon in Kansas City, 7-4. They are currently in action right now. Top of the second inning in Kansas City. Colorado looking to avoid the sweep. But yes, they dropped game 1 as Germán Marquez gave up 6 earned runs in 4 innings. Really not doing much to help out that trade stock, is he?
No. And then what do we got going on now? Because it's a doubleheader, thanks to the rain out.
Top 2, as I just said.
Yeah, I was checking out the weather forecast, and then I noticed, as I just got done saying it looks like the clouds are going to clear, there was a tornado warning.
Well, the clouds are clearing into a funnel going to the ground.
Go ahead and look at the forecast in your area.
I got wild ideas.
I need something.
Okay?
Fix this.
I got some ideas to throw at you for this game tonight. And I want to preface my wild Nuggets ideas by saying this. I think tonight's a good night to throw some things at the wall for the Nuggets. Because tonight is not must-win to me. Game 4 is must-win. You have to have Game 4. Tonight is a night for the Nuggets to try some stuff, okay? I mean, chances were going back into their building, you were probably going to lose Game 3 anyway, so why not have a little bit of fun? Why not a little bit of experimentation here this evening? Okay. Idea number 1, a little vanilla. I'll get to the wilder stuff in a minute. But number 1, start throwing doubles at Kawhi.
Okay.
Start it. He may still beat you. He may still score. He might just be on a heater. You have to start getting that guy tired, all right? This is a guy that gets hurt in the middle of every series that he plays. It is now time to make him work for it. And I'm not saying he didn't have to work for some of those buckets in Game 2. He hit some phenomenal shots. But throw some doubles at him this evening, whether it's forcing the ball out of his hands or simply making him work to get to his spots. He might anyway. The guy's a freaking cyborg. He might just get to his spots and hit his weird flat line drive jumpers without an issue, but make it tougher on him. Use some physicality, but throw doubles at him. That's idea number 1.
Who you doubling? Who's the double? So Christian Brown's on him initially, right?
No, okay, so interestingly enough, all right, and we were talking to Scotty about this a little bit the other day. The Nuggets straight up tried to defend him with Jamal for a while in the first quarter the other night. It was not effective. He got hot, and he murdered you. I get why the Nuggets were trying to do that. They're trying to preserve Aaron Gordon as much as they can between needing his production in the fourth quarter and his calf injury. AG did better on him in the fourth quarter, but by then, Kawhi was too damn locked in. I want to start the game with AG on him. Obviously, CB is going to be on Harden. Hide Jamal over on Norm Powell and have him come over and throw some doubles. If Kawhi can pass out of it and find an open Norm Powell and Norm Powell knocks down a shot, more power to Norm Powell. Okay, well done by him.
Does calling him Norm, does that lessen the threat? Is Norman more intimidating?
No.
If he's good old Norm, your buddy from Cheers, are you a little less afraid of him? Is that why we're going Norm?
I'm going Norm, all right? But that's the biggest thing is just you have to make Kawhi work for it. And again, I'm not saying that result doesn't matter tonight, but this is a game where you can lay some groundwork that might be helpful for you later in the series, and one of those could be Kawhi Leonard, who always gets banged up, being more fatigued. So that's idea number 1 that I've got for you. Now I'll get into some of the wilder stuff, all right? Start Peyton Watson tonight in place of Michael Porter Jr.
Okay.
Start.
Who's already banged up.
P. Watt. He's got the shoulder injury, okay?
He being MPJ, if you haven't been following.
Scotty said at the end of PhD, transitioning into us, that he believes he's going tonight. I agree. I think Michael Porter is going tonight. I think one thing that we don't give enough credit to is how freaking tough Michael Porter is. Andy, legitimately, I think the guy's got a higher pain threshold than most athletes we've ever covered. And I don't think he gets enough credit for his toughness. People just worry about how much money he's making and the fact that he has nights where he disappears. I think he has a lot of nights where he disappears because his body just doesn't work properly, and he fights his way through it. I give the guy an awful lot of credit. But I would bring him off the bench tonight. I would start Peyton Watson in this game. Now, I don't think they're going to, but I would start P-Watt. Therefore, if you wanted to save AG a little bit, you could use P-Watt as the matchup against Kawhi Leonard. P-Watt's got the length. I would like to see that move tonight. I don't think they'll do it, but that's what I would like to see. And then we talked a lot about this the other day. Who could you turn to in this series if you're the Nuggets? Essentially, the rotation has merely been using Westbrook, Watson, and Pickett off the bench. DJ played 4 very forgettable minutes in Game 2. You said yesterday it barely counted. I agree with you with that, okay? Here's a couple of names I can give you. One of them is Julian Strawther, all right?
Yeah.
And again, I'm not looking for Julian Strawther to play 25 minutes. Don't mishear me. And if Julian Strawther is on the floor, is there a chance he's going to get cooked on the defensive end? Yes. In fact, I'd go further than to say there's a chance. I'd tell you it will happen. But also, you know what? This Clippers offense is nothing special. Julian Strawther's shooting could be of benefit to you, both for the floor spacing and for the fact of the guy can just knock down some shots. Play Julian Strawther, and I want Julian Strawther to shoot 4 threes if he plays. I want him shooting 4 threes in this game because I think he's going to make 2 of them. If you got 6 points and maybe like a trip to the foul line out of Julian Strawther tonight, I will hug that, okay? I will take that out, and I will pay for dinner. All right, 2 threes out of Julian Strawther tonight. And the last wild idea I have, and this one I put last because I think it's least likely to happen, is to play Zeke Naji. Naji. Now, let's be clear. I don't want Zeke Naji on the floor at the same time as Zubats, okay? I don't want Zeke going anywhere near Zubats. Zubats will murder him. All right? But if you want a switchy defender that can move between guys like Kawhi and Derek Jones Jr. and Bogdanovich and Norm Powell, whomever is out there, I think Zeke has the athleticism to do that. Now, again, passing him the ball on offense is an absolute freaking adventure, but I think Zeke Naji, simply because of size and athleticism, could exist as a switchy defender that could give you some good minutes in this game. Andy, I think tonight's the night to experiment.
Playing the 4 or playing the 5?
The 4.
Okay.
Very much. Or you can have him on the floor because the Clippers don't play a backup center, so if Zubats is out, he'll match up with whomever is out on the floor.
Okay, I don't mind that, but from what you just described there, I cannot have Watson. I cannot have a lineup that has Watson, Westbrook, and Naji all out there. With what you're describing
should we put Hunter Tyson in that lineup?
Yeah, no, I'm just describing. If we're going to cause maximum stress on the offensive end, I cannot have those 3. I can only have one iffy shooter and one iffy pair of hands on the offensive end of the floor. I mean, we probably going to have to live with some Westbrook-Watson minutes together, but Naji needs to.
Here's the issue, Andy.
How do you score in that lineup?
There is nothing not iffy about anything that I'm giving you. We're living in the iffy. But, whoa!
What do we got?
Oh, draft rumor.
Is it what I saw?
Right before the top of the hour. What do we got, Spring?
According to Jeff Howe of The Athletic, the Jaguars have been actively trying to move up from number 5, per source. They could be interested in moving as high as number 2.
They want Travis Hunter. Jacksonville wants Travis Hunter. Cool. That's very cool. I like a team being aggressive to go get the best player in the draft.
Or do they want the offensive tackle?
Well, they wouldn't have to go to 2 to get that. They could move up one spot to 4.
enough.
Hell, they could draft a good tackle at 5 if they wanted.
But what if
they Armand Membu at number 5?
Yeah, but what if they think New England's going to take the tackle?
Well,
because I've seen New England taking the tackle.
New England could take Will Campbell, and then you can draft Armand Membu.
But maybe you don't like Membu as much as you like. Maybe you're not a Membu-only jacket. Maybe you just want to go ahead and get some Campbell's soup.
Spring, will you please clip that? That was literally Andy's best line of the calendar year 2025.
You love a good dad joke. Nobody knows what a members-only jacket is, much less a members-only jacket.
I disagree with you. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. You know what a members-only jacket is. Nobody was cool in the 80s unless they were members only.
Isn't that what Al Davis, rocked the whole time?
You know it. And Al Davis was cool.
And by the way, this isn't so much of a rumor, but a promise. Pete Carroll's Twitter account, he promises draft clues on the way, Raider Nation.
I promise you Pete Carroll wore a members-only jacket.
Oh, I know he did. Are you kidding me?
Did. Yes, he did. I promise you Mark Moser wore a members-only jacket in the 80s. Hell yes.
What about Vic? Vic liked the Cavaricis. Vic was slick, man. And I'm not just trying to rhyme.
I bet.
Vic was popular with the ladies. He wasn't going to Club LA dressed like, Boy Howdy. You know what? Vic could have been in less than zero.
I didn't know
for the drug problem.
I didn't know they made Cavaricis in children's sizes. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk to Jason Kosmiski. He will join us from Los Angeles. Nuggets Clips, Game 3. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. I love Apple Air, okay? We had them install our new heating system last fall. They rolled out the red carpet, did phenomenal work. Apple Air, family-owned and operated Colorado company, and they did excellent work. We loved our furnace all winter long. The things that Apple Air provides to you standard, those are upcharges with other HVAC companies. That's not how they roll at Apple Air. They're not there to upcharge. They write you a quote. It's not an estimate. It is a quote. They're going to get you value. They're going to get you comfort and efficiency. And right now they got a great special. They will do a full check on your AC system for $29.99 for first-time customers. Call Apple Air right now, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Or go online, appleair.com.
Apple Air, the experts that
Live at number 38 here in Denver, 3560 Chestnut Place here in Denver. Kreckman and Lindahl. We got the Nuggets and the Clippers. Game 3 tonight, series moving to the Intuit Dome, where they apparently have acoustic tiling, which makes it very loud, as we have learned from the internet. Joining us right now to help preview this game number 3 matchup, it's the voice of your Denver Nuggets. It's our pal. He'll be on the call tonight at 8 o'clock or sometime thereafter, Jason Kosmiski. Kos, how you doing, man?
Good, Nate. I appreciate you. By the way, yeah, it's loud there, but come on, man. These soft Southern California people, they don't yell. That's all fake. That's all fake noise.
That's what Adelman's saying, man. Adelman is saying it's piped in.
Yeah,
Kos.
they piping it in, Kos. What's your opinion?
I think arenas still do that. But I thought somewhere down the line, and not that any of us have any reason to follow this whatsoever, I thought somewhere down the line that's like supposed to be against the rules. So but I don't know, man. I have no idea. I just don't think they yell as loud as what it is. So I'm with Adelman on that one.
Yeah, no,
I agree with you. It's L.A.
Yeah, I don't think that's a raucous environment. But look, in the NBA, the loud arenas are places like Denver, Portland,
OKC,
Sacramento, OKC. Well said. It's the kind of the mid markets, because those people are hardy, man. Like if you're going to the Garden or if you're going to watch a Laker game or something like that, you drop too much cash. You're there to look cool, not to get nuts.
You're not standing up from your lobster bisque to make noise.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you can order sushi while you're watching a sporting event, you're not yelling. You know what I mean? You're not loud.
By the way, Kos, Marlo told us earlier in the week that the Intuit Dome has some of the best media food in the NBA. Can you confirm?
It's pretty good. I mean, it's up there. You know, we've had a couple of teams make a move lately. The Little Caesars Palace in Detroit is very good because they serve a lot of Little Caesars pizza in there.
They get hot and ready for you?
Yeah, right there, right in the press room.
Oh,
and then
fantastic.
the other one, because they had nowhere else to put everybody, was Salt Lake City. As soon as they got a hockey team, they had to change everything around in their building. And so now the press gets to be part of like the season ticket holder club place. And so you go in there, it's like the Lexus Club. And, you know,
they like the prime rib?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can – and they have like 8 different stations. They have an ice cream bar, a churro bar, Andy, for you. But
Come on now. I'd be ice cream. Come on now.
I'm the churro bar.
Come on,
all
Kos.
day long.
Now, hold on, Kos. Has any media member been kicked out and they've said, all right, you've reached your limit of prime ribs, sir?
You know, what's crazy is that I always wonder this, is they have a bar back there, you know, and in Salt Lake City, you know, booze is hard to come by. So, you know, I always wonder, like, you know, do some of these cats roll up there and they're like, hey, man, give me a blue moon? You know, I mean, I don't know what they do.
You smuggle in some of that wild 5% beer hooch.
The 3-2
wild on.
Give me a Sunday beer. Give me no duels.
All right, Kos, let's talk about it a little bit. I've been throwing wild ideas at the wall. Throw one at us from your perspective. Is there a wild adjustment, unexpected adjustment that Adelman and company could make tonight that could be effective, not just for tonight, but for the rest of the series?
You know, I don't know, Nate. That's a hard one, and I think there could be, but I just don't think the Nuggets have the personnel to do that. You know what I mean? I mean, what are you really gonna do? Like, you know, all of a sudden play Zeke Naji 13 minutes, or somebody else is Saric?
He
or
did
somebody
suggest
else
that.
That was
the exact name.
That was one of my wild ideas out there, Kos. That's one of them.
Yeah, no, but he, you know, I think you can make a scenario where that could actually be a factor. But the problem is I don't know how much of a gamble of a sample size you want. Like, you got to be fair to Zeke too, right? It's like you can't throw him out there for 8 minutes and then all of a sudden everybody goes, "See, told you it didn't work." That's not going to happen. I mean, you got to give him 14-ish minutes or so, and then you walk down a slippery slope, because then if it doesn't work, now it's like, you know, people are like, dude, why did you play that guy 14? You know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. So I don't think you're at that point, man. I go back with what Adelman said after game 2. It's like, listen, this is 4 versus 5 in the Western Conference. If you didn't think this thing was going to be a deep series and you didn't think all these games were going to come down to the wire, you're out of your mind. And I'm with him on that. I figured this was going to be a tight series the whole way through. Vegas has it that way every single night when they come out with the lines whenever the Nuggets and the Clippers play. This is going to be, might I say, this might be one of your hardest playoff games until you get to the Western Conference Finals, probably.
Yeah, no, this is a really tough one. First time in their building, they're going to have the energy on their side. And, what's funny is, and I spent a whole segment just throwing wild ideas there at Andy. And who knows, throw stuff at the wall, I'd be okay with it. But also, here's the reality of it. In playoff basketball especially, your role players tend to have a lesser role or a lesser impact, I suppose, when you go on the road. Like, typically, role players are better at home. You go on the road, and it's your stars that have to carry you. Like, what about this for an adjustment? What if just Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray both score 30-plus? That'd be pretty damn good tonight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and I totally agree. And you're right. The rotation does tighten. And you're talking about tightening a rotation that was already tight. I mean, I don't know how long you can play 6.5/7 dudes, but at the end of the day, you got to find a way to win, or else it doesn't really matter. Unless you keep going. But yeah, your stars do have to carry you. And what I look for more than anything is that, if you look, and I'm not a huge stats guy, but like when Joker scores 30, 40, or 50, Denver's record is just kind of ho-hum. When the Nuggets are really good is when he has 12 or more assists. That is the butter number right there, is 12 or more assists. And what does that tell you? That tells you that when he has that many assists, I always call them the others. People say non-Jokic minutes or whatever. I call it the others. And it's a luxury we have, and we're very spoiled in Denver that we can wake up on game day and go, okay, well, Joker's going to be fine. You know what I mean? Like, we don't even talk about the possibility of him having a bad game. That's not even an option. But that's what we do. Now the question is can you get the others to go with him? Because I firmly believe, fellas, if the Nuggets ever have one of those rare nights, and we've seen it a handful of times throughout the NBA season, when, by God, if everybody had their A game on a single night, I don't think there's anybody in the NBA that can beat them. When everybo's playing at their highest potential, I really don't think so. But the problem is the consistency factor of it. That's a hard thing to find for Denver.
All right, I'm going to ask you this question because I know it's one of your favorite topics during the game, but I did hear you the other night talk about, because I was on my ride home and I was flipping between you and Connor with that double dipperoo, but you were talking about where Mark Davis lost, right? That was our official. That was our official. Lost control. Mm-hmm. You were very upset because Davis did not get in the middle of what was going on with Jamal and Norman Powell, right? You thought that he should have done something earlier, and then you had mentioned, all right, now he's calling everything. Now they flip mid-quarter. Right. You had the soliloquy about how that's so tough for players to deal with. So my question to you is, after watching it basically be rugby out there the first 2 games, do you think because of that incident we'll start to see more of a touchy whistle these next 2, or what do you expect to happen with the whistle?
Yeah, and you're right. That did, and that's not a common like your run-of-the-mill NBA fan to see that. I don't care what the whistle is, Andy. I really don't. I mean, we all know I'm hard on the refs.
But you made a good point. You were calling it one way, and then they switched midstream and started calling every little touch foul.
Yeah, and that pisses me off. So it's like you can't do it both ways, right? So I don't care if they call every little touch foul, and I don't care if they let the guys go out there and be the 1990 Pistons or whatever. But what you have to do is you have to do 2 things. Is all I ask is be consistent on your calls throughout the game, and then call it on both ends of the floor. And I don't think the Nuggets have had a bad whistle in this series. I just wish the referees, once you figure out in the first 6 minutes, once you figure out where you're going to go, how they're going to call that whistle in that game, just be that way for the rest of the game. I think it's unfair to ask players and coaches to adjust over the final 15 minutes of a game because you decided that, you blew a call, you didn't have control of the game, now you panic, and now you're calling everything to try and get the control of the game back.
But do you think they'll go to the touchier one now so it doesn't get there again? Because I think that favors L.A. with Harden and Kawhi if they do.
I don't think so. I think the narrative, by what I've watched, is I think the narrative coming down from Monty McCutcheon or the NBA or whoever makes these decisions are let them play. I think the message is let the players decide. Let's not be a part of this like we are way too often in the regular season. But you never know, right? I mean, we'll see. We'll find out what it is tonight. But what I've seen and what I've watched is that for the most part throughout these NBA playoff games so far, they're letting the players kind of go at each other.
Yeah, physicality has certainly been up. Jason Kosmicki, voice of the Nuggets, Game 3 tonight. Kos has the call. Tip-off sometime after 8 o'clock. Mark Bertinoli has pregame at 7:30. Kos, let's talk about Kawhi Leonard for just a moment. You've been calling NBA games for a long time. You've called a lot of Kawhi Leonard games low over the years. 15 of 19 for 39 points that he put up in Game 2. We know the injury issues that he has had to go through. He looks like prime Kawhi Leonard last night. So in Game 2. With that currently happening, what can the Nuggets do to at least get him back down to earth a little bit so that he's not nuclear Kawhi? Because, unfortunately, so far, he's been the best player in this series.
Yeah, no, and you know what? And it's aggravating if you're a Nugget fan, right? I mean, the guy hasn't played in 15 years, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, yeah, I forgot about this dude. You know what I mean? So, he's fought through a lot of stuff. I think the best way, Nate, is you have to – you can live with 15 of 19. Just don't let him get it the way he wants to get it. That's what drives you crazy. And what that means is don't let him get to a spot. And you hear that all the time. And so if you're, an NBA fan or a Nugget fan listening to this, what does that mean? So he loves like it. And then in a league where nobody shoots the mid-range jump shot anymore, this guy might be the best at it in the entire league.
Yep.
And where you don't want him shooting that from is like one pace below the free throw line at the high post on either the right or left side. If he gets there, it's over. If he gets to that spot and you let him shoot that 9-footer like they did all day in game number 2, you got a problem. You can't let him get there. And it doesn't sound like much, but all you got to do is just body him just a little bit, and even just a yard. You get him a yard outside that key, the percentage numbers go way down. So Kawhi did basically whatever the hell he wanted to in game number 2. And if Denver doesn't, the Nuggets got to find a way to fix that. That can't be a thing. You know what I mean? Because he's just going to shred you. I don't know if he'll have as good of a shooting night as he did in game number 2, but trust me, you and I are just talking about it. Adelman and the boys have been going over film for the last 48 hours, so I'm sure they'll have something figured out.
I swear to God, when I was watching him in Game 2, I was having flashbacks. Do you remember the way that Devin Booker and Kevin Durant shot the ball in Games 3 and 4 in Phoenix a couple of years ago during the championship run? That was what it looks like. It was just, why does Denver keep running into these dudes that are so freaking automatic from the mid-range? I mean, we're also talking about Hall of Famers in this conversation. Guys, Jason Kosmicki has the call tonight. 8. What time do you expect tip-off tonight, by the way, Kos?
With these guys on national TV, you never know. I mean, they can text you and go, "Hey, there's an 8-minute slide," and I'm like, "Hey, Bert, you got 8 more minutes of pregame show to go." So, I mean,
good thing we have got the great Mark Bertinoli on the job. That's a man that can adjust on the fly. He's the Nikola Jokic of pregame shows. Kos, good stuff, man. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go get the fatty tuna and the yellowfin once I get over to the dome, man.
All right, there he goes. Kos going to load up on it. He's going to have a sushi boat in front of his broadcast spot tonight.
Hey, by the way.
Yeah?
A sushi boat. They have a little train driving around, too. Hey, Spring, give me the sounder for this tweet you sent us. This is how ridiculous we've gotten.
Okay.
From Ian Rappaport. Among the teams open to discussing moving up, Texans, Broncos, Jaguars.
Okay.
Among the teams open to discussing moving back, Panthers, Dolphins, Bucks, Seahawks, and almost everyone late in round one.
All right.
We're now to cover bases territory.
Dolphins at 13.
That'd be the Broncos trade up for Colston.
That would be Denver going to get, we think, a tight end, one of the top 2 tight ends, whether it be Warren or Loveland.
Oh, if they get Warren.
More likely Loveland's available at 13.
If they get Warren, I may just show up in a Memboo's-only jacket tomorrow. And only a Memboo's-only jacket tomorrow.
Just Donald Duckin in a Memboo's-only jacket.
It is Friday. I don't think there'd be a lot of personnel to offend, except you and Spring.
There's never anybody in the office on Friday afternoon. We'd be the only ones
just
there.
Walking around with the ducktail out.
All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl.
You've never wanted him to draft Tyler. You never wanted him to not draft a player more than right now.
Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon. Speaking of Ducks. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy's going to relive game number 3 last night between the Avalanche and the Stars. We're going to listen to Connor's call. It wasn't all terrible until it was all terrible. But especially the beginning of that game, including, if you haven't heard it, I thought Connor McGahee, just all-time, top shelf, as good as the art of play-by-play broadcasting can be done, he gave you at the top of that game last night. We're going to go back and listen to it next here on Altitude Sports Radio. Live at number 38. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Number 38, 3560 Chestnut Place. Stop by, hang out tonight. We got draft coverage. We got Nuggets and Clippers Game 3. We got giveaways, all that good stuff. Plus the Rockies are in action right now, trailing the Royals 2-0. Andy, as we are in the top half of the fourth inning. By the way, this is exciting for everybody. If the Rockies should lose this game, the second game of the doubleheader, their record on the season would be 4-20. 4-20.
Sure.
Nice.
You're going to need that to get through the rest of this season.
Very well could. That would be very Colorado for everybody. All right, Andy, let's do this. The Avalanche played last night. In case you just woke up out of a coma, they lost 2-1 in overtime. Didn't go great. However, there were still cool things that happened. And let's discuss them before we fall back into hockey rage. Let's start in the first period. And I want to listen to Gabriel Landeskog's first shift with Connor McGahey on the call. Excellent job by the social media team here at Altitude Sports Radio, tweeting out the video of Connor on that call, along with an ISO camera on Landeskog on that opening shift. Wonderful use of social media, great video. Jesse Trujillo, everybody, the guy that gets it done.
He's the people.
He is the team. He is they. He is the great Jesse Trujillo. He got that done last night. But let's listen to that audio. Gabriel Landeskog's first shift in 1,032 days with the voice of the Avalanche, the great Connor McGahey on the call.
Avs in burgundy and blue going right to left. The Stars in green, white, and black, the opposite direction. Offside is the first stoppage of the game. John Mitchell, that's one of the loudest times I've ever heard Pepsi Center / Ball Arena in its history.
That was... I'm speechless. I don't have words to describe what that was like. That was absolutely incredible.
Landeskog gets a touch to the puck. Now he intercepts it at center ice. Landeskog gets the cheers from the crowd. Swings a backhand near side half ball for Nathan McKinnon. Now behind the net. Landeskog is there first. Turns it out in front. Marty Natchez overskated it. And the Stars will roll the puck back through the neutral zone. Landeskog with a giant hit on Mikko Rantanen. Friends no more. Now they are foes. And Mikko Rantanen was in the way of Gabe Landeskog.
Friends no more. Now they are foes. Excellent work right there by Connor. By the way, cool pose by Gabe after he gave the hit, and then he just he wrestled himself away and had a pretty sweet pose. Kind of looked like something you would see on top of a trophy in the 80s for your youth hockey team. Looked fantastic. Andy, the energy, it was electric. It was chills. It was unbelievable. Landeskog's return, and then laying a hit on, of all people, Mikko Rantanen on his first shift.
Well, I do wonder when they got to the wing center, the wing part of the circle on the face-off, did he say something about, no mercy, huh?
Yeah.
The little quote that we got from Mikko yesterday. I would love, and I will have to probably check the documentary. I'm sure he was mic'd up for the documentary.
Yep.
I wonder what was shared between those two and if it'll make the final cut.
8 minutes, 9 seconds of the opening period. Avalanche on the board first.
Gerard stick handling high in the zone. Leaves it for Val Nichushkin. Nichushkin near side circle. Nichushkin throws on the brakes looking for an avenue. Nichushkin still with it. He's got it. Nichushkin in all alone. He scores! The choo-choo train pulls into the station. He wanted an avenue. He got 72 acres of ranch land. The seas parted, and Val Nichushkin tucks in his first goal of the playoffs. It's 1-0 Colorado.
Yeah, Val peeling away from Thomas Harley. Brock Nelson said an excellent pick. That's how things got opened up. Was it interference? That's not important. Val torches Ottinger. My favorite thing about that goal, besides just Val's move, was Matt Duchene standing there watching with his palms in the air. Do something about it, guy.
Yeah. How'd he get that wide open?
Right. Because you didn't do anything, my dude. 1-0 Avalanche after one period. Pretty good start last night. for Colorado. Let's go to the second period now. There were no goals scored in the second period, but in the final minute of the second, Andy, wild back-and-forth action, both teams almost finding pay dirt.
Ben exits with Harley, passes behind Sagan, but he shrugs off Josh Manson, now crosses center ice. McKinnon steals it. McKinnon trying to blaze up the middle, splits the knee. McKinnon, here he comes! Save made by Ottinger.
What a great rush by Mac.
Now a stretch pass for Granlund. Off the post, didn't go in. He was hounded by Lindgren, who applied just enough pressure. Now Valnichushkin picks up the puck. Finally, we've got some flow.
Yeah, that was some serious pressure on the old heart rate right there.
Man, the Granlund shot. I mean, that thing rang out like it was out of a video game.
Sure did, man.
It was like a doorbell that rang out so loud.
Still 1-0 after 40 minutes of hockey last night. We go to the third period. The Avalanche have killed off a penalty. Unfortunately, they go right back down a man. Nathan McKinnon called for interfering with Colin Blackwell, and this time Dallas made him pay.
Face-off won by the Stars. Back for Harley. Walking the blue line, hands it off. Granlund lets it go. Bump for Ben. Back for Harley. Doesn't take it. Now it's let go, and they score. It's Ben who tips it in front. A power play that should have never been. And the Stars get a huge break, and they tie it at 1 with 10:42 to go in the third period.
That's well said. That was a soft penalty. Nonetheless, Ben back to Harley, presented his stick. Harley rockets it off the blade and in.
Well, it was interesting because Lyles did say he felt like you call it, but you should call the embellishment too.
Sure.
John Michael Lyles on the broadcast last night let it be known he's had enough of the embellishment coming out of Dallas on some of these. But it didn't go that way. Just like you had said, I mean, look, yeah, it probably should have been a penalty, but you also laid it out. If we really want to split hairs, there probably was interference on the Avs goal, so everyone's even.
Mason Marchment called for a double minor at the end of regulation with just over 30 seconds left to go. High sticking, whacked poor Brock Nelson right in the schnoz. That thing looked
Nelson
painful.
had a bad night for the face. He's getting stitches at one point from Ben.
Yeah, tough luck. By the way, Bischel, that dude from Dallas that took one right in the nads last night.
Yeah, you don't have a cup on?
I know that Gabe Landeskog's return was the story of the night, but the fact that that guy came back and played pretty damn impressive as well. But here we go. Power play at the end of regulation. Jonathan Drouin, for the love of God, just shoot the puck. Roll it, Spring.
Fans to their feet here at Ball Arena. Pom-poms with the look of a blizzard. Face-off, one back for Cale Makar. Fumble the puck. Now Marty Natchez near side circle. Turns it back up top for Makar. 30 seconds left. Makar shot. Rebound is there. Lehkonen. Drouin tries to tuck it in. Loose puck. Falls from Makar up top. 25 seconds left. Drouin, far side hash marks. Makar, big drive wide of the mark. McKinnon settles it down. No pressure from Dallas. 15 seconds left. Natchez needs to score here. Natchez down low. McKinnon tries to turn it in front. Save made. Rebound is there. Lehkonen can't get to it. Swatted wide 5 seconds ago. McKinnon tied up. Throws it in front. Lehkonen all the way around. Makar with it. One last shot. Deflected. We, for the second straight game, are going to overtime.
The overpassing extravaganza at the end of regulation last night, Andy.
Yeah, I fear it's about to continue. I don't know what you've got picked out for the next highlight, but the overpassing continued into overtime as well. When they could get a hold of it, by the way, which was not often.
The next one you're going to hear. This is the one. This was the biggest. Well,
I got a feeling this was your night one.
The second biggest shot to the Nads of the night. Arturi Lehkonen. Wide open net, except for Esa Lindell's glove.
Natchez doesn't take the shot. Back for Taves. 9 seconds left in the power play. Drouin. Now down low for Arturi Lehkonen. Wide open. Natchez at the slot. McKinnon. No angle shot. Lehkonen. Oh, it hit the body. It goes wide. Better to be lucky than good if you're the Dallas Stars.
I thought that was in.
Yeah, well, did you
Everybody
not?
did.
Half the people behind the goal stood up by the glass thinking he had made it.
Everybody in. Oh, my God.
Lecky is so snake bit right now.
Yeah, brutal. Just absolutely brutal. McKinnon shot off Ottinger. Open net. Lindell just got a glove on it. Yeah, not your night. But You had a 4-minute damn power play, and you didn't take advantage of it.
You got to cash in on that. Kyle Keefe and John Michael Lyles cut they did not BS at all in the intermission report. They said you've got to have it here.
Power play, absolute puke. Let's finish it off with
some puke.
Mikko Rantanen. Again, I know Sagan scored. Mikko won the damn game for the Dallas Stars last night.
Taves will wind it all the way around for Nathan MacKinnon. Again, long change here in the overtime. MacKinnon for Jonathan Drouin, and he's outworked by Mikko Rantanen. Marchment picks it up. Tries to go in on Taves, throws him aside. Marchment out in front, and they score. Tyler Sagan wins it in overtime, and the Stars take a 2-1 series lead.
5:31 into the OT. Yeah, Rantanen stole the puck away. Took it from MacKinnon. Then Drouin had a stick on it, and Rantanen just took it away from him. Ahead to Marchment, who dragged Taves out of the play, and then he finds Sagan, who scored.
Taves got to be stronger on that. You've got to be able to move. You cannot let him do what he did to you there. You got to get him off the puck. You got to get back in the corner. You just can't let that happen. And you let that happen. It's so frustrating.
Avalanche 0 for 6 on the power play last night, 2 for 13 in the series. They're 0 for their last 8. The Dallas Stars have led for 62 seconds in regulation in this series.
That is the ultimate frustrating staff. 62 seconds, they lead you 2-1.
Yep.
You want some good news? You want a palate cleanser?
I do.
know it's good news. Go ahead and give me the sounder spring.
Cleanse. Can't really cleanse the palate with Dempsey in there, but still.
I don't know. He's cleansing his palate, it sounds like. and some things from his guts. All right, this comes from Albert Breer.
Oh, we're doing this is some good insider musical chairs. We haven't heard from Breer today.
Well, he's quote tweeting Rappaport on the report of Jacksonville wanting to move up.
Yeah.
Breer says, if the Jaguars were to go up to 2 here, presume it's for Travis Hunter. And if the Browns fall back to 5, talking about an old Browns Jaguars flip from 2 and 5, they'd remain in front of the Raiders and Jets to fill their offensive tackle needs. So offensive tackles are becoming hot for both the Raiders and the Jets. Cleveland didn't have a 5 before the deal with Houston, so it could be earmarked to be a give back and a trade. So I read you that because, again, there's more noise that we may see 2 or 3 tackles actually go in the top 10, but that could push both Genty and Warren down, and if that happens, I think the Broncos would be looking to trade up.
Will Campbell and Armand Membu could very well go 4 and 5. If in that scenario right there, if Jacksonville is able to make their push and move up and get Travis Hunter, if they cannot do so, then, again, Jacksonville could just sit there and take Ashton Genty if they wanted to.
Well, and we had the Field Yates mock draft up earlier. We forgot to mention Yates has Cleveland trading back into the first round with the Commanders to grab Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
But that was to pair him with Travis Hunter. So if they bail out and take a tackle.
Which also,
why would you do that?
You would do yourself such a massive disservice by taking Shedeur in the second. Because if he hits, you're going to want that 5th-year option.
Well, if they trade back into the first at 29 or whatever the Commanders are, then you get that 5th-year option. But I'm saying if you go back for a tackle, I mean, to me, I would think there'd be plenty of appeal of, as I've said for the last 3 weeks, get Shedeur and Travis back together.
Yeah, the Browns do need a tackle too, though. That team's terrible.
But do you need a tackle over the best playmaker that some said in quite some time?
I think any team that doesn't draft Travis Hunter that has the possibility to is going to be kicking themselves for a decade. But again, if you're Cleveland and you're whatever the price to move up from 5 to 2 could be very good. And again, Cleveland could simply say, look, we're crap. We're still digging out of the Deshaun mess. We need as many picks as we can possibly get. I'm trying to think the way that they are. Again, I would just draft Travis Hunter. Just take the best damn player that's sitting right in front of you. We're live at number 38. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. I know it was a rough night for the Avalanche last night, but Andy, it turns out it's a rough day for Kylie Minogue.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, good for her.
Poor Kylie. Her April 29th show at Ball Arena has been canceled. She was supposed to play Ball Arena on Tuesday night. She got bumped because the Nuggets are going to be hosting the Clippers on Tuesday night. So, unfortunately, those of you that had tickets to go see, as the Denver Post called her, Australian dance pop goddess, Kylie Minogue, she will unfortunately have to cancel. I don't know, go catch her in Tulsa or wherever she hits next.
She's an attractive woman. There's no doubt about it.
That Kylie Minogue,
good for her.
She's truly a delight.
Speaking of,
Yes?
we should alert everybody tonight.
Tonight.
You want to watch the Nuggets game, you're going to have to do so on altitude. Well, I don't have altitude. Well, I'll tell you what, you can get it on Comcast. Don't forget, I've already got it on DirecTV.
Okay.
It's all over the place, but maybe you want to try that Altitude Plus you've heard so much about. Today's the last day to get your 3-day free trial.
3-day free trial.
You just need the code ALT, the number 3, and free. So Alt3 free. Alt3 free buys you the 3-day free trial. That'll get you the Nuggets tonight and get you the Avs and Nuggets double dipperoo coming up on Saturday.
Okay. So check it out, everybody. Again, the NBA TV broadcast is blacked out locally. You guys can all rage about that all you want. All we can offer you is where you can actually see the game. So as Andy said, get your free 3-day trial to Altitude Plus, and you can watch the game tonight.
Or do what you got to do to get it on Comcast, or just go to DirecTV.
Just do whatever it is that you have to do to be able to watch the game as the game got thrown on NBA TV tonight. The OKC Memphis game, Game 3, that is going to be on TV.
Yeah, what was
tonight.
what was the spread of that first game? Like 57 points
51.
or something? Yeah.
51, and then I think it was like 19 in Game 2.
Well, why would TNT want the series that's been, what did you say, 1 point separated them in the first 2
has
games?
separated them in 2 games so far.
I thought we liked close games.
I would have thought so as well. OKC is a 9.5-point favorite. The Clippers are a 5.5-point favorite tonight on the Nuggets. However, these decisions are made. I don't know. Like, you always use that expression, like, above my pay grade, but I know I could do my job. I could do that job better than the people that do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they should be at my pay grade. How's that? Do I just automatically assume, by the way, that television executives make more money than I do as an afternoon drive host?
Yeah, I'd like to join their pay grade.
Okay, yeah.
I'd like to be. Is there an executive washroom? Could I wear the executive raincoat? Wasn't that what that was?
The beltless trench coat.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But it was the executive,
The
wasn't it?
executive.
That's right.
That's what we're talking about. I'm more of a Memboo's only jacket kind of guy.
Well,
myself.
you know, you just better hope you get your way tomorrow.
We'll see. Armand
means they don't draft one.
Memboo.
Probably the way you want it to go.
Armand Memboo. Oh man, the news is hot and heavy. What's hot? What's heavy? That the Broncos are going to be moving up, or at least right now they're exploring the possibility of moving up. Miami being listed as a team that could potentially move back. Colston Loveland, tight end out of Michigan. Foot injury, Andy, but in a lot of the mocks, he is getting connected to the Indianapolis Colts at number 14. If indeed Miami is looking to go back and Denver is hot for one of these tight ends,
Colston Loveland
out of Michigan,
Tyler Warren.
If Ty Warren falls out of the top 10, or if Loveland is available right there at number 13, that could be a world where Denver could make a trade with Miami to go from 20 to 13 to select their tight end. Now, as sound draft strategy goes, do I think the Broncos should be moving up 7, paying the haul to move up 7 picks right now? Not really. But F that. I'm team content all day long. You get Sean Payton, his joker for the future. Don't forget, Evan Engram's only on a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Okay? You could be drafting your joker for the next 5 years, 6, maybe even longer than that years, at the tight end position. boom, at number 13, get one of the best tight ends in this draft.
Evan Ingram and us Broncos country, we know what's going on.
Yeah.
You're not Mr. Right. You're Mr. Right now.
You're a placeholder.
Yeah.
Yes. You're.
Don't be turning down long-term happiness.
That's what I'm talking
The crystal for the blender.
Exactly. You're Cesar Romero. We're looking for Heath Ledger. Joker.
I like that.
Thank you.
Who the hell is Cesar Romero?
He was in the old Adam West Batman.
Wow. Wow. Going way back.
I went into the way back for you on that one.
You weren't comfortable with the Nicholson? I think Ledger blew Nicholson out of the water.
Heath Ledger was great. I loved the Nicholson Joker as well. That's the Joker of my childhood. I loved Jack. Cesar Romero played him like a clown. But also that's kind of what that whole campy 70s Batman thing was. Yeah. Also the Heath Ledger thing. What's his backstory? What's the deal? Why is he so creepy?
Well, he gave you 4 different versions.
I know,
of it as
right?
He pulled the knife out.
At least Nicholson, I saw him fall in the toxic waste.
Yeah. Wanted to come out but didn't Jared Leto do that too?
He was betraying Jack Palance.
Didn't Jared Leto do that with in Suicide Squad?
I don't think I ever saw that movie.
I don't think you're missing a ton, but
okay.
the Harley Quinn character is
okay. That was Margot Robbie, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, that's fine with it. She can explain a financial disaster to me in a hot tub anytime she wants to.
We're not going to be friends.
Anytime she wants to. We are live at number 38, though. So draft coverage begins right at 6 o'clock, right after K&L. We'll dive into the draft coverage. Is it going to be Matthew Golden? Is it going to be trading up for Colston Loveland? Is it going to be Omarion Hampton? Andy, what will you do if they draft Omarion Hampton at 20?
I mean, I'll be fine. It's what do I know? You know, guy could be great. Every profile you read, as you and I have discussed, just kind of hits me like you're literally. Why would you use a first-round pick to replace your old second-round pick? I guess is my question, because he profiles like Javonte, and you and I both said I do think Javonte could have been much better than his career has gone so far, if not for the knee injury.
Okay, but real quick, okay, along those lines, all right, Omarion Hampton and the physicality that he runs with, and by the way, I think he's a better catcher of the football than maybe we're giving him credit for by profiling him just like Javonte, but also last time I checked, the Broncos really friggin' need somebody that can average over 4 yards a carry.
Yeah, but are you going to use him? Are you going to use him? Are you going to run the football? Are you going to commit to it? Are you really going to throw the early?
According to Sean Payton,
I've heard it before.
The best friend of a quarterback is a defense and a run game.
Did we not talk about running the ball? Did he not tell the CBS crew he was going to use?
I mean,
who was it? Was McLaughlin that he promised them that they were going to use? Jaleel McLaughlin? Remember that was going to be a big Jaleel McLaughlin game. They told us that and then he got 2 carries.
I mean, Sean Payton is known to ignore his back You're right about that. Like the part where you have to trust Sean Payton to use him, but if the question is, do the Denver Broncos need a back that can get you 4.5 yards a carry? God, yes,
but
they
I think
do.
you can find that in the – listen, this draft is a lot like me. Real chubby in the middle. Real thick in the middle.
Okay.
Now, the top, little skinny as far as first-round picks, and certainly a lot to be desired of the Cavs.
Is it shoving those pants
but
downward?
Right in the middle, right in the belly of this draft, there's plenty of good meat to be had.
For anybody that's not watching the show on Twitch, which is most of the audience right now.
I think my camera's too high for them, luckily.
Andy is
rubbing the belly.
I wouldn't even just say rubbing. I would say sensually running his hands over his midsection.
It's as if I'm pregnant and everybody wants to feel the baby.
You just did a double squeeze on it.
What's the matter? Got you questioning some things?
Also, that the fabric on that mammoth polo shirt is doing it no favor, or maybe it's doing it every favor, quite frankly.
Depending on what we're trying to accomplish. You're getting a little less of a tease and much more of a show.
Like I see what the dark color is trying to do, but what do you call that? Rayon?
It's like this draft. Even the black shirt can't hide the good in the middle.
The moisture wicking of it all.
Don't make it sound like I got a Norm belly button stain. That's not going on. I'm just saying, rounds 2 through 4, maybe early part of 5.
You know what would look good over that polo? A double XL members only jacket.
Double?
I don't know if they make the triple or not. I'm not sure.
Hey, you're not a member if you go triple.
I mean, everybody was so coked up in the 80s. We didn't have fat people. So the members only jackets capped off its medium. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break.
You had to love your body more than I do to be a member only.
You did.
Yeah, maybe unfound confidence for some of them members only folks.
Yeah,
I'm looking at Twitch right now. They can't see anything that's going on. It's
all
too
those
bad.
80s
hey,
bros.
That was all just for you.
Nothing but cigs and
Why is our
meatballs.
part of the bar all moved outside?
I don't know. Everybody left. Everybody left when you started groping your own tummy.
Why is nobody hungry anymore? Why did we crash the food sales?
We have to do football news coming up on the other side of the break on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Live at number 38, 3560 Chestnut here in Denver. Number 38 is the location that we join you from today. Draft starting at 6 o'clock. Nuggets Clippers, Game 3, 8 o'clock-ish. 7:30 pregame with Mark Bertinoli here on Altitude Sports Radio. Plus tomorrow, we're giving away Avalanche tickets. That's right, tomorrow. Every show going to be giving away a pair of tickets. We'll have keywords for you. Of those of you that have listened, you kind of know how this works. We give you a keyword 20 minutes past the hour. You text in, and we'll be giving away 4 pairs of tickets tomorrow. If every show is doing that, that is 4 pairs of tickets for tomorrow. By the way, you can still buy your tickets, ColoradoAvalanche.com. Tickets are being released all the time, but you can only win them from us here at Altitude Sports Radio.
Before Spring hits the music and we dive in, Spring, give me the sounder one more time at least.
Oh, we got draft sounders.
All right, as we get closer, Schefter, Rappaport, everybody is expecting. The Browns are officially open for business at 2. We've already linked Jacksonville there. But the latest tweets say expect chaos in the top 10. Schefter just tweeted that out. He said that we could have all sorts of movement all around because apparently, I heard this morning on Get Up from the football crew, Graziano and team. Every team has the guy that they like most, and there's not as much consensus as there was like last year.
Yeah.
So teams may be willing to get a little crazy to make sure they get their guy because it feels like the teams that want to be active have their guy and don't love most of the board, if you will.
All right, let's dive into the high five right now. The 5 biggest stories from the day from around the NFL. This is all going to be fluid. We're just talking draft lights right now. Let's go, Spring.
High five time. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. What are the Broncos going to do in the first round of the draft tonight? Are they going to pick at 20? Are they going to trade up? Are they going to trade down? There are conflicting reports everywhere. Let's start with those reporting that the Broncos might trade down. This includes Adam Schefter. He tweeted out today, the Broncos have fielded calls in recent days from teams interested in potentially moving up to Denver's number 20 selection. Per sources, the Broncos currently hold the draft slot in front of the Steelers at number 21. Mike Kliss of 9 News tweeting out, from what I've heard, if Broncos do make a trade from number 20, it's more likely to be a trade back than up. A possible sweet trading spot as QB needy Steelers are sitting at number 21.
So that's the trade down scenarios for Denver. You would assume it's somewhere in that quarterback range. Shedeur Sanders has been connected to Pittsburgh an awful lot. So if there is another team that is hot for Shedeur, they could eventually move past Pittsburgh's spot at number 21, or maybe Pittsburgh jumps up to number 20 out of their own paranoia to try and do that. Either way, an opportunity for Denver to be able to add more picks.
Well, let's just add to it again. As I was reading the Field Yates draft you put me on to, he says he's hearing that Pittsburgh actually, they're just content to wait for Rodgers, and they may go ahead and draft a running back. They feel like they got other holes to fill, and maybe they're not as hot to trot for Shedeur Sanders as some of us have been led to believe. But again, Orlovsky claims that that their head coach,
Mike Tomlin.
God, there's so many names floating around my head right
Bill
now.
Cowher.
That Mike Tomlin is in love with Shedeur, and he may just make the executive decision as the guy in charge of the organization, we're drafting this guy. But nobody is sure what's going to happen to Shedeur. I think Shedeur is the biggest wild card of the entire first round.
So those are trade down scenarios. Now, Spring, give us the trade up scenarios.
High five. Yeah, these tweets coming down in the past hour or two. Diana Rossini tweeting out, the phone lines are getting busier as the first round nears, per sources. The Broncos and Texans are attempting to move up the draft order, while the Giants are trying to acquire a second first-round pick at the back end of the round. Ian Rappaport tweeting out, among the teams open to / discussing moving up, those would be the Texans, Broncos, and Jaguars. Teams open to / discussing moving back, Panthers, Dolphins, Bucks, Seahawks, and almost everyone late in round 1.
Okay, let's talk about the trade-up scenarios for a moment. We discussed this earlier, the possibility of Denver going to, for example, Miami's spot at number 13, where they could get Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, who has been connected to Indianapolis at number 14 in many mocks. The Colts have a desperate need for a tight end. This would be Denver jumping the Colts to go and get the tight end that they want. We know that Sean Payton is always hot for a joker out there. Spring, let's just revisit it. I don't ever want to not play this audio nearly enough. Sean Payton back at the where was the? No, this was the Super Bowl. This was when he was at the Super Bowl with Kay Adams.
I would say we need a joker.
And then when George Payton was asked about it, how did George Payton react?
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Yeah, so George Payton had already had enough of it.
George Payton's all of us right now.
Sean, on the other hand, was tired and dehydrated at that moment when he was talking about his joker.
Say more dehydrated than tired. He was still good to go.
Still awake?
I think he'd had a Red Bull. He still had a few more stops he could make.
Maybe he'd had a joker while looking for a joker.
There you go.
Could have been all connected right there. All right. Let's just, Andy, let's dream. Let's be dreamers here for just a moment, okay? Is there anything else that Denver could be hot to go and do by trading upward? What if it's for something even grander than a tight end at number 13? What if they're taking a look at a certain running back out of Boise State?
If it's Genty, I am all in.
Okay.
I'm all in. Go get if you get Genty or Warren, I don't, you give up enough picks. No, don't be giving them next year's number 1 to do it, I don't think. But I don't know. Who cares? You know what? I'm going to go back to what I said yesterday. If you give up next year's number 1, but you get that slam dunk pick that elevates your offense, then who cares, I guess?
I am seeing Genty connected to Jacksonville at 5, although it sounds like Jacksonville's hot to get up to number 2. I've seen Genty connected to the Raiders at number 6, obviously, in a billion
But now they're
mock
getting
drafts.
connected to a tackle.
But now it could be a tackle, as I suggested a while back. What about Chicago at number 10? The Bears desperately need a running back, and Ben Johnson could go and do that.
Okay,
or
Lynch,
he
can
could
we
take
pause?
Tyler Warren out of Penn State.
Let's pause right there.
Okay.
The Bears is the team. I'm glad you mentioned them. The Bears they're the team that I think they want the same things the Broncos want, because in all the mock drafts, the Bears seem to, whether it's a tight end or a running back, Omarion Hampton has been a Bears number 10.
Yep.
Also been popular with the Broncos at 20. Colston Loveland was the consensus early on in the process Broncos pick.
Yep.
Now I've been seeing that to the Bears, or Ty Warren to the Bears, or Genty. So I do think whomever the Broncos like best, you may have to get ahead of the Bears and try to do deals with the Saints.
So could New Orleans at number 9 be looking to move down?
There has been rumors of that, yes.
Would the Benson family be willing to help Sean Payton?
I would think so, unless there was something a little – I mean, they let him into the Drew Brees thing last year, even though he was wearing Bronco gear. Remember, they were retiring Brees' number and doing all that during the game, and he went and crashed the party and brought half his coaching staff with him.
But could the whole part where that team is still digging themselves out of cap hell, could they perhaps hold that against Sean Payton?
I don't think so, because he's the original Super Bowl winner there, and he's there Mike Shanahan.
Okay.
So no.
All right.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But if I'm Kellen Moore, I'm like, what do we think's best for us? I don't care about your
it's a good point.
past grudges. Let's get this thing right and get some talent on this roster.
You got to think that way, but
that doesn't mean they will. I get you.
People in football, they've been known to hold grudges before. Go ahead, Spring.
Get your damn act together.
You mentioned the Bears and Genty there, so I'll throw this note in real quickly. Diana Rossini saying the Bears are among teams trying to trade up from number 10. Teams believe it is to try to get Ashton Genty. Diana Rossini also tweeting out today that the Browns are fielding calls for the second overall pick. They only have 4 top 100 picks and need to address several needs. Jeff Howe of The Athletic tweeting out that the Jaguars have been actively trying to move up from number 5. They could be interested in moving as high as number 2, acquiring that pick from the Browns. Jaguars are expected to make some noise here. They put out a video just a few minutes ago of their 34-year-old GM, James Gladstone. He's talking to the Jaguars website, and he's ready to go.
So we're looking forward to what unfolds, but obviously it won't take long for us to be on the clock, and we're looking forward to pressing send there and making the call.
I prefer Joey Gladstone personally. Cut it out.
Hold on now. Press and send? You better hope that's not an AOL email you're sending. I've emailed the pick.
Are you guys faxing?
Yeah.
I hope you're not faxing your pick. That would be the most NFL thing ever, by the way.
What do you hit send on a text?
Or fax? Yeah, I would say you do. Yes. An email, a text. Is that how you do it? You just text in
I got
your
an
picks?
arrow on my iPhone. It doesn't say send. So I'm trying to figure out what send is coming from.
So if
send.
So if you blanked somebody a text, do you say I just arrowed them a text?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I just arrowed it to you.
Andy's changing the lexicon.
Well, I just think it's funny.
He's so
What do you mean?
prolific.
Can't wait to hit send. So this is why we need to go back to phones. Although phones didn't do it either. There's all the stories. Remember the Buccaneers said the wrong name and drafted the wrong guy?
Let's take a break. When we come back, Jeff Legwald is going to join us. Why is the top 10 in so much disarray? And is all of this wild trading going to go down, or is it all just smoke? We'll find out from Jeff Legwald coming up next. Yeah, we go to Dove Valley. Jeff Legwald from ESPN joins us right now. By the way, Kreckman and Lindahl here at number 38. Game 3 viewing party tonight, Nuggets and Clippers plus NFL draft coverage starts at 6 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Leggy, let's just start at this spot right now. We are seeing reports that Denver is making calls to go up. We are seeing reports that Denver is getting calls to move back. What do you know about the Broncos situation and what people are saying when they call up George and Sean Payton?
Well, some people that are calling are guarding against the idea that Pittsburgh will take a quarterback at 21. So that's the essence of the popularity of the Broncos pick right now. Is if Cam Ward is the only quarterback off the board as the picks go to 14, 15, 16, then the Broncos become a very popular spot for the teams that need to get in front of Cleveland and New York to get a quarterback coming out of the first round or early in the second. So that's most of the genesis of that. And, the Broncos have to consider your basic three options, stay put, move up, or move back because of the structure of the board this year. The 20th pick is right on the edge of having just one or two or three first-round players left on your board when your pick rolls around, or maybe zero first-round grades when your pick rolls around. So most of these calls are to be prepared to do something when you're on the clock, that you're prepared and you have a structure of what teams might be looking for or what you might have to give up to make your move.
Jeff, if the Broncos were to move up, what player do you believe they could be targeting?
I believe if one of the top two tight ends, moved down the board, which is unexpected, frankly, but if somehow one of the top two tight ends got past Indianapolis, then I think a move up is in the equation, or if some parallel universe where Ashton Genty is on the board after 10, I believe those are the kinds of players they would move for. But again, it's a thin first round, and it's a very competitive world for those first round graded players.
Jeff, let's say just I like to do this. I need to know the value. I need to know the cost of things. Let's say the old rumored possibility of Denver going from 20 to 13, trading. 13's the Dolphins, right?
Miami, yes.
So if they were to, let's say that's the trade, what's that going to cost them to go from 20 to 13 just because Loveland's there?
It's an expensive trade, and it would certainly only be made if you're targeting a very specific player, because you probably have to give up at least one day two pick from this year, and that is the strength of this draft board. So you'd be leaving the strength of the draft to get the one player you want, but that's a position you're okay with if you get the guy you want. The issue is, again, because the first round is thinner than most years, the teams that have those picks believe they hold more value, so you may have to give up a little more to get people to make the deal.
Leggy, the amount of rumors that are kind of flying right now and the various different insiders, does this suggest that this is a top 10 or a top part of this draft board where there is just so little consensus and teams have their individual favorites that maybe they're going to be aggressive for rather than simply stay put and take the best player available?
It's all of the above, Nate. Again, you're talking about a first round where there's just fewer players, where teams are looking at the board and say, we would take these guys at 5, we would take these guys at 8, we would take these guys at 15. That list is shorter this year than it's been in decades, frankly. I've not seen a top-heavy first round like this in a very long time. And so people are looking at fewer names, so it makes them want to be or at least position themselves to be able to get the guys they do want. And that's why you're seeing all of these things come up, because there is a lack of consensus when it's not a quarterback-heavy first round.
All right, Jeff. What do you think happens? What do you think we get a lot of trades in these first 10? Your boy Adam Schefter, our guy Adam Schefter, tweeting out that everyone's kind of bracing for chaos. I feel like we've heard this before and then kind of goes, wah, wah. What do you think? Are we going to actually get an active first 10 picks tonight, or you think is there such a thing as going chalk? You've told us in the past people like who they like. Would there even be a thing that could go chalk? Like, I could see 20 different scenarios playing out in those first 10 picks. How do you think this goes?
Well, I think usually it takes, and it's going to sound weird, but it takes one deal to get made for the dominoes to go, because then everybody sees kind of what the market is. And it's very hard in a draft like this. It's very hard to convince your owner, if you're a GM, why did you trade out of the prime spot to move down when we could have had the prime spot? So that makes it more difficult to make those deals than we think, as we all discuss it. Is when your roster and your job is on the line, you have to explain to people why you moved out of the top 10 of a draft in a year when it's not particularly strong at the bottom of the round. So if you're flip-flopping with a team, if you're going from like 8 to 23, you're not helping yourself, really. So it's going to take more, I think. We'll see how it unfolds, but I think it will take more than the value charts say to get deals done because of that.
All right, Leggy, speaking of the prime spots, who gets Travis Hunter tonight ultimately? And does Shedeur Sanders get drafted tonight?
I think he does. I think he does get drafted tonight. And, frankly, it's not a strong quarterback class, but for me, he's clearly number 2 in it. So hard for me to believe it's a one quarterback first round. And if Travis Hunter makes it past Cleveland, then I think they've done something wrong, but I don't think they're going to ask me.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it feels like everyone is saying on ESPN anyway, Leggy, that it's going to be Jackson Dart. People are feeling there's more momentum. Like, New Orleans likes Jackson Dart better. Apparently the Giants like Jackson Dart better. Do you really think do you think there's a possibility that Dart is the second quarterback in actuality?
I see again, it's just my grade, so I realize what people might think of that, but there's a big gap between Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart for me, and I've had
I'm with you, Jill. I'm with you, Leggy, just to be clear. But
with people I work with, and I think that's a mistake, and I think it's unfair to Jackson Dart, frankly, to put him in that kind of situation. But again, I don't think anyone's going to ask me about that one.
Also, Jackson Dart looks like a villain from an 80s movie. So, Jeff Legwald, everybody, ESPN. Leggy's going to have the stuff all night long.
Yeah, we're going to bug him when we can.
He'll be on tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. He'll be on ESPN. He'll be covering all of this. Again, read Jeff's Top 100. If you want to know, did the Broncos or did my favorite team, whomever it may be, did they get good value? Just judge whatever the pick was against Legwald's Top 100. You'll get the real scoop right there. Leggy, good work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, Jeff Legwald jumping on the show right there. By the way, Andy, we're seeing reports that
wait, do we need the sounder?
Well, not really. No, this isn't so much a scoop so much as Shedeur Sanders has built his own draft room.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a room for tonight?
Yeah. Yes, he does.
Leaving nothing to chance.
You gotta have the stage.
You do,
I suppose.
Uh-huh.
So that's what they did.
He's not at the draft.
No, which I think he probably made the right call there, the way this thing's turning out, right?
By the way, I retweeted last night. Did you see where the draft is? And my guy Adam tweeted out, "Is the draft being held at an American Furniture Warehouse?" Is
that Adam, Kate, and Holland?
There's rugs and pillows and couches that are out there.
Well, it's in Lambeau, so we've got it on behind us. Get on down to 38.
Yes.
Number 38.
There's a lot of people
Rhino.
outside of Lambeau.
A lot of people are outside of Lambeau. There's
Yes.
the stage set up. There's a few people inside.
By the way, what's wild about it is there's people's houses like right there.
Yeah, there's more people at the draft than live in Green Bay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where they're all parking. So
they're parking in yards.
Well, that's what happened when we went to Canton for the inductions.
Yeah.
You park in that. It's just like what you described.
Uh-huh.
And people will literally sell you their front yard parking spots. Like you go and park on their grass for $40 or $50.
I'm willing to bet you this is probably one of the best times of an NFL draft to ever attend. Green Bay, Wisconsin, the booze, the food is incredible. I bet that draft out there is a real good time. Those people know how to party.
Well, as we get the wide shot, it's nothing but Packer jerseys.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
There, a lot of cheese heads.
There's a Purdy. We got a Brock Purdy in the audience.
One Brock Purdy.
One Brock Purdy. Yeah.
One of those guys always has to show up. All right, Andy. What would be the sexiest thing the Broncos could do tonight? Is it Genty? Is that it?
No, go all the way up for Sanders. If the Browns are open, not Sanders.
Travis
I'm sorry, Hunter.
Yeah.
Wrong buff.
What would that cost you? 2 future firsts?
Could cost you 3 or 4 picks.
Like 20 and then like a 26 first and a 27 first.
It's next year's first for sure. It's
Definitely.
probably a third this year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I bet to get from, especially if you know like teams are targeting. I'd be asking for 2 ones.
No, you know
in
what?
addition to this year.
That is a really good point, Nate. Now that there's a competition and Jacksonville wants it, and here's the other thing. If you're the Browns, and I think the Browns, you just need to take great players.
Yeah.
But whatever. If your heart's set on a tackle and you don't want to draft them that high, then fine. Fall back down to 5, right?
Sure.
Denver, I don't think, let's just call it what it is. They don't have the firepower to get up there. So I would say whether it's 12 or 13, get up there and either take Genty or Warren to me as the grand slam. I've been talked in by Tyler and Sanford to liking Loveland more than I did when this started, Colston Loveland. But I'm not going to cry if you don't get him. Like I said, if you stay at 20, trade on down, get Luther Bird in the third because people are comparing him to Deebo Samuel. I don't mind that at all. I wouldn't mind Travion Henderson, but I don't think you need to take him at 20.
Speaking of Ohio State guys, what do you think about Emeka Egbuka?
Well, you know what? That's what was wild. Peter Schrager had that old familiar name pop up in his mock draft yesterday for the Broncos.
Yep.
I hadn't seen Egbuka tied to them in a long time.
When wide receiver was bounced off of Sean Payton by Kay Adams, he said it was a need, but not a must.
Must needs once.
Must is above need, and it was not a must. But Joker was must. And as Legwald said, if Denver is going to get really aggressive about moving up, it's going to be for Genty or for one of the tight ends. It seems as though it's more likely that Loveland would fall into a range that Denver could get to. I think if the Broncos want Ty Warren, they'd probably have to go all the way into the top 10, which would be very expensive. If Denver's calling anybody in the top 10, I'd be like, all right, well, we want next year's first. Okay? Like I think that's what you start to talk about in terms of cost on that pick. I think what Legwald said right there is that the Broncos are hoping that somebody slips Genty, Warren, or Loveland. Of the three of them, the most likely is that Colston Loveland could slip a little bit because of the foot injury.
Right, or no, the shoulder injury. For Loveland, he's got the shoulder.
He's got a shoulder? Okay.
Yeah, he was in a sling.
Ah, I see.
Who had the foot? You're right. Somebody did
have a foot.
But I can't remember. I've got a foot. Hey, by the way, go ahead and play that sounder spring.
Ooh.
You made it. Here's a little more Ian Rappaport. That was the sound of Kirk Cousins. You want to know why? From Ian Rappaport, from the NFL Draft Kickoff. As of now, it appears more than likely that the Falcons will keep Kirk Cousins as their backup into training camp.
Why?
But things, of course, can change.
That's what you say when you want somebody to up their offer.
Okay, let's be honest.
That's what you say. They're not keeping him. He doesn't want to be there.
They're going to get through tonight.
Yeah.
They're going to get hot and bothered about someone tomorrow in the second round.
He'll be
moved. They're going to
try
to trade him for that.
He'll be moved in the next couple days.
Is he worth the second? Is he worth the fifth?
I mean, you got to.
If you're taking his big fat contract, what's the most are you offering for him?
Yeah, it's going to be like what is Atlanta willing to pay, and does that then change whatever the pick?
If you'll give us a second pick, then we'll eat half the salary. Then that changes some
right.
stuff.
Then you start to talk about that. But I would guess he would move for again, depending on the amount of money you wanted to pick up, a third or a fourth, something in there probably to get Kirk Cousins.
Oh, if I'm taking on the Kirk Cousins contract,
yeah.
If I'm Atlanta keeping some of that money, then I want a second at least.
I could see him going to Cleveland. I could see Kirk Cousins in Cleveland.
You do like the old Flacco, Cousins, Kenny Pickett, menage a trois?
Well, yeah, also because, you don't have to keep Flacco or Pickett. Whatever you said you were going to pay those guys, I'm sure next to nothing is guaranteed. You can just get rid of those dudes.
Atlanta would have to eat the contract for Cleveland to be able to take on Cousins, though. So.
Yeah, I could see Cleveland having to swing that move to get Cousins, and like you said, it would require that. That's not a premium pick, or that is a premium pick. You'd have to be trading away, but I could see the Browns doing it if they don't love Shedeur, and just an opportunity to get Cousins and maybe be competitive for a year. I could see him doing it.
I don't understand though how you can not love Shedeur, but somehow fall in love with Jackson Dart.
Again, man, that's different flavors for everybody,
I
Andy.
suppose.
Yeah.
Maybe you're more hot to trot on the SEC guy, but whatever.
End of 7. Royals lead the Rockies 5-1.
Is it raining? What's taking this game so long?
5-1.
Your Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, they would be falling to 4-20 if they lose this game today. 4-20.
Would be? Or will?
Perhaps. They came back the other night.
Sure.
Yeah, but we're talking about a sweep against the Royals before the Reds come in this weekend. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I know the Avalanche lost, but that Landeskog thing was really cool. We will celebrate the return of big number 92 when we come back ahead of NFL draft coverage on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Guys, go to roller.bid right now and register for an account. It is so much fun to bid on Roller Auction. Everything is online, by the way. You don't got to go down to Roller Auction or anything else like that. Everything is online. Get your bids in. Start keeping an eye on some auction items. They got a great auction. Bidding now available. Vehicles, contractor, and rental yard equipment. Skid steers, forklifts, high-reach equipment, vehicles, trailers, landscape material and equipment, contractors' equipment, attachments, driveway gates, toolboxes, and so much more. That's right. Outfit your garage or get yourself some sick, heavy equipment right now on this vehicles, contractor, and rental yard equipment auction. Go to roller.bid, register, start bidding at roller.bid right now. Make sure, by the way, when you do that, hit that drop-down menu. Let them know you heard this on Altitude. 1,900 items to bid on in this vehicles, contractor, and rental yard equipment auction. Some awesome stuff. Check it out right now. Roller.bid. All right, NFL draft coverage on 92.5 and 950 starting up at 6 o'clock. Andy, joined by Tyler Polumbus, by DMac, by Mike Sanford. The whole crew is going to be here all night long. Plus, we got the Game 3 watch party, Nuggets and Clippers, right here on Altitude Sports Radio. So the watch party here at number 38. Come watch the game tonight. Enjoy draft coverage, all that good stuff. Just saw Travis Hunter out on the stage. Andy is rocking some hot pink tonight.
He is, yes. He's very 80s.
Yes.
We got a busker guy off the 16th Street Mall playing the guitar, singing the anthem.
Yep. The draft is underway. It's all very, very Wisconsin. By the way, the Rockies have cut it to a 3-run Royals lead. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning right now as the Royals are 3 outs away from sweeping the Rockies. No stunner there. Andy, the Avalanche game last night, we spent a lot of time wringing hands, getting enraged about what we saw last night out of the Avalanche. 0 for 6 on the power play. That was puke, blowing a 4-minute power play, straddling the end of regulation and overtime. It was all terrible. As we know, Colorado ends up losing when Tyler Seguin scores the game winner in OT on a rush that was started by Mikko Rantanen. Avalanche down 2-1 with Game 4 of that series coming up on Saturday night. Another double dipperoo with both the Nuggets and the Avalanche in action. We'll have it all for you here on Altitude Sports Radio. What sucks so bad about last night is you lost the Landeskog return game.
Yeah, you played your emotion card.
And it didn't work out for you. And now you trailed 2-1. Gabriel Landeskog hitting the ice. Love the decision by Bedsy and company to start him last night. Have him be out there for the anthem. Have him be out there for the intros. Deafening roars inside Ball Arena. Let's go back and listen to the great Connor McGahey last night to start off that broadcast.
Well, what makes a great story? To begin, you need a protagonist, a hero who fights for good and in your mind can't be beaten by anyone or anything. But a great story also tests the hero, gives him a challenge, some adversity to overcome. Then, just like we knew he would, despite some doubts and unlikely circumstances, he comes through victorious. Tonight, we will experience part of a great story. It's the story of Gabe Landeskog and his return to the National Hockey League after many challenges and almost too much adversity to overcome. But he is the hero in the story. And tonight, he joins his allies, his teammates, in their now common quest to win the Stanley Cup. Tonight, we welcome back the captain. So put on your listening sweaters for the Avs and Stars. Force of nature versus rideshare rating. Live for your listening pleasure around North America and around the world on the Altitude Sports Radio Network. Avs in burgundy and blue going right to left. The Stars in green, white, and black the opposite direction. Offside is the first stoppage of the game. John Mitchell, that's one of the loudest times I've ever heard Pepsi Center / Ball Arena in its history.
That was, I'm speechless. I don't have words to describe what that was like. That was absolutely incredible.
Landeskog gets a touch to the puck. Now he intercepts it at center ice. Landeskog gets the cheers from the crowd. Swings a backhand near side half ball for Nathan McKinnon. Now behind the net. Landeskog is there first. Turns it out in front. Marty Nate just overskated it. And the Stars will roll the puck back through the neutral zone. Landeskog with a giant hit on Mikko Rantanen. Friends no more. Now they are foes. And Mikko Rantanen was in the way of Gabe Landeskog.
Right there, Andy. Right, that was... There he was back. There he was, Gabe, just throwing his body around on the opening shift of the game. Andy, regardless of how last night ended, I will never forget that first ship of Gabe Landeskog and that shot that he put on Mikko.
No, that was, as you said, the physical captain announcing we're back. And frankly, he said it's a return to play.
Yep.
All right. To borrow the term from the NFL from a couple years ago after the lockout, I'm here to play. Let's get busy. Let's get going. Quit worrying about me. Let's play some hockey. And he let Mikko know.
Yep.
I heard your no mercy comment, so I see you.
Yes.
Well, we'll see who's delivering no mercy.
I raise you even less mercy.
Yes.
After the game,
I must break you.
Landeskog talked about the ovation that he got from the Ball Arena crowd last night.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. I don't know. I'm just blessed and very fortunate to be in a position to feel those feelings and to feel, I don't know really what exactly was going through my body and mind at that time, but it was pretty special. And I mean, that's a memory for life. Simple as that. Yeah, Avs faithful, they make it special. You know, it's a special place to play. It's a special place to live and raise a family. And obviously the last 3 years have been difficult at times. And yeah, to come back and feel that love, I mean, incredible. So, yeah, it means a lot.
I hate to be cheesy about it, Andy. His team lost last night. He won. He won, man. The guy got back out on the ice, and regardless of the outcome, and I think there's still a lot of hockey to be played in this series. I had it as a 7-game series before it started. But Landeskog's got nothing to hang his head about what happened last night.
No, I mean, he doesn't. But you know what now I'm excited the most about? The captain's back in the building and back in the lineup and back in the room and all that stuff. So, Captain, go let these boys know it's time to wake up.
So let's listen to him kind of address that part of it after the game as well last night. On a percentage basis, how far away is he from being where he wants to be?
Well, I'd like to play better. I don't know. Percentage-wise, it's hard. But I felt pretty good. Speed-wise, legs, physically, I felt good. You know, it's still in my 3rd game, so I got a lot of things to improve on, and just timing and seeing things, seeing the right plays, executing them. So that's one of the positives, is there's a lot of areas of improvement. So looking forward to it, and I think every game is going to continue to get better, and same thing goes for our team.
Look, did he play perfectly last night? No. But I noticed him more often than – look, a lot of stuff happens in a hockey game where, quite frankly, it's rote. It's just the puck going back and forth and shifts changing and things like that. Landeskog made plays that popped last night, including a great feed out front to Charlie Coyle, and Coyle had a good look at it. The Avalanche need more of that stuff. I thought he was a boon to that 3rd unit. I think he's only going to help this team the rest of the way.
Yeah, and you know what? If you want to go to the game on Saturday, join us tomorrow, and all day on Altitude we'll have tickets.
Thanks again, Jeff Legwald. Thanks to Kaz, who stopped by today as well. We are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Keep it right here on Altitude Sports Radio, okay? Draft coverage starting up. DMac, Andy, Sandman, T-Palm, all of it coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Plus, Berto's got pregame coverage at 7:30.